vie su hia wo ka ele mare hu do ni
ise
ojo we amu e wo na tawo nu gwedo le wo ni yi owo gi aye wo na e ne ma onu e ti e ogbo ka ele da ti igwojo we re ri ohino nwa ni e se ti alelu ha lelu de nu we ya riere nu ado ani nye ma o we ga di awe o yu nu ga ta urewe ni wa lo de ekene na laya wi koko wa lo bo okudo no ka no kwa ni yiwodo we di agun ni munani re wa wo na ga ma inye na so wa ehun aka ya so we o ge nu we do ka we o awo ere ba ma ere ba ma ke ma we wa ehun ti gbe udota we otopa ehun otiva e ma hin oni na be la hin odere aga hin ara ni nkan awu wa hin awu ni e logo but o logo ma ro ga ire ado yi ego ojo we ore wo ni egen wa na we ya odi eke ojo we han o aga iga ku wa de odo wojo we ogima ojo we do nunu we yi me ma ga we no se we ni na mu do ni e u ni me no gba u ni me no ba wi egwa lo tebu na na ewo na me ke na hehe o ga manu we o ga mani me ewo o ga lawo da o ga do e anu ga ji wa yo na la wo na ki egwere gbe ode no ma gba no ro ni na wo no ba ka oba atope
ise eni wa yo no tai wa no da imana wa ogima so kun yin wa yin le so yin wo ogun oba wa hin ogun ewo ki emi no sunu le oto na hien no mane we no kagele we wa we oto na wa batu no to batu no no reaction ahien no mane umi ebebe la sane be yone u ya we ri o wa o ya hion we bode we ege no gbe ra ya hion awo no wa ni ya bi ebere aya bi ebere ado agbe yo gbere ezo ilaro ugbo so wa wata be so no wa ya bo wa ni we go no ya bo e wa so abo nda ara ibo wa yo ne ayi go ge o wa ni we ebo we ri ni uso ebo no we ven be de na ri ewe ade gwa ni uya ha mo jo we ojo we gbo so ma ye ma ta no we ni o we rutani e ma eye wo de awo kagiri so ro ye we ta awo kagiri so wa bun negede ze da nyunyu esi eze ojo we na gba ye wo yu lame ye gi se ojo we o wa vie ibi ka so bagbe o vie ni wa so bagbe ni awa ya adu akini uwu no ya se fiara ekelo deri aye no ma keke ni aye ya so agbo de gbo bere lele iyina na ya dole wo yino so pa o ma ye dun na we ezo we me ezo na heri egwa edewo degbe ebe na agbere be no ya son ni dado we be na ya mi dado wo to yaro awo na do agun ayo o re bu wa mu bagbe o ke process o te pastor
domo
fun ayo
edunu pe wa mi we onyiwe na gwa kana no mi we o kagele iya ido suena iwe oza e mo bori ege ewo ori ege utedu nunda amaka he doga egbe onyiwe no ma deyo no ma heke nunda be ne bo aya de edo ya fe aji no ja emeweri ma mo no ba na edo kwa polopolo ewa no giver ka ewe inwe na yegi gwalo eneri ma gwa ka ba ma yebi tan we oba nyato ke ma ya se webo ba ya ka we ke ya si gwo popo opa bo te do na ya fe yonya ayi temie ga yodion we yebo no ro pa ebo ga ikwe yo na wodion we na yen to bi ebe zo kagere ni aya nwina ni ga gugun ga ho no eme ni ori elelegbe ebo iri e payari e ma monoba omonoba atokpe odion we ore ebo na na hin ke wo kagere no ze no ba tie ulame na ami kenana yulame Zebe governor or you lame. What work had to take a oath of alleged. It is about time. All the real the chief judge Areba, not over where he had to go back the level. A governor in Kina, he had to take, he had to you lam anywhere. Emi aya dole bo na yere ye mare do dia oga be commissioner eriono o be yadlu lame oga be senator o you lame oga be councillor o you lame ami kenara you ya category abi you lame be church ado mi wa be ze be zo we ze na we a pastor no say ni unwe pastor se no da biore o woni ado you lame na ado mi we okpo na mu ejina no aya dole bo de uki oba uri aboye ọba bọ kenana yule amero iga zuwo dio we o hamwe uwuye egwa ya yulame oni we mwegbe nu ayari ya umwegbe nu aya fie ebo weri eyo ba bọ umwegbe nu ya nu ke ya gemo ba se o ma weri o ewe wa ke ko we won ko we gba we emi oparo o ma mwegbe nu ado yari ya ebo o ya yulame nu we ya nya ka we ire ni do dole boji ege ni agbe manu salo bolari eme ni aya dolebo ino aki otopa gba ba ibu na iri obo yo na ki otopa gba va oto maka dene iwe na kiyon igo lu eri ono aya sa gba va ege me ikin akwe na do migi kanwa ege me ikin akwe oto mari ene na we gbe lori ekin ege me oni o lame aya bi obo ya bo wa wonu kwe yo wa wonu fie me wori wa we uino ba yi wa isebo na ja we yi uya wo be oni ulame uve unyanyani ukpa wega ikpa na mire iye keme we yawu umuda kulame ni ura ayulame be kotu we omi yaji we kian ebo ga ai moleoki awoma omi yaji kan we mu bible na won bo ulame we ayuna wa wonu toge yeme nu do tama e moleki ya we mu e quran yo bo wa wonu toge nu do tama o ka we ko saloboa oni ulame ni wegele sun agbi egbo wa ze gwagwagwa ego we yewere we nu tara uyere ulame nu jo baba na enu we yitara o masunu ina na uze ge afe me weri egbo me gi gba unu o ma weri o e ma odio we no ma ulame bo kagele o me mi o me nori en ho oba atope
eni wa honia odio we wo kagele no ma ulame no ba e wai o me nu ya ke yeko so kwa kamu we na e me pa nu ya ke yeke bo ba dare wo da la po ro mo no ba wa gidi gan awa we ta me wo ya fe dade wo igwe ya fe na fi oto no ba oba onya to ya fe eso ba ze da yo wo ye me mi he ma wo ni ari ene ri no ba so kwa aye wo yi ne wo ba nya to goge wa ya be alu e oge ni to wa igwe boyo we yo na we do dai ho me na we ni me wa e ma onu si sunu ye ni eni wa we fi to gbe mo no ba ne we no jo we nu wo jo we ki we wo wo ka le we ki we ye gwa u ya uta wi ne we gwa u adam ko he mo na te na ya ma wa na u da ye no pa ya sun e iyan no ma yo kere ga de ogba yi pe ane no jo we wu u ma yo ya ka wo jo we pa na ri ewe yo ogba ipe ane ne wa ike aro ipe ne pisen eso ipe ha ye wa mudo ya wa kin loto aye ni oba ro ya fe we yo na e na ya fe ma o da gu wa gan da wi wara eni uyo woto uyo ba orewu e wara eni ni gege te ma ta fio ege bi kan pa ni ma ye benu gbere ọtí mọ́nà rẹ̀ igbó sàgé rẹ̀ ọ̀pẹ́ ìyẹ́kọ̀fì àwọn ọ̀wẹ́ ìyẹn ọdún òwe rí sọ ìgbé sọpọ̀ yẹ̀kẹ́ rí múnà rẹ̀ jẹ́ ká mìíràn èsọ́gbànà erí yẹn ọ̀rẹ́ bọ̀wọ́ nàti igbó sàgé ló wọ̀dà rẹ̀ ọ̀rẹ́ ọ̀rẹ́ ènìyàn ọ̀yìn apá ọ̀nà tí wọ́n pa ọ̀ka ilé náà ọ̀nà wẹ̀ yẹn ọ̀dún òwe sọ ègbè yẹn yára wẹ̀ hẹ̀ ọ̀nà wọn náà da yìí nìyẹn ọ̀nà wà láwòwò èmi náà kẹ̀kẹ́ náà rú ọ̀ha rẹ̀ ọ̀nà pa ọ̀rísùpọ̀ pààrọ̀ ya yẹn náà wòlé gbére ọ̀rìtáyà nẹ̀ ọtẹmẹ kọyọ ẹwọ wa dọmọ wa rẹ so ọkọ òpó ni wọn da yìí mẹ ìrẹnì ìwọ ni adìẹ gbà ìwọ ni níbi ọdún òwe ọwọ tẹ òkì òye yẹ wa ọwọ yẹn mọ kárẹ̀lì náà ọwọ yẹn mọ dán òwe náà nyà igbó sàjẹ ìyá ìwọ ọ̀dà ìwọ rẹ ọwọ yẹn mú ní ọyẹ ẹgbọ ayé ayé náà èmi yọ má kẹ́kẹ́ yeye ọmọ àwọn èso ẹgbẹ́ dé ìwò wà wẹ̀ zẹ́kẹ́nìà ọyẹ náà ube kpagbe ní ìdáyẹmẹ ewu amáwo dúpọ̀ gé náà dúpọ̀ gí sèwọ́ náà zẹ́ wàlà hó abẹ́ ọ̀ka ayẹlẹ̀ yàfẹ́ ní má wà mú wọ́ ní má sọpọ́n abẹ́ igi ọ̀hẹ́ so kébé abẹ́ kàwé so ìyẹn agbálùjẹ́ náà yà mọ́ yín kórè dé èmi ní àná ẹ̀ ọmọ síyàn bọ̀ igo naga ewo ọmọ síyàn bọ̀ ọwúyàn òhẹ́ ọ̀nà wúyàn ọ̀nà wúyàn ẹ̀sọ́ wà wèrè àmọ̀hẹ́ wà wèrè kan di ẹgbà ẹwà má ọmọ náà bá dọ̀lẹ́ yìí ní wà ní wà kó ègbè etí má dìbò rí pé ẹ̀zọ́ inú po wà ẹ̀yà gbí ìrònú wà ẹ̀yà gbí ẹ̀zọ́ tọ̀ bí pé ìpè ní awárọ̀ ẹ̀wò ní dẹ̀dẹ̀ nù ọ̀sùn wáyà má ọ̀sùn wáyà dọ̀lọ́ ẹ̀nìyí náà fi wọ̀nàwọ̀nà ọ̀wọ́ ẹgbẹ́ pẹ̀gbọ́ ọ̀pọ̀ onyìmẹ̀dì wàrẹ́bà wàrẹ́yà ẹwà ìwárọ̀ kàrẹ́ ní wàrí ẹ̀yọ ọmọ sì ná dọ́ọ̀bẹ sẹ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀rọ ẹgbà rẹ wẹ́rẹ̀ ní wàrí ẹ̀yọ rẹ ọmọ tí ìwé tó ta ẹni yàfẹ́ rẹ ẹ̀ má rẹ ní wọn abẹ́ ọ̀kàrẹ́ ọ̀tẹ́rẹ́ ìyẹ́kẹ́rẹ́ yọ.
mami ọwẹ́ ude ẹ̀yìn mà yébu ń dáwẹ́ n'agúgbọ́n n'ọ̀hẹ́mẹ́ ọ̀nì ọ̀nàgún ọ̀wé mà tẹ́ gbáwé nàgún gbádùn mi tẹ́ yàwé nà yà sọ̀pin nà mìíràn kẹ́ ìwé gbèsè yẹn bẹ́ẹ̀ náà yẹ bù ude náà sẹ́ dèrò ọ̀mà ni wàá fi wèrè yẹ mẹbẹ́rẹ̀ ẹ̀wẹ́ ẹ̀dọ́ náà tọ́ ọ̀yẹ ẹ̀ London ẹ̀bú yẹ wẹ̀rẹ̀ sọ̀pọ́n ìmọ̀ ní wẹ́ àwọ̀ gbùdù àwọ̀ ebo de ìrọ̀pá ní àyèrè wẹ́ náà ti pòpò tọ́ fíàbọ̀ wúná yà fi hẹ́ nìbẹ̀ ẹ̀gúà wúwé ìrọ̀pá de ebo wà rẹ̀ ní iye kẹ́ẹ̀ òkèókè ọ̀hún òhọ́ ẹ̀yìn náà òkèókè ọ̀hún òhọ́ rọ̀pàrọ̀pà náà má ẹ̀rọ àwọ̀ kàgẹ́dẹ̀ ni ma ó sàbọ̀ kẹwẹ́ gúà kẹwẹ́ tọ́ ní díẹ̀ tó tí ara rẹ̀ ti bà wà tí ọjọ́ wo náà má ní hẹ́mẹ̀ ní ọwọ́ ẹ̀rí náà wẹ́ hẹ́hẹ́ ẹ̀dàgbò wọn tọ́ ra tán mami mà níka ẹwẹ́ ọba ẹ̀rọ ẹ̀wé rọ ọgẹ́gbìn ipa yẹn ọ̀kẹ́wẹ́kẹ́ nọ́gí òhun ọba àtọ́pẹ́
ẹdùnú pẹ̀wò nálà ọ̀bẹ ní mi àyà mànẹ̀dó ẹ̀yí màjí ǹda ọmọ ẹ̀ máa ta sẹ́tìn ju lu ẹ̀ ọmọ ẹ̀ òwògì ìyàwó iná wùgà hẹ́ wẹ́ ọ̀kpa bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ọ̀dìọ́n wèé yìí náà má yẹ bò ọ̀kẹ́ azọ́ kàgẹ́lẹ̀ nìyà ìyẹn gà á mẹ́kẹ́ sí ọ̀dìọ́n wèé wọ́n mú ìgbìnà ọ̀dọ̀lọ́ ọmọ ẹ̀ máa ta ọ̀bẹ zẹ́ báyìí ọ̀gá ọmọ fùwé ọ̀dìọ́n wèé nìyí ọ̀bẹ gbàlọ́ ọmọ fùwé náà ọ̀dẹ báyìí wí náà tùpá ǹda ẹ̀dọ́ka ẹ̀wẹ̀ ọmọ bí ọgbà kẹ́ ọdún wèé wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ àwọn wẹ̀gẹ́lẹ́ mú ìgbénu ọ̀yà dọ̀lẹ́bọ̀ iná ọba dọ̀mọ̀nùwẹ̀ rí yàkàrà dọ̀mọ̀nùwẹ̀ ló dàwọ́ mọ̀nùwẹ̀ yà wíná nùwẹ̀ yà là ẹ̀bọ́n ní dé ẹ̀ ẹ̀bọ́n ní kí abẹ́nú kẹ́kẹ́ náà yẹ à èèmànù rẹ̀ bọ́ ní àgọ̀gọ̀ àyà ní bọ́nu ọ̀wọ́ adé dọ́mọ̀sà àwọ̀ àtú ẹ̀ yàyẹ ẹ̀ òmìnira kọ̀ ẹ̀nìyàn mú dáwẹ́ ẹ̀kọ́ náà wẹ̀ gbé èmi ìwọ̀n èmi náà má kẹ́kẹ́ nù vi ọ̀bọ yìí nù lu ọ̀ka ẹ̀gẹ́ lè yáwó sopun wẹ mia ye kọlọ yokuma ẹmi amia wẹ igba ma wẹ kẹ akin ukere okin ediyan ara emi wẹ wẹ yìí èsì kan ọyẹ yìí mi uyèrè òbíẹlẹ yóò tọ wàá sí àìnàmọ àké má gbé àké èkó gbé yàfi kàbá ẹpẹ tí ó yin mi ní ọpa ẹyọ kí á nọ ẹgbẹraba nálà àwòwò èèmọ sọbọ màmá àta ilé lọ màmá àpà èèmọ sọbọ màríà ŋuda yi ba ye kɛ asianu mɔ wa bɛ bi yɛ ìyẹn dan kɛ ònyin mɛ dan a bɛ tali li wɛ n'ɔba ɔkpa n'ɔma yɛ va ìyẹn mɛ k'ale ni yakɛ sɔ awo ba n'o la o ni maa kɛ yemi dan n'a ye yemi dan yɛ ma ɔba ka tɔ kpɛ ye.
ẹni wọn yà yi wẹ ọkọ yẹ gbani.
ẹ nana mu gé náà yìí tọ ẹ ké ma gé tó kpé gé tó kó awọ kàgélé wàlá wà kéwé yẹ gbé ni wàá yẹ gbé yàvi yẹ ìhẹn ọjọ́ wẹ̀ dọ̀lẹ́wò yìí nínú ọba káyé náà mi wẹ òkè nsọ́run náà mú àbúrò ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí.
ṣe
Get where Kawoge ite Oga Fuegbe Idioma, Nala Ivie Okagele, Zupogeva, na vio boy Yeke, or Okaorite, Nayadole, Wuni, Yinodo House, Ayo, Oba Tokbe.
Me jo to Oka, ya Kadekati Oka Unwame. Ye, Emata no dollar, Navezon, Wawe, Honvia, Guina, Nabuegua, Osanogwe to, Oteme, Evia Man, where I walk out, Ave a young way, Ave Oka, the day that they will have Mebe le Yema Jotua, a Chowa Monoba, Chosaloba, Udazi, Yajotua, Yafe, Evo Adunanu, wow. Your body, my while Ogima, Sukmanu, Adolevo, Yinoba, Eno, Oba, talk by.
He said.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
It's a beautiful morning to wake up, dress up, and show up. The 20th day of the month of January 2026. How fast the month has started running, or the year has started running. is your ultimate breakfast current affairs program on independent television this morning on ITV. You can as well call it TMR. And it's a network broadcast on independent television. Here in Benin Network Center, I am Lawrence Osifo, but I'm not alone in Benin. I have my amazing and amiable co-anchor, Anu Luakbo Stevens, looking dashy this beautiful morning. Hello, Anu.
Hi, good morning, Lawrence.
Good to have you.
Well, you look great as well.
Thank you. You know, when a lady tells you, gives you compliment, come on.
That means
you
it's
owe her,
true.
you owe her something, maybe lunch or... So how have you been since last week?
Well, I've been great and super amazing. Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's talk to our colleagues in Lagos and in Abuja, standing by to also, give us a brief of how Lagos and Abuja look like. I can see Messelina Onkwo in the Center of Excellence and Joseph Kadri in the Center of Unity, Abuja and Lagos. Good morning, gentleman and lady. How are you in Lagos? Let me begin with the ladies first. How are you in Lagos?
I'm very well, Lawrence. Good morning. How are you too? Good morning, Anu, and good morning, Joseph. Lagos is beautiful. Lagos is good. I mean, it's a good weather, a beautiful day. And, I'm not here alone. Wilson Omasho is here with me.
Anyway, you get to realize that in the world of journalists, we don't really have women or gentlemen of the press, Lawrence. Yeah, I think that's the right thing. Gentlemen of the press, how are you guys doing? But all the same, today from the Lagos Network Center, I believe that we're going to politics, right? And of course, the second-term bid of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, impact and governance, or would I say that it's like, causing a kind of a distraction to governance? Mercy, what do you feel about it? You get to hear each state trying to form a particular group or the other just to propagate the prospect of our president wanted to run, showing his interests for the second term in office.
We saw that a lot of persons have been supporting the president, and a lot of citizens are saying that are they trying to use this? I mean, it's not yet time for campaigning.
Yeah, it's not yet time.
We've seen a lot of videos, a couple of videos where the president, the Tinubu supporters, they've already started campaigning. And even the network capacity building for Nigerians has announced to plan to mobilize over 72 million members nationwide in support of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I mean, that got me. And a lot of citizens are saying that at this point, are they using the campaigning, to distract people from what is happening in the country?
From the harsh realities of life, so to speak. Anyway, a friend of mine said politicians, once they win the election, they start planning for the next election. For you, it's 4 years, but to them, they start planning the day they be declared winner of XYZ election. But someone is saying it's going to tell on governance because there will be a huge distraction. Finances will be a mark for these groups to do one or two things to propagate the gospel, so to speak, of Mr. President, and that might just be a distraction from true governance.
So, Lawrence, that is basically what we'll be talking on this table today. Tinubu's 2027 re-election bid, a distraction to governance. Over to you, Lawrence.
We talk about politics, the politicking, the politricking, and the whatever you want to call it. No problem. But here we're going to shift our attention away from politics and what you guys will be discussing in Lagos. Our attention will be to the medical sector. The issue of our renowned author Chimamanda Adichie, whose 21-month-old son Sege in Kano passed on last week. We're looking at the medical sector, medical negligence, patient safety in Nigeria. What is really the issue? Is it that our medical doctors are not careful enough, or the system has a problem? A cardiologist will be joining us virtually from the United Kingdom for us to take a look into medical negligence and patient safety, because you never can tell who's going to be the next. It could be anybody, which we don't pray it happens to us, but we are always a prayerful people in this part of the world. We believe in God, but that does not mean we should not take precautionary measures. That will be our topic of discussion here in Benin. But let's hear from Abuja. What's happening? Is it politics as well, or something different? Kadri, talk to us.
Very good morning to you, Lawrence. Of course, it's Dominic Yemese from the Abuja
our network, our studio. It's quite interesting topics we have for you from the Abuja, or rather Lagos and the Benin. And definitely the issue of governance is what is playing out in the FCT. If you follow throughout the report yesterday, you understand that the workers, those under the FCT, or what we refer as the FCDA, have shut down activities here in the nation's capital, especially those who are under the payroll of the FCT administration. They decided not to work down due to so many issues that have to do with workers' welfare, stagnation in promotion and all that. That would be our focus for this morning. Just like Wilson was speaking in earlier, when it comes to election, or when it comes to governance, as far as election is approaching, everything is on a reverse. You start going back trying to plan to win election for another 4 years. It's always like that. We are already in the campaign year 2026. Much of the attention now is no longer on governance. It's now how do I regain my position or regain the seat. Like Ms. Lena was saying, the president, well, I don't know who those groups that are saying they are going to mobilize more than 70 million persons. If you look at the last count, I'm not sure the president got up to 5 million persons that vote, but that's not our excuse for now. But we want them to focus on the essence why they have been elected into office. You don't just leave office like what is happening in the FCT. There are accusations that the minister has not paid workers for some months, even though his aide came out yesterday to debunk that story, that he has even received his salary down to December, whereas we are hearing different story. But that will be our focus. I'll be looking at that. We've made effort to reach out to the union members to see how they will reach us here in the studio. But we just hope they'll be able to get here on time so that we'll get the nitty-gritty of what is really happening in the FCT as far as workers' welfare is concerned. That's our focus, Lawrence, this morning.
Thank you so much, Dominic KMSA. Instead of the minister to be focused on the welfare of his staff in Abuja, the minister is busy with Port Harcourt saga. But no problem. Pretty sure the people you guys will be expecting will throw more light, whether they really paid them November and December or they've not paid. The minister should focus in Abuja and leave Port Harcourt alone. Allow Fubara to do his job in Port Harcourt. Fubara is the governor. You've done your 8 years. Rest. Okay, Anu, let's come back. I don't know why you were smiling while I was saying all of that, but that's the truth. The minister.
True, but Wike would always be Wike. And it's shocking to see how...
Wike will always be Wike.
It's shocking to see how he spoke against the godfatherism when he
was the governor.
And we saw how a lot of persons would say his body look, not to castigate or to shame him.
He's looking different. No, to be honest.
But right now he's looking a bit stressed.
Exactly.
But I think because he's focusing more on Rivers State and also adding the FCT, that's why he's looking that way. But that aside, it's shocking to see how the same person who spoke against the godfatherism is now the one trying to
now be the god
take
himself.
power and to be fully in charge of the politicking in Rivers State.
Like really what you said, not just what you just said now. It's been there. Right. If you take a look at his stature when he was the governor and now, he seemed really different. Let's not lie about it. We're humans. We know how people look.
Right.
So the guy he should focus. Can you just have your peace? Yeah, there's what the scriptures called inner peace. It comes from the inside. Just have your inner peace and let the guy be. Rather than today Abuja, tomorrow Port Harcourt, next tomorrow Obiokpo, the other day Emoha, the next day Okirika,
Obite, Omok, and the list goes on and on. But
artillery.
But we're going to be seeing more of these activities, especially as we get toward the 2027 general election. So let's look forward to all of this.
We look forward to. Let's have a chip chat on our conversation here before we look at the papers. Medical negligence, you know, it's not the wish of any parents to lose their child. Never. You know, our parents will always pray. We pray to get old so that you, our children, will bury us. It's their kind of prayers. But when someone who gives birth to a child as young as 21 months, that's like a year and a year plus, the boy is supposed to be 2 years by next 2 months or so. But probably medical negligence, like it's been called in various sectors, we just lost that child. That is not what any parents pray for.
It's a sad situation.
Yeah.
I mean, when a lot of Nigerians heard the news, some person did say that, oh, it's because of Chimamanda, that is why he's gaining a lot of tractions as he did, and it's still doing. But let's not forget, a lot of Nigerians have faced similar situation every time that has not even gone up into the news. And it's not just a case of parent losing their child, it's a case of you as a Nigerian going to the hospital to seek medical attention and medical care and hoping that you return safely. A lot of persons get to do surgery every single time. It seems like
they forget stuff
right.
inside
And it's really quite personal to me because I also had my own fair share, but thankfully it didn't get to the medical negligence part. But what about those who had to face that? So it's not a case of just the parent. There are so many things to talk about when we talk about medical negligence. There are those who would say, may Nigeria never happen to you situation. And another school of thought would say, in this case, Nigerians are the ones doing themselves. It's a situation of Nigerians doing the Nigerian situation. So if you are very, very good at what you do at that small capacity that you operate in, I don't think we would have to hear cases of medical negligence. We'll have to see persons saying, may Nigeria not happen to you and all of that. And when you hear the details of the story, it will really shock and amaze you to know how one of the medical practitioners or the medical professional in that hospital in Lagos State had to do an overdose of a particular drug to the child. Yes, of a particular drug to that small baby.
21
and you know, was just being nonchalant about it. Imagine a child who was critically ill, bringing that child to your hospital, and then you're carrying that child on your shoulder, moving around with the child. So there's a whole lot of, you know, controversies and a lot of stories surrounding the situation, and it's really sad that it had to happen to Chimamanda Adichie. Of course, we know how she always carries Nigeria on her head. Anywhere she goes, so she's super duper proud of being a Nigerian. And she did say that it's going to be very, very hard and difficult for her to come out of this trauma. I mean, any parent or anybody too would also say likewise, but it's a sad one.
You know, it also brings the question why some persons were saying, oh, the capacity of someone like Chimamanda, why Nigeria? Why not fly the child abroad? You know, stuff like that.
So what actually happened? She came down for 30th December for Christmas celebration, and her child fell ill.
It was not planned.
It wasn't planned. So the situation was for them to fly out of the country is it John Hopkins?
John Hopkins
Yes,
Hospital.
John Hopkins Hospital, and then the situation happened, so they were transferred to, recommended to that hospital in Lagos State for the hospital to prepare the child for the journey the next day. And this was what happened,
Very, very sad, but the medical doctor, a professional in the field of medicine, a cardiologist, a doctor of the heart, will be joining us in the course of this conversation. Let's delve into whether it is medical negligence, whether it is the Nigeria has happened, or, you know, every situation tied around. But let's take a break and flip through the pages of the papers. Stay with us. We'll be right back. It's the TMI on the ITV network. All right, thank you so much for staying with us. It's the TMI on the ITV network. Let's flip through the pages of the paper and see what the papers are saying this morning. We'll begin with the Punch newspaper, leading with outrage mounts at Katsina move to release 70 bandits. Outrage mounts as Katsina moves to release 70 bandits. Below that, Tinubu told to stop release of bandit on trial. ACF Afenifere orders slam Katsina government over amnesty deal to bandits. FG vote 10 million naira for Abuja runway after scrapping 532 billion deal. FG votes 10 million naira for Abuja runway after scrapping 532 billion deal. On page 10, Kano governor meets Tinubu amid defection talk. Military discover Boko Haram on the ground storage and fuel dump. All right, you can also see the job scam syndicate luring Nigerians into Ukraine-Russia war. Below that, bank record rising loan default amid strong demand. Who is saying this? The CBN. And page 7, DSS arrest Malami after release from Kuje prison. Think this Malami's issue? It's an issue we're not going to see to an end anytime soon. It was recently accused of arms deal too. Former AGF, Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice. Emphasis on that. We'll go to the Daily Sun.
Absolutely. And on the front page of the Daily Sun newspaper this morning, the major headline says, Pandemonium, gunshots as contractors lock out minister, on page 26. Subwriter says, resume protest over 4 trillion naira unpaid debt. Ouch. Well, still on the front page of the Daily Sun newspaper, FCTA workers strike, lock gates over pensions, exam failures, intimidation others. Subwriter says, Wiki counters insist 10 of 14 demands met, says action unnecessary, ill-motivated. On page 27, you see details of that. And of course, this morning, Abuja Network Center would be having a robust conversation in that light. Now, on page 4, Army denies Mutini threat report over salaries allowances. Away from that, Nigeria records 150,000 sickle cell birth yearly. Oil Foundation 1. On page 26. While still on the Daily Sun today, controversy trails alleged abduction of 100 worshippers in Kaduna churches. Subwriter says government, police can, PDP, trade words. And finally, man cries out over mother of twin sons, nephew, burning of house over control of oil well, that's all on the Daily Sun this morning. But the issue regarding the controversy trailing alleged abduction of 100 worshippers in Kaduna churches is really, truly shocking. And
it's shocking.
Yes, there are those who would say that the media is really not
reporting what they ought to.
Right, the security situation in the country has been underreported to an extent because this particular story is really gaining momentum in the international space.
Yeah. Absolutely. But we'll just keep our eyes locked on to see what happens. We'll move to the next one, the Nigerian Tribune, that is leading with DSS arrest Malami after release from Kuje prison. You can find out in page 4. Above the man's head, IMF, that is the International Monetary Fund, raises Nigeria's 2026 growth forecast to 4.4%. No one was kidnapped in Kaduna, police LG chairman says.
Now this is what we're talking about. this is a really, really interesting. But which way Nigeria?
Which way Nigeria?
How would we continue to be like this? Remember sometime in the news we heard a situation of the federal government traveling out of the country, not sure which now, to try to lobby as regards the situation happening in the country for us to have a beautiful and a sweet
image out there.
Image in America. The fear of Donald Trump, especially when we saw that situation with the Venezuela president. Yeah, so I don't know.
Nigeria. Yeah, we always say, Nigeria not happen to you. Nigeria not happen to you. All right. We move to the next one. Amid defection move, Kano governor visit Tinubu. You know, I saw this yesterday at a sister station when Sheon was doing massive job to this to this stuff. So why are you scared? Because the guy was supposed to defect last week. We heard that there was mass security operative at government house. Okay, are you not scared for him to defect, to join you? Or I don't really understand. Politicians have the way of playing their games, though. I'm just...
And already, we also heard over the weekend that Rabiu Kwankwaso, you know, he is the main when it comes to the KKK state, especially Kano state, has said, you know what, I am not going to coerce you. You're free to go.
Do whatever you want to do.
Whatever you want. It's politics. It's democracy. Just like we had Atiku say to his son, hey, I'm not going to force you. Go ahead and join the APC. But the reason and the mind behind what is going on now with the tension in Kano state is really questionable.
It's questionable indeed. Still on the Nigerian Tribune, Ekiti poll, PDP, SDP missing as INEC clears APC, 11 others in final candidates list. PDP, SDP missing. Indeed, the trouble in PDP is really gaining ground. That even INEC does not recognize the party in Ekiti State. Okay, we'll move to the next one. FG denies setting good refinery in Lagos State. FG denies. So before that denier, it means there was already an attempt to start. Nigeria is a very funny country. All right. Ondo judicial crisis deepens as budget court autonomy dispute paralyze paralyzed court activities. Okay, that's all we can take on that. The next one, Anu?
The Daily Trust newspaper is up next, and with the major headline saying Tinubu clears path for Governor Yusuf defection. But another interesting trending story, interestingly, is on the front page of the Daily Trust newspaper. You see pictures of Nigerians.
Yes, I
in the
saw
Lagos
this. I have a
state.
video on my phone.
I've been looking forward to this particular news. Thankfully, it's here. So Nigerians in Lagos State. Yesterday, we saw a tanker, with the accident actually
on the
fall
bridge,
on the bridge. And an average Nigerian just want to take advantage of every situation, undermining the risks involved. They went there with different gallons trying to scoop fuel, and it is really, really bad and shocking. This is not the first time it's happening. We see the same situation happen every time. There was even some time ago last year
in Benin,
when it happened in a particular state in the north, and a lot of persons lost their lives.
Yeah, in Niger.
Yes, in Niger State. And one would have thought that Nigerians would stop participating or getting involved in that. How about you run away? Because you never know. Just a little bit of fuel, a little fire, everybody goes. But the same thing happens again. What's the cause is the question.
Someone said poverty.
Poverty.
But poverty is not it.
You think so?
It's not poverty. I know. Poverty is not it. I think people lack orientation about what this situation. Okay, you can see that on the screen.
Beautiful.
Just imagine how these guys were there. And one thing about fuel fire, it does not come from anywhere.
Well, we thank God that there was no casualties. But
what if there was?
How long would we continue to put God in every situation that you can just be in charge of your life, basically, and avoid this tremendous disaster?
You can see the numbers of people that are there.
Look at the buckets.
The question is,
well, it's not funny though, but
it's not funny. Exactly.
Yes.
How many can you scoop, and how much can you sell it?
No, so let's say it's a family of 5, the husband and the wife, and then you bring it. But no, this is not funny. And to think in Lagos State, another person said, if this situation had happened in the north, they would say it's because of lack of education. But Lagos State,
Lagos is a very...
Lagos State, no. The Center of Excellence, I think we need to get Wilson and Messalina involved in this. But this is really sad, really.
Very, very sad.
This is really sad. We'll talk more about this on TMI Social this morning. But let's move away from that now to look at other headlines on the Daily Trust newspaper today. Now, well, the situation with the FCTA workers is still here. It says schools office shut as FCTA workers begin strike. Tinubu's GCON award to associates Shangwell dress flick. Okay. And also on the front page of the Daily Trust, omission of Shatima's picture on poster causes uproar on page 16. Why would you do that to our vice president? No way. And also on the front page of the Daily Trust newspaper, Kaduna residents confirms 160 kidnapped. Police government denies
the
incident.
same denier earlier.
Harrowing and Whitray, Nigeria. Well, that's all for the Daily Trust this morning.
Okay, let's look at what the Guardian is saying. Leading with 50% telco tariff hike, leave operators happier. Consumers frustrated. So somebody must always be at the losing end, while someone will be at the enjoying end. So telecom tariff hike leaves operators happier, while we, the end users, are I'm not frustrated anyway. Some of the end users are frustrated. Okay, above the masthead, FCTA kicks as workers begin indefinite strike. We can have a lot of questions to answer. FG contractors to unwrap up part over 4 trillion naira debt. PDP decries insecurity as Kaduna denies abduction of 163 worshippers, still on the same issue. Kano killings, Tinubu orders probe as state takes over prosecution. How long can we continue to probe it in this country? How long? Federal government, do something.
So long, too long.
So long,
Majek
too long. Majek Fashek. You bring me back to that musical. So long, too long.
Well,
okay, let's see what the next one is saying.
Of course, away from that, the New Telegraph newspaper is up next with the major story leading on the Kaduna situation that has been debunked by both the government and the police. It says more than 160 worshippers kidnapped in twin Kaduna attacks. the New Telegraph newspaper. And of course, the subwriter says, prioritize security, not propaganda. PDP tells Tinubu, you are financing terrorism by appeasing terrorists. Adeyanju tells government. On page 2 and 7, details of that story. Well, still on the New Telegraph this morning, representatives move to protect the digital rights on page 4. Federal government opens 2026 overseas scholarship for postgraduate studies on page 2 and 4. Shatima inaugurates first Nigerian pavilion in Davos on page 6. Of course, we know that Nigeria now has a Nigerian
house in Davos. First ever.
Really beautiful and interestingly quite commendable. But I'll just leave it there at that.
Beautiful. It looks beautiful. Anu said it looks beautiful.
Yes,
ladies love beautiful things. Not that we men don't, but I have problem with that Nigerian house in Davos, Switzerland. Because it seems like the only country our vice president always like to go to represent the president is Switzerland. I've noticed it.
No, in other countries too, and there are those who would say that we've just been having a ceremonial vice president because all we get to see
pretty
him
sure why his pictures is missing.
But why would you do that? All you get to see him do is attend events, go and represent President Bola Tinubu. And when the president is out of the country, we don't see him take control or take over power from the president.
Should we call him the boy?
That's also another conversation to talk about too.
It's another kettle of fish.
Absolutely.
All right, let's look at, we still have 3 more papers to go. Daily Independent leading. IMF top FG's economic reform, stabilizing Naira, fiscal position, projects Nigeria's economy to grow, projects rather that Nigeria economy is to grow by 4.4% in the year 2026. All right. Above the man's head, WEF, that's World Economic Forum, where Shetima is presently. Shetima commissions first ever Nigerian pavilion in Davos in Switzerland. Local contractors accuse federal government of using their funds for re-election.
Oh my goodness. Oh my God.
Nigeria is a very funny country. But truth be told, why should I work for you? You don't pay me. In law, it is called breach of contract. I can sue you and I get remedies in court. No matter what, no matter the position. Just that we have a situation whereby it looks like the court is an appendage. I'm not saying it is, so it ought not to be. So people are scared to go to court.
And also the issue of the overburdening of some of the courts.
A lot of litigations. Right. One judge is handling about 200 cases, just like one medical doctor is attending to about 50 patients in the hospital, which ought not to be.
Of course.
So why would I work for you? You wouldn't pay me. You've breached our contract of agreement. I can sue you and I'll get remedies in court. Let's move on to the next one. FG targets new national broadband plan with World Bank's $500 million. DSS rearrest Malami after release from Kuje prison. This Malami issue is not ending anytime soon.
Absolutely.
I know.
Absolutely.
Kano governor meets Tinubu over planned defection to APC. Nigeria's non-oil export hits all-time high of $6.1 billion in 2025. And finally, Ododo unveils state-of-the-art security drones. Ododo is the governor of Kogi State. We know what's happening in the state between Ododo, his former boss, Yaya Bello, who said he wants to unseat Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan come 2027. We'll just continue to watch how these guys play their politics.
The issue of what's his name now? What's the name of that man?
Yaya Bello.
Yaya Bello. I thought the EFCC boss did say he was going to
resign
if he is not brought to book. It seems to me that a lot of Nigerians tend to forget too easily.
There was an exclusive interview with him in his office. He said he's not a court. The guy had to change what he said.
Well, this is Nigeria. At the end of the day, I always say that. But let's turn our attention now to the Leadership newspaper this morning, and let's see what the Leadership newspaper have in stock for us. The major headline says, Governor Yusuf visits Tinubu, may join APC today, on Tuesday or Wednesday. So we're looking forward to that on page 4. Other interesting headlines. IMF upgrades Nigeria's economic growth outlook to 4.4% on page 25. Police Commissioner cancelled chair denying kidnap of worshippers in Kaduna churches on page 4. 2027, Obasanjo in closed-door meeting with IBB. Well, still on the news, Malami rearrested after release from Kuje prison. We've talked about that already. So I think that's the major stuff.
Okay, finally, on the pages of the papers, let's see what the last paper, the Vanguard, is saying. Confusion over alleged kidnap of 172 worshippers in 3 Kaduna churches. Okay, still on the same issue. Tanker accident in Lagos. You can see that. We showed you that video earlier where people go to scoop fuel or diesel, as the case may be. The content spill on the road. You see Nigerians, whether, to me, it's not poverty. It's the poverty of the mind, not poverty of the pocket. You know, people need to understand that
it's
when
the same
you
thing.
see
It starts from the mind, you know, down to the pocket.
down to the pocket.
It's still poverty
So,
all the same.
You see, when you see the truck, it is written, inscripted behind the truck, highly inflammable.
Right.
So the highly inflammable means anything can. The fire does not come from anywhere. Nobody brings lighter. Nobody brings matches. It just spike on its own. It is hydrocarbon. Hydrogen and carbon mixed together gives you the content.
Even with the act of scooping,
it can ignite.
Can
Exactly.
ignite
So
it.
people need to understand. Please don't
run.
scoop fuel. We're begging you. It is wrong. Don't scoop. No matter the poverty, no matter how poor, even if you have not seen food to eat since morning, please. Your life is more precious than what you're going to scoop.
But you know what, Lawrence? Nigerians will still do it again.
Nigerians will still be Nigerians.
Especially when this particular one that happened yesterday didn't take nobody's life. So Nigerians will say, okay, God is God.
Nothing happened, the one that happened
God
in Lagos.
will protect us. So let's, you know,
let's go
please
again.
stay safe.
We go again. Okay, Kano. Governor Yusuf meets Tinubu defects to APC today. Okay, today is the ceremony. All right. Sanwo-Olu signs 4.4 trillion budget into law. You can find that on page 10 of the Vanguard. Also, anti-Tinubu post. FG amend charges against Showore. Delist Facebook and X. That is, I think, his account on Facebook and X. Page 11, massacre of Christians. What we told the New York Times bureau chief, McLean, Inter Society. Okay, above the man's head, still on the Malami issue. DSS arrests Malami after release from Kuje prison. You can find that on page 29. On page 12, impeachment. Pandef reconciliation panel concludes Rivers engagement return to Abuja. Okay. On page 16, which is the final one, there was never an Igbo coup. Who is speaking? Ralph Obioha. All right, that's the size of what we have for you on the pages of the papers this morning. I know, interesting stories on the headline.
Absolutely,
Interesting.
And we look forward to more conversation on this morning on ITV.
All right, we'll take a break. Let's join the cardiologist, the medical doctor, who will be speaking to us on medical negligence and patients' safety in Nigeria healthcare sector. We'll take a break and the conversation continues shortly. Stay with us. Am I on the ITV network? And here in our Benin Network Center, let's start off the conversation looking at medical negligence and patient safety in Nigeria. The story of the renowned author and a literary icon, Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, who just recently lost his 21-month-old son, Esege Nkano, who passed on within last week in Lagos. Let's talk to a cardiologist, the senior registrar in cardiology, Dr. Femi Oluwole, who joins us virtually from the United Kingdom. Dr. Femi, good morning, and it's good to have you on the show this morning.
Good morning, my brother. How are you today?
Well, very good. A happy new year to you. I can see that without mincing words.
I wish you same. Good morning, viewers.
All right.
Okay, Dr. Femi, good morning. And of course, it's great to know that you're here to join the conversation this morning. Can you quickly run us through, from the medical point of view, what actually happened that day in Lagos State that led to the loss of the twin babies, one of them in Lagos?
Okay, thank you very much. Before I proceed, I would like to also express my condolences to Chimamanda and family. It is what actually happened is not what any parent can put together in words, so it's understandable that they are grieving now, and I pray that God will console them. So, from the medical point of view, and from what we've seen so far online, the child was admitted in an hospital and was later transferred to what's it called, Duracare in Lagos for a procedure. This procedure they were requested by the hospitals in America, that is the Johns Hopkins. They were to do a lumbar puncture, that is an investigation you do to check if there is a serious infection going on in the brain. And the other one was to do an MRI, that is to look at the structure of the brain. So they were actually looking out for a very serious infection. So on getting there, they were to sedate the child, because when you are putting a patient in the MRI machine, you want the patient to be stable without moving, because movement could affect the outcome of the results. So the little boy was moved to a theater for him to be sedated, and to also give him a central line, that is more like a channel where you administer medication to a sick person. So he was moved to the theater to be sedated, and that was where everything the story started to change, and we arrived at the unfortunate incidents that we are talking about.
Okay. Yeah. Now, Femi, in law, Dr. Femi, in law,
Yes.
there's what we call negligence, or there's what they call negligence, duty to care. By virtue of me bringing a child to the hospital, as the case may be, or a property is handed to you as you know, on trust, based on trust, I'm to pay you. You have the duty to take care of whatever it is. In this case now, should we really attribute this to negligence on the part of either the hospital, the medical facility, or the doctor in charge who actually took that child? Like you were trying to explain medically, I'm not in the medical line, so some of the words you try to use, I try to capture all of them. Could you base this on negligence, or we'll call it the normal Nigerian situation that happens? Because like my colleague said while we're opening the show, it is the one that comes out to the public space. That's the one we hear. It happens every day secretly in different hospitals, different what do they call them, clinics, and all of that. What do we really call this? Medical negligence, or it's the act of God?
Okay, thank you very much. Negligence is it's a legal term, and for you to say there is negligence in a particular situation, 4 different elements must be put in place, of which you have mentioned one, which is the fact that was there a duty of care. Of course, that cannot be disputed. This child was brought to this facility, so in that sense, the hospital, the doctors and nurses are obliged professionally to provide care to the child. Then the second part you want to look at is the breach. Was there a breach? That we cannot ascertain because we do not have the medical records, we do not have the timelines, how things happened. Those will have to be looked at by the experts and the legal professionals. Then the third part is causation. If there was a breach, did this breach cause the unfortunate outcome that we have now? What I'm trying to say is that if not for that breach, would this child have survived? We still cannot answer that part. Then the fourth aspect of it is, was there a harm? Of course, the loss of a child. So the 2 of these elements are obvious to us, but the other 2, we cannot really say what really happened.
Okay.
So I cannot categorically say that there was the negligence because I do not have all these facts.
All right, Dr.
at
Femi.
hand. Yeah.
All right, Dr. Femi, speaking about facts, from the news and information we got from the family members of Chimamanda Adichie, especially from the husband part of the family who reside here in Nigeria, she at some point did say that he was administered an overdose of a particular drug, and that was what actually caused the untimely death of this particular baby. Now, in your own term, you are saying you cannot categorically call it medical negligence. Would we say it's a case of medical error?
Okay, thank you very much once again. Yeah, we can say that there's likely an error if we have the report of the family, but we do not have anything yet from the hospital. I read their statement, but the statement was not detailed. So, if actually what has been put out there is authenticated, then we can say that there was an error. But errors, like I said earlier, are negligent. They are two different things. So if the child was overdosed, then there was an error. There was a medical error.
Okay. My next question will be, in the line of medicine, in the line of practice, shouldn't there be different procedures or different ways of administering medical administration for a child, a very small child, a toddler, as the case may be, a teenager, and an adult? Are there not supposed to be different methods? Because sometimes they will tell you when you buy some, or when a doctor recommend or prescribe some medication for you, they write it on it, adult so daily, 2 tablets daily, or stuffs like that. Aren't there supposed to be method or ways medically to care for a little child as young as 21 months? That child would have been 2 years in the next couple of months, I think by March or April thereabout. Aren't there supposed to be ways or procedures medically that you administer a drug for a child, a toddler, and an adult? Aren't there?
You are right. We put the age of the patient, the weight of the patient, and sometimes even the gender into perspective when giving medication. So any true doctor would consider those factors, because the medication you give to an adult is not the same. The amount of dose you give to an adult is not the same you give to a child. But there are some medicine that we call medicine with narrow therapeutic index, which simply means that their onset of action quite fast, and if anything goes wrong, it might be difficult for you to manage it. So with those kind of drugs, there are some things that you need to consider and to make sure they are on ground, things for resuscitation, and you should be able to escalate as soon as possible if anything happens when such medications are given. And this particular drug we are talking about is also one of those drugs with narrow therapeutic index, whereby too much or too small can cause something catastrophic.
Right, now let's talk about the aftermath of situations like this, because this is not the first time we're hearing cases of medical negligence, medical errors, patient safety happen in the country. In fact, one time, last year precisely, we saw one of the spokesperson to the former president of Nigeria, Muhammadu Buhari, the late Muhammadu Buhari, said that if he was treated in Nigeria, he would have died a long time ago. Now, brings us back to the issue of medical negligence. As regards the legal framework and provisions, policies governing and guiding the medical institution in Nigeria, how effective is it? Do we have those legal frameworks that get to govern how things are done, how the system works? Because there are those who would say, as of 2026, all of those frameworks and regulations are being outdated. And if we get to have a differentiation with how things are done in Nigeria and things are done in the UK or in Canada. It's completely different, where we have a situation where a medical practitioner gets to fault, and of course your licenses could be seized, or you might not even work forever and ever in the medical space. But here in Nigeria, we see cases of things just going the way they are and not having to hold people accountable. Can you run us through that?
Okay, thank you. You see, from the things you have just highlighted, it is obvious that the issue with the Nigeria health sector they are systemic issues, not necessarily an individual problem. Guidelines, protocols, audits, and the legal aspects of when things go wrong. You know, so these are systematic issues of which, if these things are in place, you have a specific guidelines, and these guidelines are followed to the letters, that these are the steps you take in managing this. And if you do not take this particular, if you do not follow this particular parts, then you know that if anything goes wrong, you are in for it. But we have situations whereby no standard protocols, even when you have protocols, they are not followed to the letters, or you have audits that are weak, or you have systems that you have legal systems that are not really perfect when it comes to issues like this. They tend to form the weakness that we see in the health sectors and every other sector in the country. So if these aspects of the weaknesses I've highlighted, if they can be fixed, we are definitely going to prevent such situations from happening in the future.
Right, just before you come on, I'd really love to find out, just a follow-up question. The situation going on now, take for instance, now you are in the UK, and over time in Nigeria, we've been hearing and having conversations regarding brain drain. Do you think that is part of the problem? Because you did say it's not a systematic problem. You said it's a systematic, not an individual problem. But don't you think medical schools, the medical profession should be held accountable? What kind of doctors and medical professionals are we churning out every single time from our medical institution? Because the case of you bringing in a child who was ill, critically ill, and then going out with a dead child is really alarming. A case of that particular medical practitioner leaving the child strolling and having overdose, and you say it's not an individual problem?
No, I'm not saying it's not. What I'm saying is that I'm looking at it in broad terms. Nigerian doctors are well trained and recognized as the best globally. You understand? What I'm saying is that if you look at these situations critically, you still end up realizing they are mainly systematic problems. For example, you say you go to a hospital, for example, and there is a single doctor that is supposed to attend to maybe 40 patients. It's not that this doctor is not efficient, but the system has made it in such a way that the doctor is overwhelmed. Doctor is tired. Of course, once you are tired, once you are overwhelmed, either physically, emotionally, you create room for errors, for medical errors. You know, we've heard of situations whereby people work for 24, 48 hours non-stop. That is creating opportunities for error. So, stress or work overload does not exempt you from facing consequences of error. But what I'm just trying to say is that if you look at it broadly, they are usually systematic errors by the time you look at the whole scenario in broad perspective.
Okay. Because the question I was about asking was along that line as well, but it seems like you've answered it, but maybe I will still ask a question that relates to it. Now, what happened in a private medical center in Lagos. And we see private medical centers as probably more a bit to an extent better in terms of care than the public hospital like the university teaching hospitals, the general hospitals. So in this at this juncture, can we now say the private health facilities or hospitals that are one of the best in Lagos, like they said, are now becoming also a death trap, like the public ones? Because we've seen a situation whereby people go to do surgery. I have had a conversation with someone who gave to birth through a CS, cesarean section. Part of the placenta was left in her womb. When she got home, she started bleeding profusely. She was returned back to another medical facility where they noticed that they did not evacuate part of the placenta from her tummy. And that was like after 2, 3, 4 days thereabout. It was almost rupturing, like you guys will use in the medical profession. So should we really now say whether the public or the private health facilities in Nigeria cannot, cannot be trusted anymore? Because if our lives are not safe medically, where else can our lives be safe? A little child who is just coming up, life just cut short because of, negligence on your part or an error, like you said. So, do we have faith both in the private or in the public health facilities?
Okay, first of all, I will start by saying that what makes hospital good is not if it is private or public. What actually should guide the decision of an individual, of the public, is staffing. You can have a big facility, but how many doctors are there? How many nurses are there? Is this hospital well equipped? So it is not the structure, it is not the name of the hospital that determines if it is effective. You have to look at those things. So the reason why one hospital escalated, I'm talking of why Atlantis escalated to Uracare, is because they felt, according to what we've seen online, that these particular procedures will be better handled by Uracare. We are talking of the lumbar puncture and the MRI. Both are private hospitals, but one escalated to the other. So we need to look at those things I've mentioned. So it's not whether private hospital is better or government hospital is better. The location also matters. There are some countries whereby public hospitals are, more equipped and, compared to the others. For example, in the United Kingdom, for example, when you look at the public health sector, it's way, people trust it even more than most of the private hospitals. So when making such decisions, you have to put all those things I've mentioned into perspective in deciding whether you go for the public or the private hospital.
Okay, so Dr. Femi, isn't it worrisome the state of the medical facility and healthcare facility in Nigeria, where every single time we get to see our president, the politicians fly out of the country every now and then to go seek medical health care in other parts of the world, and back here at home we are having a bit of sham. We're not, just as you said, it's a systematic problem. Isn't that worrisome? And what's the fate of an average Nigerian? How many persons can even afford to fly their relatives, their children abroad to seek proper medical care?
Nigerians, not just doctors, should start speaking up against such situation. A situation whereby the leaders of the country cannot themselves believe in the system, believe in the doctor to attend to their own health care. I feel it's high time we all have to speak up instead of leaving it to the National Association of Resident Doctors, Nigerian Medical Association, because most of the time, even some of these people can afford the best healthcare that they want. So an average Nigerian or the average Nigeria should start speaking up against this because it is not, it can be morally justified that the president, governors, senators, when they have headache, they take the next available flight and leave the country. It says a lot about the health care sector of that country. So a lot needs to be invested in it, in manpower, infrastructure, and every other aspect of the health sector of the country.
Okay, Dr. Femi, we're beginning to press for time. Let's begin to wrap up the conversation. Now, moving forward, because the families of the late young Nkanu, 21 months old, I said they want to press for charges, and definitely every parent that is in such a capacity of Chimamanda would definitely do that. Moving forward, what should be the response to issues like this? Because we're talking about this today. Even as we're talking about it, one could be happening somewhere that we may not know. That is just the truth. Medical negligence or error, like you said, because we know doctors are humans as well. They are not susceptible to fatigue. They can get tired, like you said, overwork, maybe brain drain, lack of staffs and all that. But moving forward, what do you think should be should I use the word repercussion now, or the penalty,
the consequences.
The consequences, thank you. The consequences for this action, whether by the medical doctor in charge, the hospital, and the health facility generally, that where this harm happened. Because through this, a trauma has been left in the life of the family, the father, the mother, the sibling, forever. You can't take away that trauma. It remains there. You now need a psychologist to come and be helping them, to get over it. I know the trauma I passed through when I lost 2 relatives in a year. Even up till now, it still comes up to me sometimes when I sit and think about it. What do you think should be the penalty to this, to the medical, the health facility, and the doctor in charge? Because I know you guys have your own code of conduct and the medical profession.
Of course, of course. We have the Medical Dental Council of Nigeria. So this particular case should be well investigated. It should be well investigated, and the necessary legal consequence should follow. It depends on, it ranges from if investigation is done and the hospital or the individual is found guilty, just like it is done in every other country, it can range from suspension to dismissal and to withdrawal of license. So this is how it is done in any civilized climate. I believe that Nigeria is also one of those countries whereby we do not joke with a case that is confirmed as a medical negligence. And it has been done in the past from suspension to suspension for a while, and it can also be dismissal. It can also be withdrawal of license if such a situation is confirmed according to the law.
Right. So before we leave the conversation, because it's an unending one, interestingly, as to when the situation happened in Lagos State, the National Association of Resident Doctors were getting ready to embark on strike, and it had to take the intervention of the vice president for them to shelve that strike. Last year, we saw them go on strike, and we've seen them going on strike several times, demanding for basic stuff like the welfare packages, more equipment in hospitals. And I feel it would be unfair if we do not talk about that before we leave the conversation here. So what would you say to the federal government as to avoid cases like this and ensure that the doctors being well taken care of, so to stop brain drain and to stop a lot of medical practitioners leaving the country every single time?
Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk about the welfare of the of doctors in Nigeria. To be honest with you, I'm a doctor. I'm a Nigerian doctor. I practice in a teaching hospital, and the push factor in the system is in such a way that you wake up every day thinking of how to live, because the remuneration is nothing to write home about. The safety of doctors, you can see one of our doctors was kidnapped and the younger brother was killed, the working environment is not conducive enough. So the government needs to focus on the health sector and make the work environment conducive and attractive. Most people who have left the country, they are willing to return if everything can, if not everything, at least the minimum can be provided for doctors. In terms of remuneration, when I was in medical school, a doctor, a house officer was earning approximately about $1,000. But now, even at the level of a consultant, I don't think you earn up to $500. So that alone is something to discourage people and cause the brain drain that we see in the country.
Okay, Dr. Femi, talking about in order for the doctors not to run. I hope you've not run away, because I know you're in Nigeria. You're a Nigerian doctor. So when I reached out to you, when you told me from the UK, I was like, Dr. Femi, UK.
I will leave.
I hope you're returning anytime soon. Thank you very much for your time. We really appreciate you. Like my colleague said, it's an unending conversation. So we'll continue to look into the medical issues on a daily basis, what the government should do, what the practitioners should do, what everybody, every hand must be on deck, because we're talking about lives of human beings and not lives of animals. Thank you very much, Dr. Femi Oluwole, for joining us. Dr. Femi Oluwole is a senior registrar in cardiology, trained Nigerian medical doctor. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for your time. All right, we'll take a break. TMIs continues shortly. Stay with us.
All right, you're still watching the program this morning on ITV. Back to Abuja Network studio. Earlier on, we told you that the FCT Secretariat, or the FCDA, as what is being known here in the city of Power, has been shut down by the unions, protesting issues that have to do with workers' welfare. This is not the first time we're seeing the office of the Honorable Minister being shut, or the minister locked outside his office. But I wouldn't be the one to spill the beans. I have someone who was there yesterday to enforce that very stay at home for workers of the FCDA, to tell us what is really happening and what's the way forward. I have the Vice President, Joint Union Action Congress, Comrade Isifanos Musa. A very good morning to you.
Good morning, sir.
I know that before you took the action yesterday,
yes, sir,
there must have been prior warnings or meetings with the FCT or FCDA management.
Sure.
Please take us through what led to yesterday's action by your union.
Yes, I have to start this way. I think since the inception of this administration, since when the minister came into FCT, things have been so bad, so bad. We've written a letter to him to see him as a union, because we are one of the stakeholders in the FCT administration, whether he likes it or not, to meet with him and tell him the problems of FCT staffs. As I'm talking to you, up to this hour, the minister has not even acknowledged our letter, talk more of calling us to meet. This is about 3 years now, going to 3 years. So many things have been going wrong. Since he came, our promotion issues was delayed. I believe you know, last year by June, we had a protest at the gate on the issue of delay of promotion, 2023, 2024, 2025, and now 2026. So when we did that protest, the management called us for a meeting, and they agreed on so many things. But the only thing we achieved was the 2023 promotion examination, which was done. The deputy directors were the one that did that promotion. And the 2024 was done just last November towards December. And the problem we have with that promotion was that things were not well with that promotion.
Okay, before we look at some of the issues which you are raising now, I want to take you back to your earlier comments.
Yes,
you've been trying to meet with the FCT
Yes.
minister. So many persons will see the minister as someone who has been very open to us here in the media. We see him virtually every day.
Yes.
He's doing commissioning or inaugurating projects.
Yes, sir.
He has been holding series of meetings in his office prior to this very action that was taken yesterday. So how come it's so difficult for union? I believe this, are also staff of the FCT.
Yeah, we are,
with
and we are the main stakeholders. FCT are very achieved today.
And we're standing on the road, hailing him
all
each time he's going up.
all the achievements the FCT minister is having today is because of the FCT staff. FCT staff are hard-working staffs, but we don't know his reasons. We have written severally. Let's just have some time with you. Let's tell you the problems. Because truly the management, the directors and the permanent secretary he has cannot tell him. They cannot tell him the real problems of FCT staff. But he ignores. So we don't really know what is happening. We have written severally to him. So what are
some of your...
You know when a child is beaten and you stop him from crying, definitely you know when the pains is severe, he will definitely cry.
Of course.
Yes.
So let's look at the issues. Take us through. What are
Yes.
some of the demands of the union?
Our number one demand is promotion. Promotion was written for 2024, last November, December, and there was a massive failure. Out of 100%, 2.2% pass. Please tell me, is that a pass or failure?
Was there no prior notice for them to prepare for the test?
It was, but we told them, this is the first time FCDA is conducting a CBT exams. This is the first time. So I believe you are conducting something for the first time. The staff should be prepared for that exams. We wrote to them and said, this is the first time. This is not anyhow agency, maybe an agency of 1,000 people or 500 people. We are about 31,000 staff in FCT. We have drivers, we have cleaners, we have what it is. FCT is just like a state.
Okay, you're going to take us through some of the department and agency that are affected by this strike. But let's see if we can get our guest who's joining us via Zoom. Is the convener, New Direction for Nigeria Movement, a civil society organization, Comrade Mark Adebayo. Very good morning to you.
Yeah, good morning. Top of the morning to you. Thank you for having me.
All right, I know you can hear me. Okay, let's understand your own side of what's happening in the FCT. Most persons have been singing praises of the minister looking at the infrastructural development, but the issue of staff welfare has been brought to the table again. I don't know if you share a different view from what comrades Isifanos have said so far. They've not been able to have access to the minister for the past 3 years, despite the fact that he has been very visible in executing projects in the FCT.
Well, thank you so much. You see, projects should be about the people, and especially the people that are making the work to go on. The minister alone cannot do all the things they are praising him to have been doing without the collaboration and cooperation and the sacrifices of the staff of the ministry. They are the ones that assist and help and support the minister to do all the things that he's doing. And these staff, these workers, deserve their good welfare. They deserve their good welfare, especially in a situation whereby the government has entered into an agreement with them, and they are supposed to fulfill those agreements. But that has not been happening in the FCT. It has always been controversy, and it's unfair. Are you hearing me?
Yes, go ahead. I can hear you.
So it is unfair. Every worker deserves his wages, not just wages, not just salaries, but adequate salaries and appreciation of what the workers are doing. It is not about building roads, building bridges. Yes, all those things are okay, but if every time, I think Minister Wike has been probably the most controversial FCT minister ever that we have had, and the workers are making demands. The government will promise them demands, but they will fail to keep their promises. The same thing with contractors, the same thing with other ancillary workers and the rest of that. You cannot praise a minister that is doing well when the people who are working either for him or who are working in the ministry are not happy with his performances. So every other thing falls down in the face of the fact that workers are complaining, contractors are complaining, everybody is complaining. Even we, the residents of Abuja, are complaining of insecurity. This one chance thing it has gone to epidemic proportions. People are being kidnapped right in the center of Abuja on a daily basis. Cars are being stolen on a daily basis. So the people that are praising the minister, yes, he's doing well in terms of infrastructural development, but the workers, the workers are not happy. Contractors are not happy. The citizens are not so happy because of insecurity. So the minister has a lot to do, and that is because he's too busy with politics of Rivers State than for him to concentrate very well on the welfare and the well-being of the citizens of the Federal Capital Territory and the workers thereof.
All right, let's come back to Stephanos, who is in the center of the whole hit now. You listen to Comrades Adebayo.
Yes.
I just mentioned, I think he told the same line with your Congress. Yes. And now let's go back to those issues. We are talking about the promotion text that was stagnated for some time. Apart from that, yesterday the special aide to the minister on the communication was saying that nobody is being owned up to December. He also got his salary. But are we talking about salaries, or what are your issues?
No, we are not talking about salary. With the salary, we are being paid. But the truth is that it's the condition of service. You understand? The essay to the minister on media, I won't blame him. He's doing his job for the minister. So you don't expect him to say otherwise. But the truth is that we've been having meetings, and then he's not there. All the meetings we had, and even yesterday, I did not see him there. So what he's saying, I believe he's just doing his job. So you don't expect him to just say whatever. He has to do his job as the essay to the minister. But the truth is that, sir, we are not fighting the minister. We are just asking him to do the needful, the right thing. The staff of FCT are suffering. We are the less paid. Go and check. You understand? And this issue of promotion is the only thing we have that will make us move forward. But somebody came, the FCT Service Commission came, and we were all happy about it. The staff, the progression of staff. But a man called the FCT Service Commission chairman is making the staff being frustrated. He doesn't even respect staff. This exam, even when they were conducted, they go to, what did they call it, civil service training school in Duse. That was where the exam was conducted. The light issue, the power was going off and on. You understand? The systems were not working. And then you said the exam should be written in that condition and people will pass? No. We wrote to them. We wrote to the commission. I also wrote to the FCT management, the minister and the head of service. We have a meeting, and then the head of service, she's trying. She's the mother. She tried. But you know, when you don't have power to act.
There are other issues also which your union is raising. Extension of those who are due for retirement.
Yes, we have so many of them. We have, like, for now, we have 3. We have the director of procurement. I think last year we picketed his office. And we had they called us for a meeting. We have some understanding. And I believe the understanding up till now, they have not fulfilled their own part.
Part of the understanding was to allow him remain in office
for 6 months.
For 6 months.
And then they did some opening. Because if you go to FCT now, formally it used to be that all the SDS have their procurement directors that they do their own procurement. But now it's central.
Okay. All right, let's get Comrade Adebayo, who is a resident of the FCT. I want to know from Comrade, if you can hear me, what will be the impact of this on FCT residents? I know we have agencies under the FCDA, especially the Abuja Environmental Protection Board. If you go through the streets of Abuja, you see the mess everywhere. Most persons will tell you, like, look, the Environmental Protection Board is not working. Tell us, apart from insecurity, which you earlier mentioned, what are some of the effects, or what will be the resultant effects of this strike on FCT, especially those who are residents here?
For me, let me first deal with the issue of labor issue there, because the only language that the government understands is when workers go on strike or they go on protest or they do one of those things. The government will never listen to workers if they continue to be reasonable with the government, if they continue to dialogue with government without taking proactive action in the areas of maybe strike or picketing or doing protest. Now, on the issue of Abuja, Abuja, everybody knows that Abuja is dirty, but the problem we have is the problem of denial. Ask the minister today, put it to the minister. Even I've watched in some of his, his many media chats that, journalists have asked him about, and they have mentioned places. They have mentioned places in Wute, they have mentioned places in even in Maitama, they have mentioned places all over in the central area, they have mentioned places everywhere. And the journalist pointedly asked the minister what he was doing about all these things. He said, no, where is dirty in Abuja. The same way he denied insecurity in Abuja. No, Abuja is a wonderful place, wonderful city. But it needs better management. Like I did say the other time, yes, you might say you are doing roads, you are doing bridges, you are doing all those things, but you need to keep the city clean and safe. Those two elements are not there. And now to add to it, the workers are not happy. The workers are not happy. So how can the residents and the citizens be happy if the workers are not happy, if contractors are not happy, if the citizens are not safe, if the city is not clean? The minister should pay attention to the most important things. But like I did say the other time, he is too distracted to want to be able to concentrate on the welfare of workers and the safety of citizens of the FCT. So why? Because this Rivers politics is taking too much, probably 90% of his time. And I think the minister needs to concentrate on the work, on the job at hand now. The job at hand, for which he was sworn in to take care of, is the Federal Capital Territory of Nigeria, for him to maintain, for him to manage, for him to keep safe, for him to keep clean. He should do that. He should do that. If he's able to sit on that seat and listen to the workers and listen to the citizens and listen to public opinions, Minister Wike is a wonderful minister. Everybody knows, even the president confirmed that he's a very hard-working person. But working hard in what direction? Working hard in what direction? If the workers are complaining, if the citizens are complaining, if contractors are complaining, okay, in what areas is he working? In what area is he working so hard? Is he only working hard to please foreign contractors? I mean, this is not, it's not fair, sincerely.
Okay. Let's hold your thoughts there, Adebayo. I know you're worried about the situation, but let's come back to Comrade in the studio. Like he mentioned, we are not talking politics here. Wike,
I'm a civil servant.
Yes, you're a civil servant.
Yeah.
So now, let's come back to, I earlier asked you, the agencies, departments affected.
Yeah.
We are talking about residents of the FCT.
Yeah.
We know we have schools under the FCDA also. Are they shut down too? Because we know we have children that just resume for school. No compassion for parents who just, after spending so much for the celebration, sending back their kids to school, and now they are being returned back home.
Yes, it was supposed to be a total shutdown of FCT workforce. As you can see, you see that there is a total compliance. That is to tell you that the FCT staff are very angry.
To the area councils?
No, the area council are not under the FCT. They are under, but their salary don't come from the FCT. They belong to area council, so the chairman take care of them. But what we're talking is like the secondary school. You know, we have the NUT there, and most of the NUT teachers are primary school teachers. The leadership of NUT are from primary school. So we have some secondary school teachers. And we have another union under the secondary school called ASUS. So those that belongs to ASUS belongs to us. The NUT, you know, in everything there must be a propaganda. There are people that will want to fight back. So the NUT is really not with us, and we don't have time with them because they are under the area, as though we have some secondary school teachers that are under them. So we really are not enforcing the secondary school because they are schools. But the real critical places that we know that will affect the FCT
let's know them, because
yes, you see,
for instance,
you see like the FCDA, the secretariat. You know, you saw what happened yesterday. I don't know that you were there.
Of course,
you understand? The place was totally shut down. We have agencies like Abuja Environmental Protection Board that you have talked about. We have Water Board. We have hospital. We have the hospital. We have the Hospital Management Board. We have the Hospital Management Board. We have places like the Abuja Metropolitan Management Council, which they have Department of Development Control there, the Parks and Recreation, the Primary Health Care, you understand, so many agencies that are under the FCT administration. The AGs, the Land Department, FCDA Engineering Department, all we have shut down. And I believe you have seen the pictures. Everywhere is shut down.
So what are we expecting? Are we going to
What we are
see probably
expecting,
a retrieval of
yes,
the
as
action?
we said, we are not fighting the FCT minister or the administration. Where we are asking for is for the minister to listen. He's a father. About 6 months ago, we had a protest, and some of these things were said. At least we should not be doing this now. But we are forced to do it. You see, like leaders, what the stars of FCT are thinking, maybe there is something we have with the management, and we're not telling them. You understand? So we are forced to go on this strike. If not so, there's no need. We've been meeting with the management, and the minister has never, the minister has never deemed it fit to say, okay, my children, come, what is your problem? Even this issue of promotion, I was telling you, but we have these threshold issues. Do you know that if it were before, we don't even need to meet the minister. The permanent secretaries were doing fine. At least we can meet them and some of our issues will be resolved. But now the permanent secretaries cannot, I don't think they can even talk to the minister. They cannot tell him our problems. So I think we, the staff of FCT, should be able to tell the minister, this is our problem, this is our, and I believe with the minister we have, when he came, we were happy. You understand? Should be able to say, okay, go and do this, go and this, and that is all we want.
Oh, okay.
If the minister can call us today.
Even if he's not going to meet all your demands.
Yes.
All
But
right,
he should call us today and tell us, go and do this immediately. We are humans, definitely.
So let's know if Comrade Adebayo shares in your thoughts this time. The minister should, the demands, it might not get 100%, but at least
definitely,
something
nobody gets 100%.
Allow you guys to reopen
yes.
most of the agencies that are shut down. Comrade, can you hear me? I think this will be your final thoughts on the program. Tell us, what do you think the union should be doing now? What should they be pushing? Definitely, like you had him, the minister must not do everything. What do you think they should be pushing for? So we have most of the agencies reopen, especially, you confirmed it, the Abuja is very dirty, and we cannot allow the city center to remain dirty, the city of power.
You see, the last information given by my colleague in the studio there, it makes me really sad. When he announced that the minister has never deemed it fit to even call them for, a kind of dialogue or conversation. And we know that, all of us know that the buck stops at his table. There is nobody in public office or a candidate running for an office or somebody responsible that you have crisis under your organization over which you preside or that you superintend, and then you do not call the parties together to have a conversation with them with a view to finding solution to the issue. Anybody like that cannot claim to be a good leader. You cannot hear that there's a crisis in an organization over which you preside or that you are involved in as a leader, and then you do nothing about it, and you don't call the parties together to resolve the issues. Then that is not a leader. That is not someone who can lead an agency or lead a ministry or even lead the country. Anybody like that, because I mean, he has been calling him their father. Which father that there is crisis, there's commotion among his children in the house, we keep quiet as if he's unconcerned and begin to play sit down look? What kind of father is that? I have serious problem with that kind of attitude. That a leader will not deem it fit that let me call my children for conversation, for dialogue, and for resolution. Without dialogue, there cannot be resolution. Any leader who ignores crisis under his own rules is not fit to be a leader. Is not fit to lead anybody. That is something we have to get clear. This thing has been a perennial issue, and I think the minister should find the grace to settle this once and for all. Call the labor unions, call the workers, call everybody who has been agitating against some of the things you are doing and resolve these issues. And if we just for a moment leave Rivers State alone, leave Fubara alone, and concentrate where his assignment is. He will be able to solve these things. Minister Wike is a very intelligent human being. He's a very intelligent human being. He knows what to do to resolve these issues. And he knows that what the workers are fighting for is a just cause. And everybody here knows that they are fighting for a just cause. And he should play the role of the father that they are calling him. That is my biggest advice for him. The only way to resolve this is for the minister, for the government, to meet the workers midway. Meet them midway. Workers are very reasonable. It is last resort when they have done every other thing that they resort to strikes, that they resort to picketing. That is, nobody wants to shut down the city. It's not in their interest to shut down the city. They live here, they work here, their families are here in the Federal Capital Territory. But when they are pushed to the wall, and when push comes to shove, the only thing they can resort to is to go on strike, to shut down the system, so that the government can pay attention. So Minister Wike has to climb down from that high horse and meet the workers at the middle level. Dialogue is extremely important. Communication is, even the family, communication is number 1 tool. The minister, whatever the directors do with the worker, whatever agreement they reach, the boss stop at the table. So he should just cut the red tape. Let's cut all the red tapes and let him meet with the workers so that they can resolve this crisis. It is the city that is suffering. It is the residents that are suffering.
Comrade Mark Adebayo, thank you so much for your insight this morning. I thank you so much for giving us your own side of this very disturbing issue. I have to put it that way because we don't expect the City of Power to be shut down simply because of our welfare. The president is just a tenant here for the FCT, so he should be able to intervene in this issue. Thank you so much, Comrade Mark Adebayo, the convener, New Direction for Nigeria Movement. It's a delight to have you join us on the program.
Thank you so much.
All right, we are winding up now.
Yes, sir.
Most persons will want to know, is this an indefinite shutdown, or we expect to see you soft feathers anytime soon, even if the minister does not, like you said, pay listening ears. Just like Comrade Adebayo said, the minister must meet with the union for you people to talk.
For now, sir, this is an indefinite strike. But, as I said, the strike can be called off today if only there is a good intention. These issues are not issues he cannot do. You understand? As I was telling you, the chairman of this FCT Service Commission is a problem, and we are asking for him to be sacked. You understand? Because he's not even an administrator. He's not even supposed to be there. Someone that if you're staff, you're my boss, and I will come to you and you shout on me, then you're not fit to be my boss. He conducted an exam that so many people failed, and he will stay there and be happy and eat. Seriously, it's a very serious thing. So what we are saying, if the management can meet our needs, not all, let's say 50% to 60%, definitely we'll come back to the round table and then call off this strike.
And I believe they are listening to you, and
yes,
will definitely do what is right. Thank you so much,
Thank you, sir.
Comrade Isifanos Musa. He
Yes,
is the Vice President of
the Joint
Union Action Congress. Sometimes you hear them Action Committee, but they are a body fighting for the welfare of the FCT workers, especially those under the FCDA. Thank you again for being on the program.
I appreciate it.
All right, we'll take a quick break, and when we return, we'll be joining our Lagos studio for the continuation of the program this morning on Night TV.
Many thanks for joining our Lagos Network studio this beautiful morning on the continuation on CMI, your current news program. I am Mercy Lina, and I have Wilson Amashan here with me. Hello, Wilson.
Well, Mercy, it's high time we started talking about politics again on today's edition of This Morning on ITV. Abuja talked about the strike, and of course, Benin was on health. I thought we should just give a short or two at politics, and in order to talk about the 2027 bid of Mr. President. A source of distraction, source of encouragement, I don't know. Anyway, we have Honorable Etiosa Igebo joining us virtually all the way from Benin City, Edo State Nigerian entrepreneur, and an APC chieftain. Honorable, it's a pleasure to have you join us this morning. Good morning. Good morning to you, Wilson. Good morning, viewers. All right, Mercy, I think you take the first shot at him.
Yeah, Honorable, good morning. Thank you so much for joining. Today we're going to be talking about the Tinubu's 2027 re-election bid, a distraction to governance. We all know that campaigning has not yet started, but a lot of persons are saying campaigning already for the president. And also we saw a group that came out, you know, to say the network capacity building for Nigeria, who announced plans to mobilize over 72 million members nationwide in support of the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu 2027 re-election bid. And it has got a lot of people talking. I mean, some critics, some citizens, some opposition party like the ADC, you know, they're saying at this point that, is this what we need recently, I mean, currently in this country? Because we need to be focusing on what has been happening in the country, not starting campaigning. And it is also against, you know, the law. You need to start campaigning like 150 days to election, but a lot of persons have been campaigning and you know, supporting the current president. Honorable, this beautiful morning I want to ask this question: should Nigerians be talking about 2027 now, or should the focus strictly remain on governance and delivery?
Well, thank you very much for the question. I think that whatever affects Nigerians affects everybody, including those that are politicking and those who questions why politicking should be happening now. It affects you and it also affects me, wherever we are, because we're under the umbrella of what exists in this country. However, I would say that there's an argument for and against of the point of view as to why such activities should be taking place now. Well, they always say what is good for the goose is good for the gander, what they say. And if there are areas of errors, maybe, for example, they say there's a distraction. Ordinarily, governance is an institution whereby politics, administration, and social activities makes up the idea of governance. But because our system doesn't run adequately enough, people who obviously work on strategy to lure you into having a conversation along those lines will also turn around and query that same action of yours, just to kind of like justify the reasons why they think you shouldn't be suitable for the office you're occupying. So, however, if you ask me from a layman's point of view, I would say yes to an extent because of the way our system runs. Maybe, for example, you have a head of an establishment leaves or travel abroad, things starts to slow down because the people there don't make decisions because they don't allow the system to flourish. On that note, I would agree to an extent that it may have some impact on governance. Maybe it's a certain percentage. But at the same time, I will also say if our country needs to wake up, governance is not about one person. Maybe they talk about the president and the agency criticizes him, that if he's distracted and they're talking about re-electing him, it's abandoning governance. Yes, they have made a point, but they themselves also triggers that reaction because if, for example, I'll take one of the popular candidates or a known candidate in any of the parties not come out to get engaged in social activities, reaching out to schools or maybe hospitals or social vice or reacting to certain things that will give the government a bad image. I don't think there will be people within the space who believe in this government that will come up and challenge the position of why they shouldn't speak for the government. President Tinubu on his own is not campaigning at the moment, but there are people who are. So with the way our country is designed, I would say yes, it could lead to some level of distraction, but I don't think it's something that we cannot correct because the everyday working life has people that are not involved in politics, and I would expect them to be able to manage governance because governance are driven by policies, which the president himself does not necessarily, manage or oversee outside the aspect of managing the entire country as it is.
All right, thank you so much, Honorable. Well, like what you said, it's like a slight distraction, so to speak. Some pundits are of the opinion that this might just be an act of fear that is giving rise to this particular desperation? After all, this has been ongoing for like a minute after he won the election. Few months after, not even up to a year, you get to see one or two persons campaigning for Mr. President vigorously. Can this be traced to fear, or will I say desperation?
Well, as much as I appreciate that we're all both from different backgrounds, you're into journalism, you have your source of information, so you have your area of everyday contact with people that you think that you relate with. I myself, who's also in the business environment, interfacing with people on a daily basis and actively involved, politics will look at things from a different angle. So either way, the both of us will see things slightly different, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the way you see it and the way I'll see it is wrong. Well, desperation or maybe fear. I don't personally think that a genuine and a grassrooted politician like that of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who has been in the industry for more than 3 to 4 decades, will not say fear, especially with the kind of message or the slogan of saying that we are not running a one-party state. He's been working, he's been doing what he can to change the narrative in terms of bringing in the fiscal and monetary policy. He understands from the point of administration and politics what is genuinely going on. If you speak to me as an ordinary Nigerian, I may want to share the view that maybe the president is scared or he has fear or whatever. But if I'm speaking as a politician, I will tell you from what I know and how these things work that he almost doesn't even have a legitimate challenger to an extent because of the way the politics is played. For instance, the president will look at the opposition, why he will not nurse fear and say, well, are they really coming together the way they should? And for example, who's going to bear the ticket, for instance, in the opposition party, the much bigger coalition? Who amongst them will settle down or step down for the right person to come on board? Would they get up and bring a completely neutral young person to challenge him, which could bring him fear? No, they will not. And he has experience with these people as politicians. He practically do things magical. Opposition, but I think he will be cautious of it, but at the time continue to work towards a strategy that will make him get re-elected in the most acceptable way. Before he became president, it was a strategist, political strategist. He built people. He's not everywhere, but he has people who are genuinely grassroots politicians who understand what it takes to manage people and galvanize people to vote. And now that he's president, I'm sure you agree with me that he has a better view, better eye view of the country and the area he needs to work in. And I think it is the opposition that is working from the blind spot while he's sitting there as the president of the country, doing what he needs to do to have a fair play sort of in the space. I don't necessarily believe that such a grassroots experienced politician will be afraid of people who we've known from history. Even some common people will tell you, well, this man may not step down for this and this one will not step down for that. When you don't have that cohesion, it is usually very difficult to create fear for a sitting president.
All right, that's a good one, Honorable Etienne. So at this point, don't you think early endorsements and rallies send a wrong message to Nigerians battling economic hardship at this point?
Yes, I agree. It does send the wrong message. You know, sometimes they say you can force a horse to the river, but you can't force a horse to drink water. Remember, politics has different elements to it. It has people who are very kinetic on the streets. It has people who are very educated, professors, PhD holders. It has people who are maybe journalists, who may tactically feel partisan, but as a professional, will not show it. What I'm trying to say is you have people of different background, of different experience and different work ethics coming together to push a single a series, an idea in series to achieve an aim. You will have some of them drift away. These people that sometimes goes about speaking on the president re-elections that will create this sort of concerns for you and I, because we know whether the country works or not, or it works for the good or bad, we becomes a victim, whether you're a member of a political party or not. Why these things happens is that because the country is big and people are difficult to predict, some members of the parties or some artisans or people who just like presidents can decide to do things without getting permission. I believe if they ask the president, I want to do this, he may tell them, look at the rules of engagement. But sometimes you, like I said, you force a horse to the river, you can't force them to drink water. People do those things, and it does actually genuinely create that fear and concern and anxiety in some aspect. People get upset. Why are these people talking about re-election when we're actually struggling?
Well, it seems as if we are having some technical issue. If we're able to re-establish contact with Honorable Tiosa Igebo, definitely you're going to hear some analysis on this particular issue, because Pony have been talking about this, this early electioneering or campaigning for Mr. President. But right now we want to go for a break. When we return, we will continue with this discussion. Don't go away. Thank you so much for staying till you just joined us. This is TMI from our Lagos Network Center. Join us virtually from Benin City, Edo State, Nigeria. He is an APC chieftain, Honorable Etiosa Igebo. Now let's take a look at this situation, Honorable. Some of the opinion that this is like a massive waste of taxpayers' money. After all, it takes huge finances to organize this group. It takes huge finances to, talk about this 70 million man march in solidarity of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. That's what they're proposing right now. And you get to see state governors using taxpayers' money for this kind of a venture. Now, what's your view on the wastage right now, in quote, of taxpayers' money for this particular purpose?
Well, Wilson, thank you very much for the question. I wouldn't want to agree with you that the governors are spending taxpayers' money, because it's difficult to prove that. However, that is the insinuation because of the kind of country we find ourselves. Many people would believe that if a governor is in office and is serving, and it's organized rallies, whichever way or form, he must have been spending taxpayers' money. That is an assumption most of the times. I'm not saying that you can completely rule it out, but at the same time, something that you cannot legally prove, sometimes we can, apply caution. However, a distraction and way it ought to be in the country. The money that these people are spending to mobilize 70 million people, if you like, is, I wouldn't say, I'll say maybe this is where they got the money from. And one thing that is very funny about our society now is that when we talk politics, we talk money. But remember, a lot of people vote for you if they believe in you without asking for money. At the same time, a lot of people in this modern day and age will turn around and believe that for you to play politics, you need to have a lot of money. In those days, from the time of June 12, you don't need much money for people to vote for you. So the impression that maybe mobilizing 70 million people in unionism has to do with bringing that money may not necessarily be the case. Yes, I know money is spent, but you can actually go and cast a vote without asking for money. So I think these are some of the narrative that you and I becomes a victim of, because you are interpreting it the way you understand it. And I know in the political space, they do really spend money. However, we need to go back to a point whereby you don't necessarily have to rely on money, but you search for integrity and the people with the capacity to do the job. For example, you are a journalist. It is your job. It is what you do. You understand the ethics of the industry. You know things you will say and not say the fines of that. So it is an industry that somebody is in, that you become good at what you do. So I think people should embrace the idea of, yes, even if you want to accept more lobby, or let me put it that way, from people, the core values of your political survival and the existence of economic stability should not be based on spending money to put somebody there who may end up not listening to you when you get there. So I think this is something we need to really go back to the many eras before, where people would do elections, they will vote, they will transport result, nobody will interfere with it. And unfortunately, you and I were a victim of that. We're trying to have clarity as to why, whenever political activity is going on, money must have been spent in such a huge way, which ordinarily should have been like that. I'm a politician that believes that when you spend money, it is because most of the time you want to correct certain things by doing things the way they are now. Or maybe because you understand that you've not done well, the only way for you to get through is to let people suffer, implement bad policies. When election time comes, all the money that you amass, you bring it out to buy people's conscience. We must grow as a country. I think this sort of things is stuff we need to talk about so that we enlighten ourselves about it and we can make the necessary correction. Because a good governance for Nigeria is good for everybody.
All right, let's talk about INEC. You know, INEC has currently warned against premature campaigning, and those people know that it is against the law. What do you think that the fact that they know that premature campaigning is against the law and they're still campaigning at this point? Are current activities violating electoral laws at this point? Honorable
Yes, I do. I'll share your views. The question you asked is a very intelligent question. Yes, in Nigeria, we do things just for the sake of doing it. Most of the time when I speak, I will refer to the more first world countries and how things are done, how you don't get away with committing the slightest offense and without being questioned. But, you know, it comes back to the way things are done in this country. Nigeria has embraced a peculiar behavioral pattern towards ignoring and disrespecting the rule of law. What is in the part of government, on the part of the civil service, on the part of every man, even with the just look from the not so much, is because sometimes you may smack a kid, but the reason for smacking that kid may not be wrong. You know, smacking the kid may be wrong, but the reasons why you would have smacked that kid, when you explain it, people say, well, I think the kid deserves another smack. So what I'm trying to say in a nutshell is that this is something that we are caught up in across board in Nigeria. It's not just with people not listening or following the rules. It is difficult to follow the rules, but if you follow the rules, you can pretty much exist everywhere. Even in the most advanced world, they also bend the rules as well. But the question is, how much of that percentage of the bending of the rules do they engage with? I'll give you an instance. The Princess Diana was killed in France. Up to this day, they never found out what killed her. A lot of people question, how is that even possible? Whereas the same establishment can go to a country, mimic a crime scene, and figure out the closest possible cause of death. So when you look at these things, it becomes human. And it will drag us for too long not to agree that this thing is creating problems, and it will also continue to get us to ponder and wonder and disagree or agree if we do not accept the fact that we need to change the way we do things across different aspects in this country. And yes, I share your views that people flout that rules, and I don't think they're going to stop until there's a real, formidable reasons why everybody comes together and say we need to get it right, we need to do it right, and then hopefully those things will start changing.
All right, so like what you said, those things will start changing about following the rules. Some of the opinion that, Mr. President have been quiet about this. I've seen so many governors broken INEC's rule in regards to campaign. He didn't say anything about it, and the popular urge, silence the same means consent. Would you want to say that Mr. President is in support of this particular floundering, so to speak, of INEC's rule when you talk about electionary campaigns?
Well, for me, if you were in Mr. President's shoes, I'm an admirer of the president. I worked hard for him. I remember us putting a team together for 3 to 4 years before he's even contesting to win the candidate of the party with Luremi Omowaye, the then Commissioner of Works in Osun. What with the Mr. President situation, he's the president of the country. This is the only country that you find people just set up things and get insecurity to strive and come out and use that to attack the president. That, oh, look at this area, people are dying, you're not doing anything. And this thing always happens. These things always happens whenever election is coming closer. You see these other players in the political space keeping quiet for many, many years. And by the time election is getting nearer, they start to incite things that will make gullible Nigeria feel angry by the current government. I wouldn't necessarily say the president is quiet because the country, and the president is dealing with enormous challenges he met on ground. And I believe there are lots of progress being made, especially in the areas, for instance, I take the deep sea port, I take the issues of insecurity, the progress that has been made recently. I talk about the aspect of governance, the shortfalls in revenue generation, the shortfalls in terms of capital funding projects in Nigeria. If you haven't gotten into an office, you may not understand how deep and difficult it is. So maybe to attract the president's attention towards such keeping quiet for a governor who is in his state, who wants to organize and support the president, it may be a little bit unfair to the president. Don't you never forget it. Some of the governors has never gotten it this good. They will tell you that they are getting a lot of financial support because of the removal of subsidy, which means they are not borrowing. They're actually being able to pay salaries, do capital projects, take care of a lot of insecurity problems in their state, because the president has deemed it fit to work out ways to increase their allocation. Through the appreciation, some of them can go about speaking on the president to say, look, if we can support this man and for these things to be sustained for a longer period of time, I think in the long run it's going to work for us. So you don't expect the president to come out and counter such a person. Put yourself or myself or anybody else on that shoes to assume that somebody is giving you a color for doing the right thing, when there are elements in this country that also strive in misinformation. They will see the truth, they will bend it. The president is doing well, they will tell he's not doing well. So we're all victims of materialism. So this aspect of it would not enable me to perhaps agree to say, well, the president is quiet on this because of that. Because it's not just about the president alone, it's about the other players who are doing things that is not very palatable. And unfortunately, like I keep saying, this is the way this country runs. And we all need to really change our approach and attitude. And if the president is quiet over such things, you can't blame him. Because somebody that is trying to do the right thing, they can turn it around. You do 10 good things. One goes wrong, they will amplify it. They will lie behind it. They will tell you all kinds of things. But at the same time, they know that you're actually doing well.
All right, Honorable Etionse, at this point, Nigerians need clarity. I mean, our presidents, the governors, they are there to serve the people, yeah? How can Nigerians at this point distinguish between governance, communication, and political campaigning at this point?
Thank you very much. That's a very interesting, very sound question. I think what the Nigerians needs to do is we need to verify and double-check informations more. With all due respect to Nigerians who are victims, I've never for once complained or quarreled with Nigerians for reacting the way they are reacting, because you know why? They say governance is by example. But one thing is that we're all part of governance. And because the previous processes before now has let us down in the aspect to do with governance, Nigerians, with all due respect, usually feels bad about the sort of services they get from their government. I think Nigerians should, at this point, look at the Freedom of Information Act, dig deep into opening their books and understanding how governance run. There are certain information that they are privy to. There are certain information by law that they can actually get. They can go around making inquiries, more inquiries, interfacing with government agencies on the Freedom of Information Act so that they can understand the efforts and the direction of government rather than looking at things generically and following critics who may mislead them just to score cheap points. At this point, what Nigerians should do, we need to do more of research. Sit back, gather your information. I mean the right information. Look at government establishment and bodies. Look at working with NGOs. There are a lot of NGOs in this country who has a lot of information on how the country is working. They can use those information to build a much stronger and better opinion so that when we criticize effectively so that the government themselves will realize that in this area we're not doing well, maybe we need to do it in a different way for the betterment of everybody. I think they say this regular saying that if you want to have something away from a black man, put it inside a book. I don't think we're the kind of black people like Nigeria who are not very smart people. We need to read books, I know, but we are naturally very intelligent people. But if we know the right channels to get information, we tend to be very relaxed and want to work towards it. I have that experience during campaigning, during election. When you tell people this is how it is, go and verify it. They'll say, really? I didn't understand it was like that. So I think our people need to do more on getting the areas and channels to get the right information. Don't be scared. Freedom of Information Bill. You can get information. And you can go to parastatals, you can go to government, you can work with NGOs, you can work with artisans and socialites to get those information so that you can build a better opinion.
All right, thank you so much, Honorable Echosa, because the time stipulated for this interview has abruptly come to an end, so we have to really call it to wrap right now. Thank you so much for being a part of it. Well, you've heard him. You know, informing the populace is one thing that everyone should learn to do, but come on, think about it, Mercy. A crime is a crime. You flaunt INEC's rule. Someone needs to do something about it. 150 days, that was stipulated time, but right now, you're doing it before that time. That's like, you know, a breach, a total breach or complete breach on that particular rule when you talk about electioneering. Okay, we now move over to our Benin Network Center for the continuation of this morning.
Good morning. This is TMI Socials, and I am Anuluakbo Stevens. So better still call me your social media butterfly. Now today we begin in Lagos State, where we saw a trending video of a diesel-laden tanker yesterday overturned on Liverpool Bridge, Tin Can, Apapa, Lagos, triggering a scramble by residents and passengers who scooped the inflammable product under the bridge. Now, eyewitnesses said the tanker tipped over during rush hour in the morning before the arrival of traffic management officials. Footage showed residents with jerry cans, containers of various sizes, packing the diesel despite obvious danger. Now let's take a look. How did you take this online? Let's go over to tweets and reactions gathering on social media. We'll start off with this user who wrote, let's see what we have. This one on X says, in big 2026, some folks still don't know the dangers of scooping fuel from the ground. If this happened on the North now, I would have said it's because of lack of education. But now Lagos, it happened. I weep for this nation. Another user on X also reacting to this viral video says, unbelievable. People risking their lives just to grab some fuel. Some things aren't worth it at all. Absolutely. Now, this user on X has something different to say. This one says, where is the emergency team? Where is ambulance and fire services? Where is the police? Where is the paramedics? Where is the rescue team? Where is the safety measures? Where are those indications and services associated with big functioning cities within functioning and responsible government? All I see here, evidence of a evidence of poverty. Interesting. Now, away from that, we move over to Kaduna State, where we saw in the news, allegedly, that in a daring attack on Sunday, a gang of bandits struck multiple churches in Karim Wali area of Kajuru local government in Kaduna State, abducting over 100 worshippers during ongoing services. A source with family members among the victims said that assailants stormed the churches, forcefully taking congregants. Now, reports indicate that around 10 people considered vulnerable were released by the attackers. Authorities and security agencies in the area have been notified, and of course, further details would come up subsequently. But this morning, on the front pages of the newspaper, we saw the government saying it is not true. We also saw the police in Kaduna State debunking this news. But how do social media users take this online? We move over to a couple of reactions, and we start off with this one who says, banditry in Nigeria stems from poverty, results worse an elite political thuggery than proven grand Islamization plot, despite persistent claims and Sharia in 12 northern states. Already, another user on X says the government is engaging lobbyists in millions of dollars but can't face the existential threat against Christians fair and square. You just know they have, okay, oh well, that's your own opinion to this one. But away from that, let's have another reaction on this news. This user says, so they are no longer Christians anymore. You're now calling them church goers. Now, finally, on this story, this user wrote, unbelievable. Where is the Minister of Defense? This is happening right in his backyard. Now, away from that, hashtag Malami still trending on the social media street, as yesterday we saw that the former Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, has been taken into custody again by the Department of State Services, DSS. Now, DSS officials took the former minister shortly after he left Kuje prison following the completion of his bail conditions. Report has it that the former Attorney General is facing a fresh probe by the secret police. Let's have a feel on when he was returning back to the prison. Take a look.
Who is your guy among you? Can I see your ID card to be sure?
This is basically a clear case of power is transient. Trust social media users, netizens online to react to this. Let's have a couple of tweets and feel from our social media streets. Now this one says, if Malami is not in the opposition ADC, he's not planning to become governor of his state and not opposed to the Tinubu presidency right from time. Would they have been doing this to him? We are too invested in selective justice in Nigeria, and the idea of state actors to be using instruments of the state to witch hunt opposition leaders must stop forthwith. Now, another user on Instagram, Culture Josh, says, where did he get the 500 million naira bill from? Good question. Now, finally, on this story, this user wrote, once he joins APC, his sins will be forgiven. If you know, you know. Now, back in the Lagos State, over the weekend, we saw a viral video where we saw a pandemic, panic actually among the residents of Odo Kekere community in Ikorodu area of Lagos State. Now, following a building collapse in a local public school. So the incident actually happened on Thursday evening after school hours sent fear into residents in nearby buildings who were jostled by a thunderous sound. But thankfully, there was no casualties as of the time of this collapse. Well, have a feel of what went on in Lagos State.
This is Odo Kekere High School at Ikorodu. School collapse. Why they are receiving lecture in the class. But we thank God nothing happened. And the funniest part is that the school authorities, they are shouting for people not to video. And is this still not worth videoing? Because a lot of things will have happened to those children, if not because they are smart enough to quickly escape to rescue themselves. Because
well, shout out to that reporter there. How did you take this online? Let's have a couple of tweets. Now, also to let you know that the Lagos State Government Special Committee on Rehabilitation of Public Schools, while confirming the collapse, said the affected building was a classroom block in a bungalow. Now, moving over to social media for a couple of reactions. This one on Instagram says, school authority asking not to video. Now, I understand why a lot happened in this country and Nigerian news will not carry, but we see content creators passing the message up till date. Nigeria, Lagos State have not said anything about the Great Niger building. Another user reacting to this viral video wrote on Instagram, Peter Obi did not build new schools in Anambra because what we needed was to pull down the dilapidated structures in the existing ones and build new structures for them. Now, finally, on TMI Socials this morning, moving over to entertainment news, rather on a sad note, as the Ogun State Police Command says it has commenced investigations into the death of Adeshino Afiz, a 22-year-old singer popularly known as Destiny Boy. This was disclosed in a statement issued in Abeokuta, the state capital, by the command's public relations officer Olusheyi Babasheyi. The police spokesperson said the case has been transferred to the State Criminal Investigation Department Homicide Section for a detailed investigation. He also confirmed that a suspect has been arrested in connection with the incident and is currently in custody while investigations continue. May his soul get to rest in peace. Amen. Can we have one reaction to this, or even not two? Well, this user says once someone dies, different stories will start coming out. Omo, and all you do is stay alive. Rest on Destiny Boy. Well, rest in peace. Amen. And now that's how we get to wrap up TMI Socials this morning. Big shout out to you for being a part of the show. I am Anuluwapo Stevens. And from all of us on This Morning on ITV, Lagos, Benin, and Abuja, have yourself a great day, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
This is Anegbete community situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set roll out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin aqua seed. Ayo or aqua game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
Oṣòdì aṣáájú ẹ̀ ọbẹ̀ ẹ̀dọ́pẹ́ ẹ̀. Àyàbá sọ́kì ẹ̀ ọbẹ̀ ẹ̀dọ́pẹ́ ẹ̀. Àdàyè àtọ́jú ẹ̀ ọbẹ̀ ẹ̀dọ́pẹ́ ẹ̀. Ẹgbẹ̀túwà.
Ladies and gentlemen, what we are here at the stage is the current helicopter presentation. On the other side, we have the gymnastic boys. You don't know what we want to do now. We are bringing upstairs. We are at the first floor. We don't know if they are going to do the second floor. Always.
ITV, certainly the best. This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Hello, welcome to Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. According to the new law on kidnapping passed by the Edo State House of Assembly and also signed by the Governor of Edo State, Governor Monday Okbeolo, on any house found being used for kidnapping activities will be demolished. For that reason, we're going to be going out on the street to sample people's opinion, hear what they have to say about the new law. It's a Viewpoint on ITV.
First, it's a good law. Let's put it there. It's a very good law. The law goes very far beyond, apart from kidnapping, even sponsors of kidnapping, sponsors of courtesan activities, they've all been captured by this law, such that persons can now fall the persons that can fall prey are wider than what it used to be. But again, that law on its own will put more jeopardy or put more persons in jeopardy as it is right now, because you can't really tell what your tenant is doing in your house. That's why in these days of building houses and leaving it to tenants, where you don't have landlord living there, it's not every time the landlord lives there. I have houses that I manage today that I only visit maybe twice a year. The owners are outside this country, they are abroad. I put tenants there. I have given them the place. They are within their rights by law to enjoy peaceful possession by law. So I cannot even go there and just say I want to open their door. And then I suspect anything. I cannot. So you see, it's a law that we need to also look at the implementation. I would have thought that bringing in this law, we should also amend our tenancy laws. We should amend our housing laws such that if you suspect, not even the landlord alone, if anybody in the street suspect that the persons living in that house, they are carrying out activities that fall under this law, those people can have proper recourse, people they can recourse to, and report to, and remove such persons from there before it becomes a situation where the house itself has to go. Because sometimes you punish the house owner, and the house owner has no inkling, and even if he had an inkling, there was nothing he could have done. I have dealt with a case of the landlord was in Lagos, but he got information that one of his tenants was bringing firearms to the house. He got information from another tenant who pleaded to be anonymous because of security. Because he was afraid of his life and that of his children. So he called landlord, please, this boy, I saw him, they were taking firearms into his room. So the landlord came to me. He wants this boy out by all means, but I cannot force him out. I have to go through the legal procedure, serve him notice, the required notice, and notice sometimes can be long. In this case, it needed 6 months because it's a 1-year tenant that had no tenancy agreement. So what happens if within that period of my notice he is caught in kidnapping or in courtesy? So there are so many things that we need to put in if this law must work, because it's a good law. But like I said, we need to also bring in persons who have operated under this environment before and to tell us what they feel can be done to better operate that law. Firstly, if you go to the police they don't have records, so remove police from the issue. They don't have records. But let us even look at it from another perspective. How do you profile these people? You profile them today, they bring happens tomorrow. I have a tenant I've been trying to eject for more than 6 months, no more than a year. Each time we file, before the matter gets to the stage of judgment, they change one of the members of the court. We have to start de novo. We started de novo in the matter. My matter has been struck out twice. Why this matter was going on? So it's been more than a year I've been trying to eject a tenant. What happened is that the person who came here to take let of that property is a man with a wife. They look responsible. He gave me his business card and everything. He said, oh, this is a good person to give a house to. But when I started visiting the house, I have never seen that much. He has never lived there for 1 day. He took let of that place and placed his mother there, his siblings who are all rejected from different families, maybe the ones who married, the marriage didn't work out, the ones who were working somewhere and they stole and they were driven, just loaded them in that place like a refugee camp. That's what they are doing in that house. There's no person, the person I gave the property to is not there. And I cannot just jump into the house and force them out. I must go through the proper procedure. See, that is why I say again, we need to amend our tenancy laws. It's long overdue. The tenancy law we are using here, we inherited them from the white people, the British people. And these people we inherited these things from, we copied from, let me not use the inherit, we copied from. These people, they have amended their own self-value such that today if you want to eject a tenant from a house, you don't longer need to go to court, because this is our system of you have to go to court, you have to give notice and go to court. It's too long. We can have a simpler system that says, oh, before you issue notice, come and take the notice from court so that we know that you actually issued it. Go to court, pay for the notice in court, let the court bailiff go and serve it. Once the period expires, if it's 1 month, if it's 2 months, if it's 3 months as the law provides for, once the period expires, the court bailiff will go and eject the person without having to come through trial system anymore.
First and foremost, I must commend the House for the law they passed. Also for the governor to assent to it. Kidnapping is rampant because there are connivance. There can be no kidnapping where there is no place to keep the victims. If a house is used as an object to aid the offense and the kidnapper is sentenced to death, why should the house exist? It's like saying an armed robber is convicted for robbery, but the gun he used can be given back to the owner. They are what they call instrument used for the commission of the crime. They should go. As long as there is no place to keep kidnapped victims, people will not indulge in it. Most time, most of these landlords know what they are doing. You see a man have no job, want to pay you a house of 500, is prepared to pay you 2 million. You don't find a source of job. Where did you work? You have no job, you have no wife, you have no child. You are only interested in the money. I think it's a welcome development. So people will now be cautious before they give out houses to people. I saw the one they did in Ile, saw the one they did in Onwa and in Rumi, and on the television. In the television, I think this is a welcome development. It's like those days under the custom law. Any instrument a motor used to drive goods that are not licensed forfeited to the federal government. I don't see anything wrong with it. Let them demolish them so that people will be cautious. At least, this is not kidnapping is a menace in the society. If you can go to the camps and destroy the camps where the Fulani are staying in the bush, why not destroy the one they are using in the town? I think the landlord should ask the property tenants to go and depose to affidavit and give a copy to the police if there is any reason to protect the landlord. What job do you do? What's your age? Where do you work? Perhaps, I know if a lawyer wanted to get an office in Benin, a landlord said, I want a senior lawyer to certify that you are of good character. I have to, personally, because to undertake that is of a good character before the landlord gave him the house. And that is the essence of it all. The idea of overnight riches, kidnapping, it's not best of it all. I think people, before you give a house, tell the people, go and depose to affidavit for the job you do, give a copy to the DP of your area so that I can be protected. In the absence of that, you are not accomplished.
The recent law that have been passed by those State House of Assembly that tend to checkmate and address the activities of criminals in the states, ranging from kidnappers, armed robbers, cultists, etc. It's a very sensitive and at the same time a complex issue that we are dealing with. Again, everything that have advantage has disadvantages. This law perhaps were made in good faith. There is one thing to make law, there is another thing to implement these laws. I want to advise that these laws should be implemented with human face. Like I said, if any property, as is stated in the law, is used to carry out crime, it should be well investigated before actions of demolition can be carried out. Because it is possible that a criminal, being a kidnapper, could be residing in a house of persons who is not in any way involved in the said crime. For instance, if I'm a landlord, I rent an apartment to a tenant, I don't know what that tenant do. Perhaps the tenant is a civil servant. We have seen a uniform person, security personnel like the police or army personnel involving in kidnapping and armed robbing. If as a landlord you now rent an apartment to such person, should you have anything to worry about? No. But if unfortunately the person now indulge in criminality, should that mean my house should be destroyed? It's a very big issue, and we are very concerned about this aspect because it could happen to anybody. So as such, we are advising that the government should enforce this law with human face, not to enforce it with any intention to victimize anybody. And before there should be any form of demolition of any house, there are procedural processes of investigating crime. There are aspects that the judiciary, the court will have to come in to find a person guilty. You can't just say Comrade Curtis Ogbebo is alleged of kidnapping and you just carry out such an exercise to carry out a dozer to go and put down my house when the process is provided for in the law has not been followed. The process of investigating me, if I'm directly involved in the crime, try me in a court, giving me an opportunity to defend myself in court. It is only when I am found guilty that such action can be carried out on me. When that is not done, I don't think such actions is just enough. It negates the procedures, the procedural norm provided for in the law for prosecuting crime. So in all, while the government is making efforts to checkmate, to reduce the crime or deal with crime, the government should also consider the innocent persons that could be victimized in the process. So we advise that the government follow due process in fighting criminality in the state and other part of the country. Nigeria as a country does not have a database that contains the information of the citizens. So from where and how are they going to document or profile our tenant? If I'm being invited by a landlord or by security personnel, is it not what I tell them that they will document? If they ask me where I work, I tell them I work XYZ, I run a personal business. What mechanism, technology does the government have to do verification? So to me, that could be a mere eye service and exercise in futility, because the government over time have not deemed it necessary to collate the database of every Nigeria like it is in other civilized and sane society. So it's going to be, like I said, it's a very sensitive and complex issue. So the government have to take step by step to address this issue so that we don't exacerbate and the process victimize innocent persons.
The issue of kidnappers being dealt with by a way of maybe demolishing their houses when they are found guilty is a good one. But then I think the law enforcement need to do a thorough due diligence to ensure that the owner of this house, the person who owns this house, they have to investigate to ensure that they have done their investigations, and if perhaps they have not done their investigation, then the law can have its course. But if they find out that these persons have in any way tried to do their investigation before accepting these persons into their compound, they should find a way to help the situation, because we cannot tell somebody who have taken his time, maybe his hard-earned money, maybe even his last money to build a house, and then you demolish the house because the person gave it to a wrong person, and not the fault. It's not the fault of the owner of the house. So I would advise and I would suggest that yes, it's a good idea, but let's ensure that investigations are done properly, very properly, before anything of such is carried out. Because yes, some landlords will be aware, perhaps because they've had agreement or understanding with these kidnappers, and they will not overlook it because of the money that they are getting. So if you find them guilty, I agree that their houses should be demolished totally.
I want to first and foremost commend the State House of Assembly for taking the bull by the horn, because kidnapping has assumed a very worrisome dimension. At the onset, it was like kidnapping expatriates, and then they proceeded to a large-scale kidnapping citizens. Now it is like kidnapping the poor, even the poor of the poorest, and that, of course, is a call to a serious action from the side of the government. But be that as it may, we should not forget that there are factors that necessitate this action behind the persons who are going into that venture of kidnapping, because it is now becoming a business to some persons, forgetting that they should be aware that kidnapping is a crime and every crime must be punished. And so that is why I said I want to give kudos to the House of Assembly for being able to come up with this laudable idea of passing a death sentence. I think that is a bit okay. But looking at the aspect of demolishing the houses where these kidnappers used to keep their victim, I want to say that first and foremost, some of these kidnappers may not keep their victim in a house where they themselves have rented. They can use some abandoned building. They can use some dilapidating houses, and at most time, the owner may not even be aware that their houses are being used. So I think the government should look at that portion critically, because when I saw, I think through the social media, the demolition of a house in Uromi, where the kidnapper were using as a hideout, or where they were keeping their victims, I felt, well, it may be good, but if the owner does not authorize the kidnapper using his own place for such, I think that area should be looked into by the government, especially with this our present day, you know, investigating aspect. They want to carry out quick prosecution, and sometimes the investigation may be so shoddy that they cannot even go to the extent of getting the view of the owner of the house if he actually was aware that such person is using the house for kidnapping purposes. Again, I think it will put every landlord on their toes, so that in case you are bringing somebody into your house, you should be able to look at his character and what he's doing for a living. And like some person said, it should be profiled, involving the police to actually look at this person, how he makes his money, what business he's doing, before you can actually give out your house to persons for use or for rent. Especially a house where you don't live as a landlord or a landlady. You should be able, not just give it to agent and then allow the agent to do some fast job because they need their own agency fee, and put people of questionable character. I want to say here and now that the government should do more than what they have done now by looking at the factors that necessitate kidnapping.
We are happy first that we have a government that is putting things in place to help check insecurity, because the issue of kidnapping had gone beyond the ordinary. So every responsible government will want to put everything in place, in short, to control it. And with the new law, more especially the one that is a little bit causing for worry for some, especially landlords who give out houses, to people. Some may tell you I'm a dry cleaner, and at the end of the day, he or she does something else. And some are informant to kidnapper. Some are not even physical at the point of kidnapping, but they are the main masterminder. It's quite unfortunate that it does happen like that. But the also thing is that somebody must also pay a price, and that is going to put everyone on his toe, that you must not know the people you give house to. And in some cases, I think the law would have gone further to investigating the property of the parents of those people. If the person is a tenant somewhere and you can really find out this is his father's house, this is his mother's house, if he does not have his own house, maybe the demolition should go towards those properties, instead of the one that sometimes the landlord gives out his house through an agent, through a lawyer, and the landlord lives in Lagos, lives in Abuja. All you just do, because we now have a new tenancy system where you consult an agent that I want to lease my house, and you are far away, you are abroad, you build a house here, a lawyer helps you to give house to people. All that they are concerned about is getting their own agent fee, and they give the house out. At the end of the day, you now say one of the tenants was a kidnapper and the house is being demolished, and someone somewhere in UK have been working in mortuary, doing restaurant work, doing some very mini job to get that property done. It really can be painful. But I think there should be a furtherance to this. There should be some clause to be amended at this level. I think so, because just a law that has been passed, and it can as well be amended to advancing it first, profiling after getting the corporate, profiling the person's parents' property. If he or she doesn't have, then that property can be faced first. More especially in the cases where the landlord does not even reside there. It will be understandable that you don't expect where I don't stay, I should know more about the activities of the person staying there. So being a fan of the governor, I appreciate what he has just done, and the House of Assembly for passing this and the governor assigning it. But I think we can go further by what I have just said, so that those who are not in any way involved will not be a casualty. But if it's the property of the person that is involved, that he has a property, no question should be asked. They can go there and demolish it the next day. But in a situation whereby somebody is renting someone's house, the landlord does not stay there, or he knows that somebody says he's a medical doctor and he's renting my house and he pays my own fee, that is all that people are really concerned about. So please, I think there should be some amendments to that section. I think the government can have, a direct intelligence team attached to government house, either the office of the special advisor to the governor on security matters, or maybe another department within government that have to do with security. Then those consultants are just there and they are experts on this, and they will be independent people, not Nigeria police. I think the police is overwhelmed with a lot of issues. Adding this to their own, they can just even be in a hurry and get the possible results in order for them to go back to the office and continue with the normal case they have in their table. So I think independent security consultants can be better, if not the DSSS being involved.
So far so good. We've heard all they have to say about the new law on kidnapping being passed by the Edo State House of Assembly, especially in the aspect of landlords profiling their tenants before giving them house. Some are of the opinion that it is achievable, while some are saying it is not achievable. But in all we need to do as citizens is to put our heads together and work with the state government to be able to achieve this single purpose. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best. This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best. This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Stakeholders AGM meeting kicks against ban on exports. Very good evening to you. Thank you for joining us on the Network ITV. I am from the Abuja Network Center, and from Benin Network Center, I have Anu Oluwapo joining me.
Good evening, Charity. How are
and
you?
From Lagos Network Center, I have Wilson. Good evening, Anu.
Good evening, Charity. How are you?
Wilson, good evening to you.
Good evening, Charity. It's a pleasure sharing the screen with you tonight. How is Abuja?
Thank you. It's nice seeing you all. From the Abuja Network Center, we are beginning our news with the news. The National Working Committee of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, led by the National Chairman, Kabiru Turaki, SAN, says the party is currently working to fully rebuild the party. The party's National Chairman stated this to journalists some minutes ago while briefing journalists after a closed-door meeting with the former Vice President of Nigeria, architect Namadi Sambo.
Those who came with us also included members of the Board of Trustees and the Chairman of the BOT himself, founding fathers and mothers, members of the National Assembly, state chairmen, former ministers, former governors, former members of the National Assembly, and indeed other major party stakeholders across the country. We had met with His Excellency and we've had a very, very useful discussion with him. We told him the prospects and the challenges we've been facing since our election in Ibadan. And His Excellency had just proffered advice and guidance to us on the way to move forward as far as propelling this party to once again become a veritable winning platform for Nigerians. But the most important thing for us this evening is the assurance that His Excellency had given us that he is and will continue to remain a member of the PDP. And His Excellency had assured us that very soon that he will become more active than he used to be.
Turaki also assured that with Sambo's assurance, the party is set to win all future elections, including 2027 presidential polls. As the Joint Unions Action Committee strike of the Federal Capital Territory Administration (FCTA) and the Federal Capital Development Authority (FCDA) enters day 2, the main entrance to the FCT Minister's office remain closed, heavily guarded by policemen and unionist positions around the gates. Ogani Victor reports the Vice President of the Joint Unions Action Committee, JUAC, Comrade Musa Istifanos, saying the union will not back down until their demand is.
This is the day 2 of the strike embarked upon by the Joint Unions Action Committee, JUAC, of the Federal Capital Territory Administration, FCTA, and the Federal Capital Development Authority, FCDA. The FCTA Secretariat in Gariki is still closed. Union members positioned here and there. Police vehicles strategically positioned at the gate. The Vice President of JUAC, Comrade Musa Istifanos, who appeared on the ITV Breakfast Morning Show earlier, says the unions will not back down until their demands are met.
If they refuse to call us and agree with and resolve this issue, we might be forced, not even Goodwill alone, even the water board, because our staffs are the one mining all these places. So definitely, but we pray I do not get there.
While lamenting the poor performance of staff in the recent promotion exam conducted by the FCTA Civil Service Commission owing to poor arrangement by the management, Comrade Musa describes as laughable the statement by the Senior Special Advisor on Public Communications and Social Media to the FCT Minister, Larry Olayinka, saying no worker is owed any salary.
As far as we are concerned, we don't know any governor, we don't know any minister, we don't know anybody, we don't know politics because we don't do politics. We are civil servants. All we are asking for is our demands to be met. If our demands are met today, we call off. Sir, we have been patient. A minister since 2023 and up to today, he has not met with us, and he is politically motivated. How? It has nothing to do with politics.
The union's leader disclosed that enforcement of the strike will spread to other agencies if the management fails to act soon. From the Federal Capital Territory Administration Secretariat in Gariki, Abuja, Ogani Victor, ITV News.
Vice President Kashim Shettima said the inauguration of Nigeria's first house in Davos reflects renewed seriousness, readiness, and resolve to shape global economic conversations. As State House correspondent Ihab Attar reports, Senator Shettima spoke at the formal opening of Nigeria House during the 2026 World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
Speaking, Vice President Kashim Shettima described the opening as a historic milestone in Nigeria's global economic engagement at the World Economic Forum 2026. The Vice President says nations do not prosper in isolation, noting that Nigeria's future growth depends on deliberate, structured global economic engagement. The Vice President says Nigeria's house is a response to past lapses, reflecting the country's seriousness, readiness, and resolve to engage globally with purpose.
We are here to engage the world from a position of strength. It's one of the world's largest emerging markets. Nigeria is a nation of over 242 million people today, with a median age of about 17 years. And the trajectory of global growth is facing uphill. And certainly, most certainly, Nigeria. May this house inspire the conversation we have come here to hold. And may it bridge the distance between the theories we adopt and the practices we must implement to deliver shared prosperity. Nigeria House is on.
Mr. Shettima says senior leaders across investment, foreign affairs, energy, infrastructure, technology, climate, and culture were brought together under one roof. He, however, stressed that the House's true essence must be driven by the private sector. Mr. Kashim Shettima invited global businesses to leverage Nigerian House, saying Nigeria is open for business and open for collaboration. Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Dr. Jumoke Odowole, for her part, says the project reflects strong public-private partnership and economic rejuvenation. She highlighted President Tinubu's reform as incentive for increased private sector investment. Ikaro Atta, ITV News.
This is all we've got from the Abuja Network Center. I'll hand you over to our Benin Network Center, where Anwar Akpo is on. Anwar Akpo, up to you.
Thank you so much, Charity. Here in Edo State Governor Senator Mondo Pueblo has tasked contractors handling different road projects across the state on performance and accountability, threatening sanctions for non-performance. The governor made the remark at a meeting held with some major contractors handling different projects across the state and domiciled under the State Ministry of Health. Government House correspondent Kingsley Uchegbu reports.
Aims at establishing status of some ongoing projects across the state and to establish causes of project delays and measures to expedite timelines for project delivery. Host and special advisor on projects monitoring and evaluation, Engineer Phoebe Williams Bello, said the meeting is to ensure that contractors domiciled under the State Ministry of Works adhere to approved designs, specifications, and ensure that all laboratory tests meet up with acceptable standards.
Every contractor should have their submitted results. Even if the ministry is taking your result, you are meant to also do your own test and verify it that your elasticity, everything passes, your crushing limit, everything passed according to your standard permit practice.
Edo State Commissioner for Works, Dr. Felix Akabue, said the meeting is to review activities of contractors, advising them to take advantage of the dry season to complete pending projects or risk sanctions. One of the contractors, Nazir Nasser, identified some areas of challenges.
As ministry, we continue to monitor them and we ensure that work are done according to specification. No compromise.
We had serious difficulty to execute the project. Actually, we were having some delay of payment, which the project was, let me say, on hold. And thank God, when Your Excellency and your administration came in, we had the go ahead, continue the project.
In his remark, Governor Bolo frowned at the slow pace of some ongoing road projects. Just as he commended some performing contractors, he reiterated that he will not delay payments for ongoing contracts and warned contractors against compromising standards.
For me, what will give us joy in this thing is the performance of the projects. Funding has never been a problem. If we are considering to pay you quickly so that our work should do, then you should try as much as possible to hurry up to see that our job will pass.
Kingsley Uchegbu, ITV News.
Meanwhile, the federal government has unveiled a new tax law aimed at modernizing and consolidating the nation's tax system into a single, clearer framework, with the goal of improving compliance, widening the tax net, and encouraging investment while protecting low-income earners. However, residents across major cities including Benin City, Warri, Kano, Kaduna and the Federal Capital Territory says the law remains unclear to them, calling on the federal government to intensify public enlightenment. Dolan Emir reports that tax experts have also weighed in on the implications of the reform.
Nigeria's new tax law marks a significant shift in the country's fiscal landscape as it consolidates major taxes into a single, more coherent framework designed to enhance transparency, boost compliance, and support economic growth. The law harmonizes key taxes, including personal income tax, company and business tax, value-added tax, capital gain tax, and tax administration procedures, while introducing clearer incentives to attract both local and foreign investments. Under the personal income tax provisions, individuals resident in Nigeria are taxed on income earned within the country and, in some cases, worldwide. Taxable income now clearly covers salaries, wages, business profits, professional fees, and digital earnings. A major highlight of the reform is the protection of low-income earners. Individuals earning 800,000 naira or less annually are now exempted from income tax, while higher income earners are taxed under a progressive system, with rates rising to a maximum of 25% after approved exemptions.
There are about 4 laws together, and we seem not to know what the laws are. Even the Tax Reforms Committee said they don't even have the past laws, the law that had been passed and signed by the government, so that they don't even know the discrepancies between the gazetted law and the law that was passed and signed by the president.
Every citizen is supposed to understand the tax law, to know where it affects and where it does not affect and where it exempts them.
If you go to America, if you are working, you should know the kind of tax you are paying, even in Ghana here. So Nigeria is one of the most least taxpayers countries I've ever seen.
This tax reform, we are not having it because Nigeria, we are not in good condition and we are not getting any good businesses.
Tax experts and administrators in Benin City and Abuja say, while the law has the potential to strengthen revenue generation and promote social equity, its success will depend largely on effective communication, proper implementation, and sustained stakeholder enlightenment.
The law makes it mandatory for every taxable persons and every organizations to ensure that they get registered, and they also register for the tax ID. And that they obtain their tax ID. Now, one way you can obtain your tax ID is to visit the website, which is www.taxid.jrob.gov.ng.
The new tax reform has come to solve a lot of problems, and it is progressive in nature. That's the beauty of it. So the more you have money, the more you pay.
The new tax law, authorities say, is designed to balance revenue growth with fairness, positioning Nigerian tax system for a more efficient and investment-friendly future. Donald Ehiminyen, ITV News.
Away from that now to other stories, where the Kaduna State Police Command and other security agencies have dismissed reports alleging that over 100 worshippers were abducted in Kajuru local government area of the state, describing the claims as false and misleading. The police says the reports are being spread by conflict entrepreneurs intent on disrupting the state's relative peace. Kaduna State correspondent Imam Mohammed has more.
Speaking after a State Security Council meeting at the Sir Kashim Ibrahim House in Kaduna, the Commissioner of Police, Muhammad Rabiu, challenged those behind the reports to produce the names and details of the alleged victims. He said anyone with credible evidence of such an incident should come forward with a comprehensive list of the kidnapped persons and their particulars.
Nobody is able to come out with any figure or name of any person that is kidnapped from that community. Our policemen, the chairman of the local government and other agencies were at alleged scene of crime. We went there. Till now, there is no information about any attack or any kidnapping of over 300 persons.
The police commissioner also warned rumor mongers to desist from spreading false information capable of undermining public peace, stressing that the full weight of the law will be applied to anyone found capable.
On this, please stop giving out false information to those discredit the state and the security agencies.
From Kaduna, Umar Mohammed, ITV News.
Back here in Edo State Police Command has arrested a 42-year-old man, Osaboy Erariva, in connection with the murder of his girlfriend, Joy Jerome, in Ikpe community, Ikpe-Walka local government area, Edo State. The command's public relations officer, ASP Eno Ikoidem, who briefed the newsman, disclosed that the suspect allegedly killed his girlfriend over accusations of infidelity and disposed her body in a river. She confirmed that the suspect has confessed to the crime and is currently in police custody. Crime correspondent Jolade Ojo completes the story.
According to the police public relations officer, ASP Enoy Koedem, the Ohe of Ikpe community reported on January 10, 2026, that the lifeless body of a young woman was discovered by the roadside close to a river in the community. She explained that operatives from the Idogbo Police Division promptly responded, and the body identified was that of Joy Jerome, who was evacuated to a hospital where she was confirmed dead and deposited at the Stella Obasanjo mortuary. ASP Koedem said investigation led to the arrest of Osabohe Egereva, a commercial minibus driver who allegedly killed his girlfriend, Joy Jerome, following an argument over infidelity.
On the 9th of January 2026, he picked Joy up, and on the way to his house, an argument ensued between both of them, and in the heat of the moment, he parked the vehicle and picked up a piece of wood and hit her all over her body, and including her neck. She fainted, and when he noticed that she was no longer moving, he quickly rushed her to the hospital, where she was confirmed dead on arrival. He then, out of panic, drove her to Ikpe community close to the river, dumped the body there, and that's where she was discovered the next day. The suspect has been arrested. He is currently in custody, and he has confessed to this crime.
The PRO advised members of the public, particularly young women, to exercise caution in their relationships.
Avoid abusive relationships altogether. Avoid quarrels at lonely places or lonely parts with hot-tempered partners. And always report promptly every domestic violence to the nearest police station to you.
From Benin, Jola Dioju, ITV News.
And in Sokoto State, where thousands of villagers have fled their communities in the state, following the expiration of the ultimatum handed down by a notorious bandit leader, Bello Tuji. Correspondent Umar Mohammed reports that about 15 communities have been deserted.
Some of the communities affected are Tidibali, Mansolo, Gidam Rana, Jimbama, Kwanawa, Chohi, and Yukurori, among others, in Isa local government area of Sokoto State. Bandits loyal to Bello Turji recently launched a coordinated attack on Bagaja town, leaving many locals dead, while others escaped with various degrees of injuries, with many also kidnapped. The fear of being the next victim led to mass exodus of villagers to safer areas following the expiration of 24 hours deadline given to the villagers who will be killed, in addition to exorbitant taxes imposed on various communities. Meanwhile, the Sokoto State Governor Ahmed Aliu said the evacuation of the locals from Tidibali to the local government secretariats was carried out with the consent of the local government authority.
Were temporarily conveyed to local government, I mean Isa local government headquarters, by the council authorities, follow a rumor that bandits are planning an attack on the community.
Reacting to the development, the General Officer Commanding 8th Division of the Nigerian Army, Major General Adekunle Ajose, said the military has intensified raids against bandits in Sokoto State, leading to the increase in the number of military personnel deployed to Tidibale and other communities.
The locals were trying to evacuate the community. Troops have commenced operations in the adjoining forest to further reassure the populace.
All eyes are now on the federal government whether it will heed to the call of the Sultanate, advocating to an urgent steps to stop the persecution and killings by the notorious Bello Turji in the state. From Kaduna, Umar Mohammed, ITV News.
You're still on to the network news on the Independent Television. We now move over to our Lagos network studio, where Wilson is on. Over to you, Wilson.
Thanks a lot, Anu, and welcome to our Lagos Network Center. The National Cashew Association of Nigeria has kicked against plans by the federal government to place a ban on the export of raw cashew nuts. The decision was reached during the 2026 cashew season, flagged off and stakeholders meeting in Lagos State. Aiboje Ikoria reports.
That every revenue collection in Nigeria cashew industry for the year 2026 is hereby suspended.
Declaring the 2026 cashew season and stakeholders meeting open, National Secretary of the Association, Olaotimi Ayekan, moved a motion for the dissolution of the outgone executive and a motion of endorsement for the new executive led by Mr. Ademola Adesokan as its president. After the annual general meeting, the 2026 cashew season was declared open by Dr. Adeniji Adeyemi. Commenting on the new things, the newly elected president Ademola Adesokan said Nigeria is not yet ready for a ban on export of cashew nuts and promised to work with government to improve the cashew industry.
So we're working with the Federal Ministry of Trade and Industry. We are working with them to let them know that we don't have the capacity to process everything that we are producing now.
Stakeholders from the industry and government agencies, including the Federal Ministry of Trade, Industry and Investment, while commending the new leadership, says there's need to expand this sector.
We now have leaders. We have elected, affirmed the president, the new president of INCAN. We have affirmed the new executives in all the states.
Now that we have a new INCAN, and then they have been brought everybody together, at least now we have a face. The government want to reach INCAN, right people to talk to.
We are the players in this industry. We understand the industry more than anybody in Nigeria. So we are here for the government, just as we want the government to be there for us.
A number of cashew companies or cashew participants have identified Osun State as a destination.
Cashew nuts as a sector under agriculture is a sector that the government takes serious.
Delegates from all parts of the country, including Lagos, Kwara, Ogun, Osun, Enugu, Edo State, amongst others, were in attendance. From Lagos, Ibuji Korea, ITV News.
You're still watching the Network News on ITV. Stay tuned for more stories after this break.
Welcome back. The Nigerian Institution of Surveyors, Edo State branch, has commenced its 2026 mandatory continuing professional development training program with a focus on modern security solutions. The training event themed Aerial Intelligence Boosting Security Response with the Drones, held at the Department of Geomatics, University of Benin, brought together professionals to explore how drone technology can enhance surveillance, data gathering, and rapid security response in Edo State. The report by Ibrahim Adidiji is presented by Osemudiame Osage.
Chairman, Nigerian Institution of Surveyors, Edo State Branch, Surveyor Odaru Bruno Igbinovia, explained that modern security threats like kidnapping and banditry are special and time-sensitive, requiring accurate geospatial intelligence. He said equipped with drones, surveyors can provide real-time aerial surveillance and precise data to support security agencies, not to replace them. He urged Edo State government to integrate surveyors into security planning and recognize their role in building a safer Edo State.
This program makes a renewed awakening, a bold step towards repositioning our profession in the critical task of safeguarding life, property, and infrastructure.
Keynote speaker, Surveyor Elujo Bade, highlighted how drone mapping provides real-time aerial intelligence to support security agencies in protecting lives, property, and critical infrastructure across the country. Another keynote speaker, Olaniyi Salahuddin, said drones enhance the capabilities of security agencies by supplying precise geospatial intelligence without replacing human personnel, making them a vital tool in protecting lives, property, and critical infrastructure.
What we are gathering is intelligent. This is the landing, this thing for this one, this is the landing here, this is the landing here. Some we not have.
We have drones of this size, and even there are some other sizes, smaller.
Chairman of the Planning Committee, Professor Ralph Ehigiato, said drones can do more than just mapping. One of the attendees, Surveyor Ben Omoakigbe, who participated in the training event, said surveyors now use drones to fight insecurity.
As we know today, we have issue of security in Nigeria. And the application of drone can help in detecting location of these criminals.
Kidnappings going everywhere. If you employ surveyors to use drones, they'll be able to detect if a kidnapping is happening somewhere away.
Osemdeme Usagi, RTV News.
In other news, Pa Felix Ogewunyi Edionwe has been installed as the Odionwere of Iyanomo village located at kilometer 19th, Benin Sapele Road, Ikpobalka local government area, Edo State, following his recognition and confirmation by His Royal Majesty Eoya II, Oba of Benin. The confirmation is contained in a letter signed by Iyamu Mali on behalf of the Secretary, Benin Traditional Council. Jola De Ojo has the details.
It was celebration and merriment as Pa Felix Ogewunyi Edionwe was installed as the Odionwere of Iyanomo village in line with the directive of the Oba of Benin. The appointment was confirmed by a letter of the Benin Traditional Council dated 5th August 2025. Pa Edionwe was traditionally installed as Odionwere of Iyanomo village at the Ogwedion Elders Chamber on 13th January 2026. The installation was carried out with clinical efficiency by elders. In a statement, the Odionwere of Iyanomo village, Pa Edionwe, advised the public not to have any dealings with anyone on Iyanomo community matters except the Council of Elders led by the Odionwere, Pa Felix Ogewunyi Edionwe, and the duly appointed Okaigele youth leader, Mr. Osanwoyi Ifaluyi Aikoroge.
I want to thank God for today and the Oba of Benin, Oba Ewa second, Oba Atop for the privilege given to Pa Felix Ogewunyi Edionwe to be the Odionwere of Iyanomo. And I also want to thank each and every one of us that is here. I want to appreciate Felix Ogewunyi Edionwe, the Odionwere of Iyanomo, for the appointment given to me as Okaigele. I want to also advise the sons and daughters of this Iyanomo community. They should all desist from evil acts and they join us for the progress of this community.
Pa Edionwe expressed appreciation to the Oba of Benin, AIG Zone 5 headquarters, and the Commissioner of Police and Security Agencies for their cooperation. From Benin, Jola Deojo, ITV News.
Prince Uyi Irese, popularly known as Isese, has been inaugurated as the new Okaigele of Amaba community in Uredo local government area, Edo State, for a 4-year tenure. The ceremony was conducted by the Council of Elders led by the Odionwere Pa Joseph Ijerikeme. Patient Osaragewa reports.
Celebration rent the air in Amagba community as Prince Uyi Ese was formally declared the new Okaigele youth leader of the community. The event featured offering of prayers for the new Okaigele and members of his executive. The elders explained that Prince Ese's 4-year will be subject to review at the end of the first term with the possibility of an extension if the leadership is adjudged effective and impactful. Festivities shifted to Amagba Community Hall, where the new Okaigele was joined by friends, well-wishers and community members in a colorful display of solidarity and support. Prince Uyi Ese, alongside his vice, Joseph Inogayi, expressed gratitude to residents for their show of love and confidence.
Amagba is very peaceful. My former chairman, he do his normal handover before everything, before the elders do their tradition. By the grace of God and the ancestors of this community, they will see me through. I will do better.
I will join my hand to work with Okaigele to move the community forward.
Some residents of the community expressed optimism that the new Okaigele will foster unity, peace and sustainable development in Amagba community, Benin City.
Everybody will enjoy us both. Although we recommend and the whole community agree with it.
It's a new dawn in Amagba. It's a new Okaigele have been sworn in. And we know that God brought this man to this position today to take Amagba from this level to a greater level.
Prince Uyi Ese succeeded Ambassador Peter Ewuse, popularly known as Ebo Amagba, following the completion of his tenure. From Benin, Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
More reports coming in after this break. If you're just joining us, you're onto the network news on Independent Television. Still on the news, Edo State Commissioner for Livestock Development, Professor Ignatius Ikponwosa Omorodio, says a major priority of the 2026 Livestock Productivity and Resilience Support (LPRES) work plan is the reactivation of existing and abandoned livestock production facilities across the state. Professor Omorodio made a remark on Tuesday while declaring open a 3-day retreat for retooling LPRES 2026 work plan to align with the SHINE agenda of Governor Monday Okpebholo. William Siama has more.
John Odige Oyegun Public Service Academy, Benin City, venue of the retreat, had in attendance policy makers, technocrats, and members from the academia. Edo State Commissioner for Livestock Development, Professor Ignatius Ikponwosa Omorodio, says the ministry has established a Department of Livestock Extension Business Development with dedicated division for youth and women in line with the Kampala Declaration.
This retreat is a deliberate effort to ensure that Empress 2026 work plan reflects the priorities of distinguished Senator Monday Okpebholo's SHINE agenda, particularly in the area of nutrition, job creation, security, innovation, and enterprise development.
The event featured a panel of selected experts who took participants through the 2026-2027 draft annual work plan and budget with emphasis on development of the livestock sector, poultry, piggery, among others. In an interview, some participants described the retreat as timely and apt with a view to actualizing LPRES 2026 work plan.
There is need for us to give adequate attention to livestock development to ensure that the system is structured, is revitalized, and genetically we have not really done much in the area of developing breeds. The scientists are available, but the resources is not there. And this is some of the area where the meeting of the town and gown, that is the academic and the policy maker, will definitely give us the right direction.
But we all agree, everybody will work together to ensure that they succeed. Farmers will increase their production, their income will increase, their level will be better, and those states will have full security.
As a ministry, as a project to run along this SHINE agenda, we are going to be looking at infrastructure.
The retreat will be rounded off on Thursday. From Benin, William Siama, ITV News.
The acting chairman of Igbo-Awka local government, Honorable Eric Sino Osawaru, has presented a budget estimate of 13,11,228,567 naira 81 kobo to the legislative arm of the council. Joy Obarasiabo reports that a presentation took place on Tuesday at Igbo-Awka local government secretariat in Idogbo.
It is with all sense of humility and special privilege that I present before this hallowed chamber the 2026 budget estimate of Igbo-Awka Local Government Council.
According to Honorable Sawao, the budget, christened the Budget of Development, serves as a roadmap that reflects fiscal responsibility and strategic investment aimed at accelerating development across the local government area. He emphasized that the budget is designed to complement the SHINE agenda of the Edo State government under the leadership of His Excellency Senator Monday Okpebholo and to rekindle the hopes and aspirations of the people of Igbo-Awka through purposeful and effective service delivery.
Administrative sector at 1,212,394,191 naira 61 kobo, which is 18.18%. Economic sector 3,695,876,609 naira 15 kobo, that's 55.41%. Social sector, we have 1,727,929,342 naira 7 kobo, that's 25.91%. Law and justice sector, we have 33,500,000 naira, that's 0.50%. That's a total of 6,669,700,000 142 naira 83 kobo.
Having acknowledged the presentation, we promise to give it a spin in person.
The budget presentation ceremony was attended by key stakeholders, including the vice chairman, the heads of local government administration, supervisors, and heads of departments. From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
We'll take a breather now. Please join us again. In business news, the Bank of Japan is expected to raise its growth forecast on Friday and signal its readiness to hike interest rates further as recent yen falls and prospects of solid wage gains keep policymakers alert to contain inflationary pressures. But BOJ Governor Kazuo Ida is likely to offer few clues on how soon the central bank could resume rate hikes, a decision complicated by rising bond yields and Prime Minister Sen Takachi's announcement to call a snap election in February. Takachi has earlier echoed proposals by rival parties to cut Japan's consumption tax and vowed to end excessively tight fiscal policy, heightening the chance of more spending and tax cuts after the election. The BOJ may slightly revise up its fiscal 2026 core consumer inflation forecast from 1.8% projected 3 months ago, with the effect of government steps to curb utility bills offset by rising goods prices and steady wage gains, they said. The central bank is expected to maintain its projections that inflation in Japan will durably hit 2% around October, or the latter half of fiscal year started in April. Governor Uda is expected to further brief the public. In entertainment, one of the giants of the 20th century Italian fashion designer, Valentino Garavini, known as Valentino, has died at the age of 93. Born in Lombardy in May 1932, Valentino was known for his collections that displayed luxury, wealth, and opulence. He moved to Paris to study at the Chambre Cendale de la Couture, Polani, when he was just 17, and went on to work with designers Duke Faith, Balenciaga, Jane Darcy, and Guy Locher. Valentino's creations were worn by celebrities and well-known figures including Elizabeth Taylor, Sharon Stone, and Julia Roberts. The deceased co-founded Valentino Fashion House in 1960 and ranked alongside Giorgio Armani and Karl Lagerfeld at the top of the profession. His adoption of his signature color Valentino Red, inspired by a trip to Spain, helped elevate the brand to global fame with the debut of the iconic Fiesta dress. In a statement posted on Instagram, the Valentino Garavani and Guy Callo Guy Menti Foundation said he passed away peacefully in his Rome home, surrounded by the love of his family. The foundation said Valentino will be laid in state at Rome's Piazza Margilli between 21 and 22nd January. We now join Osemudiame Osage for Sport Update.
Manchester City have completed the signing of Crystal Palace captain Mark Gahey for £20 million. The England defender, who has been linked with some of Europe's top clubs, almost joined Liverpool last summer and was out of contract at the end of the season. Gahey had his medical after agreeing personal terms with City and has signed a 5.5-year contract. The Chelsea Academy product has played 188 times for Palace since joining from Swansea in 2021. His arrival follows City's signing of Antoine Semenyo from Bournemouth. Elsewhere, Arsenal manager Mikel Arteta says he's optimistic the Gunners can get maximum 3 points against Inter Milan in tonight's UEFA Champions League at the San Siro Stadium. Arsenal are top of the standings on maximum points and the only undefeated team in the competition going into the penultimate match day of the league phase. Last season, Arsenal fell to a 1-0 defeat by Inter at San Siro, and Arteta expects another tough challenge when the sides meet in Milan. Arteta also stated that the Gunners must show that they are better than last last year. And that's it from Sports Desk. I'm Osemideme Osagi.
And that ends the network news on Independent Television. Many thanks for watching. I am Anu Oluwapo Stevens. Do have a beautiful night rest.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbeide Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawo Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rite to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Elder Ogbeide Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawo Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony. The Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. The Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's your job, I wait to us and I know what I will. Papa. Caliber was in a couple of the wisdom. Who paid you? Who paid you? Baba. Echo one as ever. Ever you are not the letter that we ask about my former. I will wear in it. A joke. Eh, Jonah will. Eh, Jonah Pulupe. Eh, Jonah Nuria, why you go back? But John Way, Gathered in and I had the way. Why we were there when I'm no matter of
ITV, certainly the best. This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV. ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you so much for staying tuned to the program International Forum from our Lagos Network Center. I am Wilson Marshall. Well, since our apologies are coming slightly behind schedule, I have to put two and two together in order to give you at least a near perfect show. Today we're zooming into what is happening in the Middle East. Ali Khamenei is at it again. Iran, massive protests going on. All because of some distortions economically, and of course basic food items disappearing. You see, the price just gets so high to the extent that the common masses were not able to lay hold on them. For the very first time in a very long time, all 31 provinces in Iran, they are protesting, and guess what? There are casualties. Over 700 persons killed thus far, including women and children. Little get to mention also the distortion, I said, the stoppage, so to speak, of the social media network, so that the world will be able to know or tell what's happening in Iran. And of course, we just can't talk about it without talking about Donald Trump's vested interest in the Middle East vis-a-vis Iran. He said something: if the killings persists, America might be forced to intervene. Anyway, with me here in the studio to talk about this, I have a vibrant political analyst, political affair commentator, but local, and of course international analysis is well grounded. Join me to welcome also Sir Swelime. Chris, welcome to International Forum. Yeah, Papa got your name correct.
Thank you for having me. Okay, I'll give you a fast one.
Anyway, I'll take that for that. Joining us virtually all the way from Benin, he is no other person than yes, Comrade Elvis Brown. Comrade, it's a pleasure to have you join us this afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
All right. We're still expecting the likes of Honorable about to join us, and together we'll try to.
They are regimented in their expression, and they want to have a life. All right, so it just got to that boiling point for them, and then they know what will come at them. They are not surprised at the killings. All right, and they just probably just like, all right, it just point, and then at them they are not surprised, and they just like, okay, we'll go on into restriction, this oppression, and then just break free. All right, and then like you said earlier, the Iranian governments are trying to take the word out of it by pulling down social media. They even cut down communications, phone, and all of that. But yeah, the people are still going to get in. Technology will beat that, you know. The outside world, the US in particular, will get in, you know, smuggle out stuff and all of that. And there are people within Iran that will cooperate with the outside world to stick, you know, link out information and all of that. But this is it. They are trying to say that we've gone past this age. Civilization has gone past this manner of governance where it is Islamic rule and all of that. They are tired. They just want to have a life. Not this regimented control and all of that, suppressing their will. They can't express their will and all of that. It is primarily against human dignity. And these guys are out to fight. I'm sorry about those that are being killed, but you see, when you go out in a revolution like this, casualties are bound to happen, and then people are already paying the price. But I think very strongly that they're going to push this very far. And then with Donald Trump that is hovering over Iran, for Donald Trump, everything is business.
We'll come to that. We'll come to that, the aspect of Donald Trump. Let us move on to Benin, where Elvis Brown is standing by. Elvis, can you really make sense out of all this, knowing fully well that over 500 persons have lost their lives in course of this protest, but still the protesters are not backing down. They are still mounting pressure on the government, saying enough is enough, that Iranians must be free. Take it up from there.
Thank you very much, Wisin. I think you're echoing. I could make sense of what the person in the city echo. I hope you can get me clearly. Now, the issue with Iran, the people are suffering. When a government decides to and pursue yes, you want to flex muscles with, you want to countries around you, cause chaos, that your hatred for Israel and the money they get in basically investing in things that don't make the lives of everyday life better, other than their own political agenda, green agenda. What they are now facing is from the sanctions that were brought, especially by America, and so the hunger in the land was devalued. And it was so bad that one was exchanged for about 1.4 million real. Crazy. There's no way in the world that anybody can. Our currency in Nigeria at some point, $1 and everybody they cry on the street, and thank God it's actually the pressure is reducing. But you find them exchanging at for $1. That's better. And the pricing of goods, the price of food inflation went about 70 to 80% in the country. You find people you're getting 1 million naira to eat. That's unreal to eat. That's crazy. There's nobody that's going to provide that. That's the reason that they are taking to the street. But that's the last step. Don't forget that the series of protests in Iran over the years, was protest in Iran. All these issues, they have a way of pressuring people and forcing them to do their protest. But this is different. This is different because, see, the reality is on the ground. It's very, very obvious. What these people are agitating for is for something that is realistic. It's on the ground. People are hungry. They can't buy bread. They can't buy bread. Apart from the fact that the cost of the inflation on the bread went over the 100. So the people could no longer afford. The price is comical. Push them to the street. And I think that before we now go into what this on their current part, they want food to eat, the government cannot provide. And food cannot provide is also the government cannot provide the outside world. They've been restricted. They've been beat oil major revenue. They can't put oil into the international market right now because of the sanctions that we talked about. So a lot of what are contributing to a pressure on their economy. And there's no food on the table for the people. There's no food for them to eat. Government cannot even ease the tension. They can't, for any reason, subsidize anything because the government itself has to reduce your spending. Don't lavish like drug. These are things, push people to the street. And that's what you're now seeing from them, up to this moment.
All right. I'll definitely come back to you, Comrade Elvis Brown. Now to you, Osose. I like calling that name Osose as a native traditional name. All right. Let me take a look at it right now. Some pundits are of the opinion that you cannot exempt the U.S. from what Iran is going through. After all, the only one that plays sanctions on Iran because we're in secret. Hence, when you talk about, the nuclear pursuit by Iran and so many other things that Iranians are involved in that the U.S. and the world are not in support of. Now, if you take a look at the situation, are you going to blame the government of Iran or the country or nations that choose to place this sanction on them?
Okay, there are a lot of things involved here. Let me just try to unpack it. There's that BRICS threat to the US dollars and the global economic control. Now, Iran is part of that BRICS system, all right? So, and the US is not happy with BRICS, particularly Donald Trump. So, they're looking for every way to pull down BRICS. So, if Iran, being part of BRICS, it's not exposed, the US want to catch it. And of course, yes, China, Russia wouldn't come at US.
But they're not fully part of BRICS yet. They're making towards intention towards BRICS. You understand? You have the Brazilian.
No. Iran is part of BRICS.
You have, hold on, yes, I know. But what about the BRICS itself? Brazil, right? Russia, India, China, and of course South Africa. Yes, now Iran want to be part of it. Yes, please let's continue.
This is a part of the way of trying to discourage them, because BRICS is about opening up to about 14 other nations.
True.
Okay, fine, and all of that. Then beside that, there's that Israel sentiment. Iran has been very stubborn towards Israel, pull them down. Then the nuclear weapon pursuits. Now, they've been regulated before now. After that exchange with Israel, Iran decided to be, they are shortened and control. They can't afford to have Iran have the nuclear weapon. And let me also say this, maybe a bit difficult to say on TV, but let's put it stunts. Middle East is home to global terrorism. Iran is a very volatile hand that is strongly in charge of terrorism in the Middle East. Now, in the Islamic world, there's what you call the Sunnis and then the Shiites.
The Shiites, yeah.
The Sunnis, the Saudi Arabia control the Sunnis. They're a bit cool-headed.
Moderate.
Yeah, moderate. Yeah. Then Iran controls the Shiites. They are highly violent oriented. Okay, fine. Now, they drive terrorism in the Middle East. And US needs to have a strong control over that. So pulling down Iran would be a major breakthrough to control the activities of terrorism in the Middle East. Now, Middle East exports terrorism to Africa and all of that. They have sister organizations in Africa, ISWAP and the rest of them, Boko Haram and all of that. So that's another interest for the US to want to do that. They've been having this back and forth with Iran, with putting the economic control on them, sanctions here and there. And of course, yes, that contributed a lot to what Iran is going through, because ordinarily Iran is rich in oil, natural gas, and all of that. But of course, because of the US fight against Iran, it has really affected the government. But if Iran can't stand the heat, then they also plan to give in, but they don't want to lose that space to the US, and the consequence is what we're seeing. All right. So of course, over time, Iran has pretended like the sanction is not really hitting them. It's been hitting them for long. Now they've got to the breaking point now that they cannot go hold water. Okay, just like Venezuela, rich in oil. But very poor economically. US sanctions. All right, that's what they do. It's strategic. They know how to play the game. US will come slow, steady. Eventually, they will get you down. They've gotten Iran where they want Iran now.
All right. Now, let me go over to Benin City, where Elvis is standing by. You heard also talked about the pressure, the sanctions, talking about Iran being a major sponsor of terrorism, according to the U.S. You know about the Hezbollah, you know about the Boko Haram, the ISWAP, the ISIS, you just named them, according to reports that Iran has been a country founding this because they felt that they are protecting their own religion. But if you take a look at the situation, about 600 persons killed and counting because the protest is still very much strong. Donald Trump gave a very, very strong warning. He said, if this killing should persist, America may be forced to intervene, meaning he might just send troops or do one or two bombing. And Iran also issued a warning that if America should interfere, they are going to retaliate. Now, what do you feel all this will amount to?
Well, thank you, Wilson. I think Iran knows very well not to tell them not to do. They won't joke with Trump. At least they tested that before, and they know that it doesn't pay around. I'm going to do this. Do it. Right now, I am aware that cabinet is thinking on what options are available for Iran, and I think when you look at the options that the cabinet is laid before him, he will decide on what steps. Trump will definitely do something. As a matter of the economic package itself, the result of Trump, 2028.
Technical difficulties right now. We'll go for a break. When we return, we'll continue with this discussion. Do not go. We will be right back. Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is International Forum from our Lagos Network Center. We're taking a look at Iran's unrest, U.S. vested interest, and we are still talking to, yes, Brown Ellis. Comrade, are you still there? Now, please cap it up with a pointer so that people can get to hear your own reaction to the threat by the U.S. and, of course, counter threat also by Iran.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right. So, like I said, Iran knows how to joke with whatever Trump says. And so I believe that Iran is going to utilize the internet to cover their atrocities. I'm learning that over 500 people so far, and Trump is about to be briefed on what actions available for him. And I really want to listen to his cabinet to decide on the table for Iran. So you can be rest assured that Trump is something about what's happening in Iran. That's one. Then two, Iran loves destabilizing the Middle East. And I think Trump is the only person that actually brought them into the corner. And they're not seeing the result of Trump's own stuff against their hostility. And so whatever you're seeing happening in Iran today is been designed from the U.S. by the Trump administration. So sooner than we ever thought was going to be. Seeing the results so fast, and whether I like it or not, this might lead to a regime change in Iran. But let's take this very seriously, because you see, the commodity that he prides himself of having, that's the oil. You know, America is also producing in a very large quantity right now. They are actually also exporting oil to other countries. That's the first thing that Trump came into the. He compelled his allies, American allies, to boycott Iran's oil, and they did that. Most of them out of respect for America, because, you know, most times when it comes to international trade, the first thing you need to ask yourself as a leader of a nation, can you trust them all? Are you going to trust America or trust Iran? If you believe that it's better to trust America as an ally than Iran, then you can abandon Iranian oil and focus on getting American oil. That's what most of those who are buying oil from Iran did. They abandoned Iranian oil and then they started America. Now America also is not in charge of it, which makes their export broader than what it used to be a month ago. And now what they are looking at is also to crumble Cuba. And you see that America has succeeded in this, you know, disorganizing those people who were actually in charge of disorganizing the entire world, causing riots and wars in other people's countries, sending terrorists to other countries and sending ammunition to separatists in countries. That is what Iran especially are doing. So at the end of the day, you could realize that Trump is going to respond, and either he respond through force or through more sanctions. Whatever it is not going to be good for the Iranian regime. They too came into power by protesting and pushing out the government that was in power, the monarchy. So whatever it is that is happening now will likely end their own the Islamic leadership of Iran. They're not sharing a new government or maybe the same government from other persons. But I think the ultimate focus is to keep the attention.
Okay, now you just hold on. We want to go for a break. Okay, when we return, you're going to continue with your line of thought. Don't go away. We'll be right back. Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is International Forum, reaching you live from our Lagos Network Center, and I am Wilson Marshall. Well, let me come to you, as I said. Now, you heard what Brown said. He talked about regime change. He talked about the citizens of Iran not being able to purchase some basic food items. And of course, the Naira-dollar exchange in Iran, I mean, it's like on phantom, it's like on reasonable. It's like nobody could even imagine the disparity between the Iranian currency, so to speak, begging your pardon, and of course the US dollars. Yes. Can you imagine that? Yeah. And now, with the warning given by the US that the killing should persist, UN is going to act. And the Iranian government also, the issue they warned that if US should venture it, Iran will react. Take it up from there.
Okay, fine. There's history between the US and Iran. Now, sometimes in the 90s, early 90s, thereabout, the U.S. backed up Iraq. They raised Saddam Hussein to confront Iran. So they empowered Iraq to slow down Iran. And that wasn't a direct conflict. It worked out then, all right? So Iraq was able to suppress Iran, resist Iran, and eventually went on top of Iran through the direct help of the U.S. All right, fine. Then when they did that, again, we saw the exchange between Israel and then Iran, and the U.S. had to come in to also caution Iran, okay? But that is indirect. But this will open up for a direct intervention, which Trump will not want to joke with, and in this way it will come in direct and then do what it got to do, all right? And that will be just to pull down Iran. But Iran threatening to hit back at the U.S., if they will do any damage, it will be very minimal compared to what the U.S. will do to Iran. In fact, the U.S. can completely take them out. And the U.S., I remember in the past when they invaded Libya, when Gaddafi was head of government, they didn't change that regime. And I remember Clinton saying that was a mistake. So ever since then, so the Chavez international policy that if they invaded in this manner, they changed governments. And they've been doing that. We saw what they did with Afghanistan and all of that. So if they're going to come in now, obviously they will take out the government of Iran. And then once that is done, it will reposition Iran, for global civilization. And then the U.S. will always come in with their vested interests. Iran is rich in natural gas and in oil. And then the U.S. oil companies will come in. They did that with Gulf War in Iraq. They benefited from it seriously. And they will do that again. That's ultimately where Trump is going. It can come up with all of this palatable reasoning and all of that, but ultimately, it's doing business.
It's doing business. Yeah. We talked about Libya. Since Barack Obama attacked Libya, he regretted attacking Libya. And Libya said, if you're going to so understand the picture, the U.S. back again to the Afghan government, Afghanistan today has never been the same. Yeah. People are saying that if U.S. should attack Iran, that might just be fate. Watching, leave the country to squabble and suffer for themselves. That question is not for you. Let's get to hear from Brown. Brown, what do they say about that? Going through history, U.S. used Iraq. They dumped Iraq. You know the story so well. They conquered Libya. They left Libya. You know how Libya is faring right now. Afghanistan, oh, come on, you all know what happened. If they should go into Iran, do you think the story will be different?
Consistent with and his position on issues going into the country around and running by your ministry to stay for years. But if you look at what happened in throw some bombs and then allow the vice president to take over. Let those have all. So,
well, we can barely hear you. Check your mic, please. Just check your mic. We can barely hear you. You're able to adjust your mic or your earpiece. You can please rejoin in the discussion. Well, let me come to you also said this trend right now meant for you the way U.S. left these countries I mentioned. A lot of bombardment, a lot of propaganda, the leaders taken out of the equation of the picture, and the countries we are never the same. Are you talking about Iraq? They used Iraq against Iran. It's Iraq. You know the story too well. Afghanistan, good to see people that supported U.S. once upon a time, battling so hard to gain access to a plane that was leaving Afghanistan. We all know the story. How many people died all because they trusted the U.S. to do the right thing. Now, Donald Trump said that this time around, it is going to be U.S. for U.S. No more unnecessary wars. Don't you think he's going against his own words?
All right. If you know Donald Trump well enough, you should know he's not very consistent, and then he can shift from one end to another in a split of a second. All right. But okay, like for instance, like I should mention earlier, the Taliban held on. You know, U.S. stayed for over 20 years, and every day they discovered that look, it's not working. All right, and billions of dollars expended and all of that. Then they left because the Taliban kept fighting. You know, and though more like terrorists within,
ragtag terrorist cells.
Yeah. But the case with Iran is a bit different because the U.S. coming in now will be popular with the people. Now the people are the one giving the opening to the U.S. to come in. In fact, they probably will be inviting of the U.S. Okay, because once you're coming now, U.S. will probably help them drive their wish of change of governments. And what Trump might do could just what he did with Venezuela. Just pick up the leader and then go try them in the U.S. I'm not giving legitimacy to that, but you know, I'm sorry to say, this is TV. You know, Trump could be a benevolent tyrant. You know, it's joke.
Benevolent tyrant.
Yeah. There's tyranny in Trump, but it tried to coin it to be benevolent. You know, like if it's going to Iran now, whatever it's doing in Iran, we're positive to the world, we're positive to Iranian people, but it's still abusing the sovereignty of Iran. All right, so that way you cannot just take away tyranny from his act, but then benevolence. Okay, so I think the people in Iran will welcome what Trump will be doing. All right, that way it might go in with full chest, change the government, and then might even try to put them in jail. That way, so that their supporters don't come up and all of that, and they will try to uproot, you know, their structures around and democratize Iran. You know, so he will try to do that in Iran. It will go all the way, and doing that, it will also institute U.S. hold, you know, in the guise of midwifing Iran into democracy and all of that, and you know, it will, and also for protection, provide security, military security, and all of that. That way, it will have economic control, it will have military control, and then it will be trying to reintroduce Iran to global civilization and all that. So U.S. is a way of taking full charge of Iran, and then it will want to uproot everything that has to do with the present Islamic leadership of Iran. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending where you're coming from, it will be popular with the people. It will be popular with the people.
Popular with the people?
Yeah, and so the experience might be different from what happened in Iraq, Libya, and Afghanistan.
All right, now let's go to where Elvis Brown is standing by. You get to realize that Donald Trump talked about regime change. In the 60s, yes, according to report, Israel and Iran were like 5 and 6, not under this government of Ayatollah. They were like 5 and 6. Israeli citizens do go to Iran. Iranian also do go to Israel. They have this, you know, this relationship, this understanding. Iranian gave Israel their oil to develop. Israel also manufactured weapons, gave to Iran. They have this beautiful understanding until there was a regime change. Brown, what do you think is the focus of the U.S. in all of this? Are they driving for a regime change to at least benefit Israel so that Israel and Iran will be what they used to be way back?
Well, I think the most interest of America in the region is Israel. You can't take that away. That's their number one ally in the world. And they want to ensure that Israel is safe. And Iran has the need that Israel already has. Number one of those is water. You know, a commodity as essential as water is not very, very common in Iran, and Israel has enough of it. Don't forget that Benjamin Netanyahu has used that as a form of a campaign to the people of Iran to say, look, if you can protest your government, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please continue.
All right. So, they have used water as a bait to Iranians to say, look, protest. We're going to give you water and all that. It's essential. Apart from that, America is going to go in and they're going to hit the government structures and their artillery to decimate them to a point where the people can, protest and ensure that there's a regime change in Iran. If that happens, the entire Middle East will be stabilized, because this is the destabilizing force in Middle East. When I talk about the war with Palestine right now, the war with Syria, Iran has been responsible for everything that's happened around the Middle East. They have, like I said before, their priorities are wrong. They have a government priority is basically to send ammunition to other countries to stabilize those they don't like. And America has been, having leaders who have been romancing the ego of Iran. Obama gave them billions of dollars, and then they went ahead to enrich uranium, which they promised they were not going to do. All right? The Clinton did the same thing. Every president that has come has actually tried to romance these people, beg them, give them American taxpayers' dollars. But Trump came and said, no, we can't do that. We can't give them money. Rather, we're going to hit them. And they did. And that strike exposed Iran to the world as a country who is only good at propaganda. They do a lot of propaganda. They don't have the kind of intelligence they claim to have. And I can assure you that when Trump gets in and further their structures, their military structures, artillery and ammunition, there will be a regime change eventually. Now, another thing is whether or not America is going to do it. I don't think so. Trump allowed the vice president of Venezuela to take over when he had a good negotiation. Today they are getting what they want, and the relationship with Venezuela and America is better than it was when Maduro was there. So whoever is going to come into power, America is going to say, look, you are coming to power, but this is what we want. A democracy should be number one thing, and then peace in the Middle East is going to be number two before you can talk about American interests. Now, will American interests come in? Definitely, because they spend a lot of money to do all that, so they will definitely want to have some vested interest in that. So America has interest, but Israel, the peace and security of Israel is number one. Then the peace within the Middle East should be number two, and then American interest and the interest of the entire world can then come in.
All right, thank you so much, Brown. We'll come back to you. Well, you heard it. Interest, and of course, lots of interest. Talk about Israeli interests, American interests, and of course, he made one vital point, saying if Iran can just have a change in regime, there'll be peace in the Middle East. Do you agree to that assertion?
Absolutely, because what Iran is doing, Iran is trying to spread itself across the Middle East, and then in terms of ideology and then military capability. All right, so it's trying to export that, so that if it's going to have all of that to itself, knowing that US will come for her, but it's just a matter of time, and it's happening now. Okay, so and then it will not just end. The ideology will not just die, and that capacity will not just die with Iran. So Iran is trying to spread it, so that even if they are taken out, there will be others that will be positioned to continue with that ideology and that drive. So that's what they've been trying to do, and that way they've held the Middle East. They've held the Middle East. As a matter of fact, Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Okay, let's say this. Saudi Arabia is defending itself against Iran by getting a bit dirty with funding some ugly stuff. All right. I don't want to take
No, you're talking about Saudi, because Saudi Arabia is like, about self-preservation.
Yes.
Like what you rightly said.
Yeah.
Besides, and of course, does that.
Yeah. Now, what they're doing, to also try to counter what Iran is doing, is also to get involved with some stuff on the ground. Because if they're not doing that, Iran will be too powerful and will just run over the Middle East. So they have to get from behind, strengthen some other stuff that can resist Iran. Sorry. That's what they do. So now, if Iran is taken out, and then Saudi Arabia-US relationship is super. So once Iran is out, then the US can also come in to make Saudi Arabia the leader of the Middle East, indeed.
So it's all about the contention for the number one spot in the Middle East. Because it stands right as between Iran and Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. So once Iran is out, the US can control the Middle East freely through Saudi Arabia. All right. So the resistance from Iran will have been defeated. And then all the allies of Iran, they will just be taken out. Once Iran is out, they will even hide their, bury their heads.
Now, some point out the opinion that this is a ploy to weaken Russia. After all, Iran is an ally of Russia. Venezuela is an ally of Russia. Taking out these people will just weaken the hold of Russia in their region. How true is this hypothesis?
Now, not just Russia, and China too. China too, because it's a competition. So one of the biggest interests of U.S. in the Middle East is to ensure that the U.S. control the Middle East economically and military partnership. So that way, they're in competition with Russia, with Germany, with China. So the edge they will have in global, being number one superpower of the world is to ensure that they have that hold, and then the others are not coming in. Now, you also notice that China is coming to Africa economically, favorable to African nations. Now, the U.S. is frowning at that, okay? Because the U.S. have not been able to do for Africa what China is providing. Okay, so
though they are taking more from Africa.
So they are going to fight that. They're going to try to turn African nations against China, right? So to retain African markets. So far, the U.S. got the Middle East market, and they will not want China, Russia to come in. And Iran is in position with Russia, and of course by extension to China, all right? And U.S. is not happy with that. So it's a brutal contention. It all has different angles and channels.
It's a brutal contention in the sense it's all about global dominance. Iran seems to be in quote right now among the top countries in the Middle East, only rivaled strongly by Israel, because Israel seems to be at the middle, so to speak, still trying to say, come on, man, Iran, we used to be XYZ way, but right now that is in the situation. But tell me, people, if you're watching, how can you do this mathematics? In Nigeria, 1,400 naira to $1 US. In Iran, 1 million dinars. Come on. 1 million to $1 US. That is the height of it all.
It's outrageous.
That is the height. I say no value for the dinar Iranian currency. Anyway, Brown, how do you think all this will end? Or do you see an end in sight soon before we call it a wrap on the show? Brown, are you there?
All that. Can you hear
Please
me?
continue. I can hear you. Yes, continue.
All right. So all that's playing out now is advantage of US as a dominant global power actually. So what you're going to have is that Russia and China are going to be traveling towards the US for what they need. Because now they can't get oil from Iran as it is today, and they come from Venezuela. All right, so they're going to come to America and say oil because America has enough of it. America is in romance with Saudi Arabia. America is in romance with Nigeria. So you have these countries that are producing oil. All of them are, now in the hands of America. I think it's a chess game that Trump played, and he has won his party. As of today, the riots in Iran will end. It either end in a regime change, or it end in serious chaos that will further degenerate into something that will last for some weeks. But I don't see Khamenei resigning because of this protest. We rather want to shoot at the protesters and killing them like you're seeing, like they're on the screen. But then, what is happening there eventually, whether he likes it or not, America will have its way. Because if you give America an opportunity to further destroy those investments that they have, which they are threatening the world. Those, uranium they say they have, the weapons they say they have, America will map them out to the satellite and drop some bombs on them, and that's the end of it. And so now they have nothing, and they come to the table to negotiate. All right, so when they negotiate, that they negotiate and the sanctions are lifted, or the regime is changed. That's where it's going to end at the end of the day. And America will now become to start everything that has to do with world economy.
Thank you so much, Brown. Thank you so much for your wonderful opinion. Now to call it a wrap on this segment of International Forum of Lagos Network Center. How do you think all this will end? For what Brown said, he said America will eventually have its way in Iran. Do you see the same?
Absolutely. That's what they are. And to fast track that is the fact that the people of Iran are against the government. So that's just an easy run for America. So America, and like he said, I agree with him, America has taken over Venezuela. I mean, Trump practically said Venezuela will be only buying product from America. You understand? It will do the same with Iran. It's another way of colonizing them. You understand? Making them free, they are free, but it tells them what to do. Make them like a puppet. You understand? So it's all going to be all win for America, while it will kick out Russia, kick out
But I don't think this will lead to splinters of cells, of terrorist cells. Let me just leave Iran to start causing mayhem and destruction in the Middle East and, of course, the world.
Now, the thing is this, America can calculate all of that, and they will come in hard on them. Before Iran begins to do that, the America will come in. Now, the advantage America is having here is that Russia and China are not willing to confront America on the proximity of coming from another country. If not, they would have protected Venezuela. They couldn't protect Venezuela against US. They would not be able to protect Iran against US. And then America knows that. And they're just taking advantage of it.
Thank you so much. As well, I really appreciate a wonderful analysis. And of course, to Brown that joined us virtually, I really do appreciate your wonderful analysis. But the protest is very much on. Ali is not backing down, still shooting or ordering soldiers to shoot live ammunition. Other protesters, over 600 killed already, including women and children. Some are saying it's like a chess game. Let's see what will be the next move of Donald Trump. He threatened that if it should continue or persist, America will be forced to intervene. They should intervene. Will Iran make due of its promise? Retaliation. Only time will tell. We'll do it again next week, Tuesday, God willing. Bye for now.
ITV. ITV, certainly the best. This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Waya bota now. Ugi bota we se anyone wa be enyupo ogbona. Usalobo olawo no ge uyi no ro imama no ma no salobo ajile lupe 2026 ni majena. No sabo na mo lobo ma. Ore 2025 no lele wa ri na we gbe yan ladian. Eso no emi no ga no emi ne ma no eyi ana wa rupo no gbera o salu dazi nla onika oredo ya fere na mo yare anyway edene na me bota ma we sun na bota na we ka 1000 no gbera na we iba ati iba na to tayi akota aya re nede enu na ibi aga yo na oni ma te ibota makawe tamani mate na arena evani agbo egwa ibota ede na ore wa oteme bisugbe Victor
edonabu wa donabu zamo wa ya selo gbe pogbo ni mala na ogogo no lo wa imi igbe wa imi mu wa imi ebe o oba atope
ore wa oteme pastor ka bari unamure
ibi edonowo me ofo egbusa ogbago yaro iselogbe wa be na ka wa bi total wa bi dawe ofo egbusa ogbago waro oba atope
ise me so abosa nge no wi o no ri edo ba yo ka we do ya fere me to wa ya o sarun dazu no jo fi waro n'ọjọ́ fún ìgbé arọ mẹ ọbẹ̀ arọ ọ̀nù wa ìwárí àná òsàlóbọ̀ ẹni níka ọ àdìnnàdẹ́nu wà nẹ́dọ̀ yàfẹ́ ọba àtọ́pẹ́ ẹniwọ̀n ẹni magua kana àfiwòrẹ́ nọ̀rọ̀ de ìwẹ̀rẹ́ irú nàánà mẹ́wẹ́ èmi náà yé nọ sùlù nípò nẹ́ẹ̀ma ọ̀rẹ́ ọ̀tá náà ládàá bẹ̀ wàbí gbẹ̀mẹ́ o ọ̀rẹ́ ìyẹn náà tẹ̀nà ogun àná o ọ̀rẹ́ kìnnú dóná ní ọmọ adéfíà o ọ̀rẹ́ òkè àánú kíá ayé onúwà azẹ èmọ onúwà gúngùn à ìyẹn máa hàn ọ̀dọ̀ àmì ìwé ẹ̀zọ́ láàárọ̀ yàrá ẹ̀ okò onídìí ọ̀wà bìẹ́lẹ́mẹ̀ ẹ̀zọ́ náà wà rọ̀ ẹ̀rẹ̀ ya dèkèrè ẹ̀zọ́ ní kéde agwalótọ́ okò oníwé ayé yà yín nọ ọ̀dọ̀ oníwé ayé alẹ́ kí àná lórí owó ẹ̀yọ̀ wọn náà dò bìẹ́lẹ́ yà ẹni yà fẹ́ ẹ̀rọ kẹ̀kìnàdó ẹ̀kìnàdé sẹ̀ ẹ̀yẹ yé ni wọ́n ẹ̀yìn ó ní màá rè sẹ́sẹ́mẹ̀sì sọpá owó wa máa kéde bọ̀ yé ẹ̀ bọ̀ wà wẹ́ ọ̀tẹ́rẹ̀ pásítọ̀
dọ́mọ̀
jàkó wa rẹ̀ kò lọ gbéra àfihàn òde náà rẹ̀.
wọ́n ṣe ní wọn mẹ́rin káàtà àbúzọ́ àná gbéra wẹ́ òpọ́gbọ́n àgàlà ọyọ́ wọn náà tí pàpà ọ̀rẹ́ ìbè fún ẹ àbí ìgò ẹ̀yẹ òbọ̀nọ́pàá ẹ̀rẹ́ ìgò ìlàjà èrè ẹ̀mú pọ̀gbọ́n yìí màá bẹ tí ọ̀rẹ́ nùpọ̀ gbéra lẹ èrè fún ẹ̀ka o èrè amúrúgba ti dẹ́ o èrè tomatoes ayé ọbọ̀ ká àbí ìgò ọ nílẹ̀ ọgbọ́n ẹ̀yẹ sọkúnmẹ́ òyìnbí náà wú nùpọ̀ ẹ̀yẹ́gẹ́rẹ́ ni màá yé náà nọ̀rẹ́ mọ́túárì ẹ̀gẹ́rẹ́ ni màá yé náà námú yóò tọ́lẹ̀ nùpọ̀ ẹ̀gẹ́rẹ́ ni màá yé náà wọ́n nọ̀rọ̀ agbọ́n ká ẹ̀wẹ́ yẹ̀rì kí ẹ̀ má mi ọ̀ma sọ́mọ ẹ̀ náà lọ́kìlẹ̀ yìí wò ẹ̀kẹ́ àfi ẹ̀yọ tọ́nà wa ọ̀kẹ́ pa ọ̀sán ló ń dazi apá màá ó yẹ lẹ̀ ọ̀rìẹ́ tì ní má ni màá yà sùpò náà sọkúnmá òpó kúpó ọ̀gàgìsẹ́ àtúntà na waju ulemo kia la we kirikiri ude dagba kia we yo negbo we tota ogogmo e o sa bari enu na de kenu we mana njise nu po da fi weri eso nu onu ni eyo kigio wa pa uwi we ye e be so wa la ya wa we azu iga papa abo won agani be ka ota iri ya wa lowi e lori wari ase ma no wa bi agari palo ofono ro egbere ya wi we wa la wi palo ni ọwọ́ awí azùzù èso rọ̀ kúpọ̀ yà kúpọ̀ àìpẹ́ lábẹ́ mọ́lá yẹn kó wà àpẹ́ ọ̀ka àfiwèrè ẹni bún ìrọ̀ òpọ́gbọ́n àìrè wẹ́yì tóta wà rí ẹ̀bá ẹni pọ̀ rẹ̀ ẹ̀rẹ̀nu yà mí ẹni àìtò ìgbésùn ẹ̀mú náà wẹ́yì òwò ẹ̀ wẹ́yì dèní èso dèkìní náà kọ́ òpònà gbéra dèkìní má náà wúṣẹ́ òpònà gbéra dèmí náà wí mẹ́ òpònà gbéra bọ́ọ̀sẹ̀ náà wí mẹ́ ẹ̀nà yà fẹ́ wẹ́yì tóta wọ́ọ̀yì wa yo we gbe mama zebinu ke ya gwa do ba na mi we urere simuna urere seki egen we ya seki ba no gwa lore awa ka ba wiya iye we ma de ba we dia e ko so ba no ri e ma do gwa lo si o si gie ya te debi igo ni we le gide de ri o ga no nu po we fi obo we ri e odoro no wa ezeze za wa won we ye erezo ara bi obo ka je iyezo we la po gbona o bi fi yin me we ri e ado am nowhere ayédèyé nìyẹn òpẹ́nà pẹ̀lú wa ọ̀gìrì ẹ̀yà ọmọ ẹ̀dẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀ní sọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀dún fi lọ wẹ̀lẹ̀ ọ̀gá ayéri ọ àfùmẹ̀ ẹ̀ní sọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀nà ọ̀gbìn ọ̀hún ẹ̀ àfẹ́gbẹ́ yóò wárí ńdá àfẹ́gbọ́sà ló wà ẹ̀ẹ́gù ẹ̀zọ́ ọ̀wà náà gù ìgbé àfẹ́gbẹ́sẹ̀ ti àrẹ́bà wẹ́ẹ́ fi wẹ̀lẹ̀ wẹ́ẹ́ lábẹ́ ọmọ nẹ́ẹ̀mẹ̀ nílá nẹ́ẹ̀mẹ̀ níye àrà tí a mi ọ̀wẹ̀ wá sámẹ́mẹ́ àmì ọ̀wá ìdíọ̀mọ́ tó bọ̀ ebi pọ̀ yóò tọ̀ ọyọ̀ iye èdè dọ́gbọ̀n lákùnrin ọyìn lè báyé ògbé tó wẹ̀ yà yóò bọ̀ yà yóò wẹ̀ òpó náà wẹ̀ fi wẹ̀rẹ̀ ẹ̀ nà àfíà gbọ́sọ̀ ọba mẹ́kì náà gbọ́ àlọ́sọ̀ wa ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yẹ.
ẹni wa wà hẹ́ẹ̀ nọ́ta ẹ̀ àfiwòrẹ́ màkànà báyà àfiwòrẹ́ ẹ̀ òyìnbó nọ gbéra ẹ̀rọ òyà gbàlè gbàlọ́ kùdà ẹ̀mí sọ̀rọ̀ nóye kàmẹ́ òun àwọn ẹ̀ lélẹ̀ ní wà ẹ̀ nọ ìrònú wà ẹ̀ nọ ẹ̀rọ ẹ̀ nọ ananirun yìí wà rọ̀ ó dìgbò ẹ̀ ó fi ọ̀bọ dàsálóbọ̀ ó fi ọ̀bọ dàníkà èmi náà ni mú un dáná ẹ̀kí náà ni mú un dáná jẹ́ dúró dẹ́mi ra ẹmọ nìrísì ibi mà nìrísì mà ní mẹ́mọ́ bí sí ẹ sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ́kọ̀ ẹ̀wọ̀n ẹ̀ wà nírun ya ya wa do bo he won o de no la ka wo do o me de pa wo wa o ma se wa ga he won so ba na gi mi ru e mo we do so ba no gin ara ma e mo we unda o mo do pa legbo ya mu da o fe mu da owu mu da ya odo so do ni odo aro do do gwa la ma mi na ni ru yi o wa no o se na boy o se na zese yi iwa bi ta we do ni wa unda wa ni Jesus haka no Jesus se na yo
na le ru yi
na ni ru yi we yo afi we do are e ma gun ma ya eri o we no nezo ezo ko so no isunu ezo no de no ko ba we politician de awo to se ka o ri polose uwe ni aro enegbin a o ri polose ya politician we do ma ite de ma we me da ti ma o bi ra aro na o bi ye na aro na yan iku etu egbe eyo ka ye de ni won a me gba we gie e me ko we ri na no pa we ja we hewe so pa we ni e ya do na e ko ma ri e ma ni bun yo ye wala wo wo ga fi wo de aro wa ga aro o tedo wa ga aro o tedo no ba yo ga aro o tedo state na mi o gbo so we politics ni waru osu wa ogi wa adole gbe yi ogi wa adole wo yi ogi wa go ba dolo to yi we ya se gbe yi so ni ho ni yunuka ni ka we yunuka de ya se o to ni ma me e won mu ma mi ma to fo èmi na re o tedo ni ka gbo sun general office no re agbo o tedo la do lu ni gbe do la dia ami ma e wo ni gbe ami ma e wa gbo do la dia ye ki gba won hotel forest we go mo kwa ya awami mai do ladan mo sogan ya ladan be gelegele do ladan be niko ga ru ya e do yan ni ya fe ni won ni ma hon ya awe iyan so iyan ladan ya wona fi to yan ni ya we niko ga kere gelegele hotel do mama ye gun ayo mama gwa ma wa won wa ga fi wo de aro po la yina wa ga fi wo de aro na gwa to se ga nya to ni e won no do go ma dia onya to ari to le no dia bo ye kere ni ade pa enyo Nigeria na te map na ya we na eya ro na ya gbeso o te me
àwa gbe upogbon e ma la na ibude e ma yeye keke be na ibe ke na ya we upo na he owe uponupo gbera ni upogbon na we la na afin agbenoro kẹwàá aláwòdà ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀dọ̀ wọn àdọ́rọ̀ ẹ̀gbọ́n lọ. Ibùdó náà bẹ́ẹ̀ ni màbùdé ní èmi màwò wá ọ̀dọ̀ wa mi nìkan ẹ̀dẹ́dẹ́ ẹgbẹ́ ààrẹ ọba ní gbẹ òtún ní àfihàn yín a máa ń yẹ ọ̀bọ̀pẹ́ ya mú ya ó wà nẹ́sọ̀ yé àwọn márùn-ún láàárọ̀ ó tí yé àmì ẹ̀bọ ọ̀sàrẹ́bọ́ ni ó tí yé láì máa wá ààrẹ ọba wà rẹ̀ mànùwà gbà ó rẹ̀ ihe de mama nuwa mama re yo to upo gbon na ire lana ni manuwa gba oge ga bi ya lawo da o ni e kan ke no kan mo mo kan edede gbegbe we rusun e no bodo re no gba oga bo gbugbo a na te Ministry of Agric fertilizer na wa viore na ya mewe to opa ati ilu e ipugi oya bi eyan oya emi ko yira mawo wa na ri no to ni no to me kan ri no ma no luwa fiori tedo wa raia ogupo na no bi de wa re mama he opia ayese ti adoya ugama ase ti adoya olima na ti ifal ase ti adoya dari oba di onari oba mama na ya mewe ati subsidy owe ifu opa amare ke na mi na ibe subsidy yi de opia ni no na be de no bu we office of government iparo opia ahinwa ugama emi na ya gbugbo ya ahinwa wa ya de bi wo no ma kan gbe ori e ti na o ma ope akewoko ni gbugbo ni ya se ti munimuna ni ya ho ni anwina e ma ni bu wa ro ni yen na go no ya se ti ya de opia ama iwe adide agoma ya afia abi adide agoma ya gbo ari oba we wo we ari oba ra wo ni ma ni ro wa na we wo ri ma atumugaro ma be lawo da o ogbe na teme ma no manya mia ari wo na ri emi no yo ni ro ni yan dori ewuku oba atope
ise anyway ya iwa dan heaven matana lusabo la wo iyi bi lele no keke no ro opona e ma gun kan no gbera no ma defi ofo e mana yunu kan ma we gwa kan unu ni ma yi filo be mi na re we ni ati media unu ne do ya gun ni ya gbogbo gun mani ma mi o mi wa e ma pare wo na e ma pare Nigeria e ma pa lu e mi na re mi ati eyi utamuta ogi ma wa so we ni wa ma ogi ma ma ja en egbe bo sunu wala wo wa gbe ni iwo unda oni no wa si o kan ni ma ne donia o wa si o kan eyi ni kere no ma metu gugwa wa ri e ba ya ke ba ya fi lugbe ya ro ya ona mara wo de aya gbe e ri o tan pastor ko
domoro wa to pe owe mi ga sunu we bo be oye kwere ga so bogedo okin obe wa me we no sunu na ni o to se ge bo ligue bo da that is politics or ligue nunda e ma dani revo e o to se ge bo vio ya nwina abi zaguda aba gbera gbiri e ma na mie wa mo yen o le la eyan lo ba ze we ga mo pa mo ma dani ni una mwe e police mu e yen te gbe awe baba e ya yi tamuta ti ne gbo manis o ma meno sia e boy meno ni ze bonio o ha meno sia ge ari kinoni iba mo ise we sia ge abe keke ni bi kana ya gba ore gbe ano ayu no dai no do ra no ti ewe o ma ni po ma no agele sia de mi ze na kana ga we ni danya ni da de mi na ti awa na gere ga awa owo mana ye kwa mu obiera bi je ne obiera emo eni dana gele sunu wo ye gbe no sunu ania we o kari oba ke o kari oba ye Nigeria ya ipa senator no ma ona du home o ma ye gan e de do gara ma ni o pa na yo pa egbe no sunu e ga li igoro ma sigo dati na gi obiera yin ni ba ege ni bi diagbo yara wele geni o government abi ba no mura o tese gabu ni muna bari oba egbe da odo na gwo o ga gwo wa ke tienge mu fiase wa ke gbe ebe to so we gbe ge u ke mu ari o de kire permanent secretary ye we be na gbe na ki da do mebu mosa so pe ge ni ki gba mo to o na ga do mi na 10 million ara ga do mu ara so ba gbe yo gbere no pare we ara we ya ka ba we wa do gbe mi na mo so po wa ke ara se o era negere wa ka bo wa ra se e ya wa do mu e uje ibozere na o ya igun ya nu ni ke we ya lo e ya yo we ya we e do so wa unda gbo uri e ba poge ba e o ri emi no gi sunu te bo na ni a ebu e kene na mi ekolo yo kuma da ya dole mi o ge nu we gwa ka ba no sunu ne bo te social media o we o ma no ka ge bonore bu ye ige to eni e ga wi egbe ni mari bi edori ya mu egbe gboto mu egwa gboto ne mara iwa sobo kan obi Yorùbá idogun ayo obi wobo idogun ayo obi Hausa dogun ayo obi egwa na ke na ya zanko egbe mi ri oni e ma loja panati o pa so be mo ma nya ogwe ya eku ogwe unda be na bia kwa aga ara agbite ga owo ri obe ga yo bo geke na modo ewe bo obo moto oji wagi malige mo na a me kere na suno ya se gbe owi yaji eri ono abe pastor no abe gbe na pastor no fi aba no samo owo ba meze ado ayi pin abo pani aya agi agbo ya fe keno boy wa ke bo ma wa ayi pin abo pa agi agbo ya nu dawe unyime oge ke no gi sunu webu ni ma la o we gwa ka mo to baba we otone ema ni lega mami maikia we mi o ye do paro ya sin osege wa pa bare ni ero so po wa se gbi mi ma ado sikan supe ado mu egbe ladian ara feel nu giegbe ti ma me ma ni gwa fi esi re bona ti ma me ma ni gwa admin re bona so pa igbina ni bi do we na ya gwo be ra bi ye kan no na ya kwikia ye gbɔn wɛ nage gbɔɛ wɛ ɛrɛ lama oye mana gbe owa mana gbe ma gbɔ gbe sɔkpɔ sɛwɛ wɛ ya akɔni yeba re amie wɛ ala ego kpɔkpɔ gbana bɛ ni kata ɛgɛnɛ gbera ìbí ego benue ɔgi adi ni amakɔ ŋda kagele miyago ne abe ranu rɛ gbɔ ni aya agia kagele miyago ne ɔhɛ bu wɛ gu ego gua ɔbi benue ɔbi kaaba ɔbi ɔgɔdza nɔ ŋda ɛtumɛ gbi mani magba amefanu de kɔlɔ yo kuma mɔkpaga ye yo bɔwu ena ya fɛ dori ya mo na ya fɛ ne ima kí akoko ni ya mo yo tɔ na yi mi o to sɛgɛ mo ni a gɛ mo na ma ne gua na gɛ mo na ma no mo no ba na la wo mo ɔmɔ la wo mi dana ka ye mi dan o ɔmɔ de wo mi esi aka ma ge mi esi o nu da we ya to bia no we ya ri we ya lɛ na ye be de dori o ja be de na ko ɔba atɔ pɛ yi
we se Norway mi ko de na
ọba
e ba ko o sare bo ayiyi ni yo to ne e na ta eni wa e nda o wa di ma ni bun wo hion e run da we vivie ru e o ka me kin e no de ka do ne o e sa gere o ye ni wa ke do na ze ke ya we obi e do ipa egbe o yi o finu ge do o finu oriri ọba gbòrìrì o ọba gbòrìrì o ọba gbòrìrì e má ta ẹ nọ èmi ni ẹ ta tó sẹ èmi lórí àrùn náà nànà má tó sẹ ń dá ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ̀ná wá rẹ ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ̀dọ̀ sùn ní wọn ẹ ọ̀pẹ ọ̀kẹ́dọ̀ asùnù wa mi owe egbe ìrànsùn rẹ̀ díẹ̀ náà wọ́n rí ọ̀wẹ́ wà hàn wẹ́ ní àdánẹ́yà nọ́màbà ǹda South Africa ọbí mana ọ̀rí ìnáwó pọ̀lọ́sẹ̀ nọ̀rọ̀ òtẹ́ Egypt ráde kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ráde ǹda ebore yàtẹ̀ lìyẹ́ wa anáwẹ̀hẹ́ o anáwẹ̀ gbé mọ́ ẹ̀wòrẹ̀ gbé wàgbé máa rú yìí máa sẹ́yìn dẹ́yọ̀ èmi sọ́mà kò dọ́re ní ọmọ sí ẹ̀rí ẹ̀wọ̀ ọmọ ẹ̀wẹ̀ náà wẹ́ dọ̀lẹ̀ yí ẹ̀ ọmọ ẹ̀yẹn náà wẹ́ ná yẹn tó bí yẹn wẹ̀ gẹ̀ sálọ́bọ̀n la wò wá èmi náà kí á ní ọ̀wá gí mà ní bún òhìàn bẹ́ẹ̀ ìbí má sọ ìyá gùn à àdòbọ̀ miẹ́ wẹ́ èmi nẹ̀ nọ́sùnù anáró ẹ̀ òhìn àwẹ̀sẹ̀ gbà àwẹ̀sẹ̀ bá wẹ̀ èmi ní nọ́sùnù rẹ̀ náà yẹ ẹ̀ àwẹ̀dọ̀lẹ̀ yìí wala wo ìbòtà rẹ̀ dẹ̀nẹ̀ náà ni wọ́n ẹ̀ òpógbọ̀n ni máa mú ẹ̀ náà ẹ̀yìn mà náà gun aká ìrìnà sùúrù gbèrà rẹ̀ inú pò lámì ẹ̀wẹ̀ àdọ̀lẹ̀ yìí yàsẹ̀ gbẹ́zọ yàsẹ̀ gbàwẹ̀ politician wẹ̀ náà tẹ̀wẹ̀ ká tà sí ìyàn tó bí yàn politician rí bí ẹ̀dùn wà tó bú wà ẹ̀ ti tiẹ̀ ní wà ẹ̀ ti wẹ̀rù wà gbé wà náà wa gadole abu ware gene de wa ta mari yo aribu mare eti man ri yo we ma ya yin noge ra esi mabo wona yeri o edo we bo na yeri o e bo na yeri o edo we bo na yeri o we ma bu we mo se Wọ́n iná yẹ́rì ọ̀hẹ́ o. Ènìyàn máa kú ẹ̀ nà mọ̀ sí. Wọ́n iná yẹ́rì ọ̀hẹ́. Sọ̀rọ̀bọ̀ ọ̀la wòwò. Èní wọn gíbo tá ọ̀dẹ̀ náà náà. Màá mọ̀ ẹ̀ wútú ẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ pásítọ̀. Ẹ máa yẹ tẹ̀ nọ̀rọ̀ wò ní ọ̀fun. Gbọ̀n gẹ́gẹ́ tekere yọ. Ude máa bù ú náà. Wà ọ̀dọ̀ wà mí nà hàn wò wá. Wẹ̀nùpò. Pọ̀ ọgbọ́n àrí náà. Fi wèrè ẹ. Lọ́rẹ́ ìkan. Àrí ọba wàrà tẹ̀míàmí ma ni wà gbà óre. Wà fi wèrè ni wà mẹ́wù kpọ́nà àlùgàn ọ̀bẹ̀ àrọ̀ èmi kẹ́mi náà yà áwù nọ́ọ̀mà gé màá làwọ̀ dá nọ́ọ̀rọ̀ àṣì ṣẹ́kẹ́ ọ̀mà àríyèké wà kí màá kí èwúrẹ́ gbé wọ́ ni màá làwọ̀ dá ọba àtọ́pẹ́ ilé máa tu pẹ́ àti ikú ètò ọ̀sẹ̀ túyàn mà wáyà ní dààmú ẹ̀ ògì náà ọ̀fun gbẹ̀gbẹ̀ wáyà rọ̀ ọba àtọ́pẹ́.
ẹ̀dùn ló pẹ́ wò wẹ̀ náà mú ẹ̀wò náà lọ́gbà ògè ọ̀kà mi wẹ̀ kíyà ọ̀kà ẹ̀wò wẹ̀ kíyà ọjọ́ wẹ̀ wẹ̀ kíyà enogi wẹ̀ kí òpópónà láyé náà wẹ̀bí mami máàmù mọ̀ le lu pogmo le boya de le boya fi were na ka we a enoge wa fi bo were e o wa ma o ri da mi o wa ni o para te wa de ro e yeri o me ga iso ke na pa me ga iso ayiko fa ma le so fi bo were le boya de enu e no ya ma no ba no ya ma na gbon ya no ya ma negwa oba atope ise
anyway yayi wadayi mabwane zebere temebe tai abe jon we wa mi ni jon we ni ari yu lame ake ma we e ka u lame ni ge eme mi no ki ari na asari abe no elegbegbu wona we da o do na we yin se ari abe aye be ye were awe go mana na ro ijo to wa ya fe abe jon we katikata o tan ge da osa o jon we o igomu kwa eri we jo to abe o kage le ya fe wa we mi no kage lo mo no ba ọmọ tí ìyàwó àwọn lágbọ́ ẹ̀ ìyẹn dọ̀lẹ́wò yìí kábọ́ dọ̀lẹ́ ìṣe wà ṣe tí ìyà bí kò kú gbé wúwo èmìnà tádà ogèvà nọ́pàá rẹ̀ ayé rédíò ewé ẹ̀yìn náà wà rọ̀ ẹ̀rọ ẹ̀rọpá ọ̀ ẹ̀yìn náà ìtẹ̀wẹ̀ kárẹ̀lẹ̀ kábọ́ ìdòtú ọ̀yàfẹ́ ọ̀tẹ̀wẹ̀ náà gbogbo gẹ̀bọ̀ gẹ̀tọ̀ ọ̀yàfẹ́ ẹ̀yà àyàfẹ́ nìkẹ́ ọ̀kárẹ̀lẹ̀ nírẹ̀ dáadẹ́wò máa ní rìbọ́tà náà máa gẹ̀tọ̀ wà wàhálà wàkàbọ̀ àwọn nàìsí ne kome kena are na gbo ya fe ma geto audio we ave nigi abi ko ikweki wa la wa be dueki yari wa yore ke wa na dueki e ma mana mu gi bota o de na yoto oba atope se
Alright guys, it's another lovely Monday evening and it's my pleasure to have you join me on yet another beautiful episode of the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, reaching you live from that city of bronze. You know I love to call it that city where the king is truly king. Now for starters, the Guys Hangout Show is one show that, teaches men to prioritize themselves and of course, to be the best that they can be, just so that they can give the best that they can give. It airs on this station every Monday. All right, my name is Harry Aigboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join us on this episode of the show. Now, today, we're going to be taking a look at a very, very important topic, something that actually caught my attention of recent. Okay, sometimes you're just going about your daily activities, and then you just, for a second, certain things just cross your mind, and you begin to ask yourself, what has actually changed? What has gone wrong? How come things are no longer the way they used to be? And one of such things is the growing lack of parental discipline in our society as we have it today. What exactly went wrong? Whether you like it or not, you must have noticed that things are no longer the way they used to be, especially between parents and their kids. Those days when we were growing up, some of us had this reverence for our parents, right? Even in their absence. There were things we're not bold enough to do, we're not courageous enough to do, even in their absence, because of the kind of discipline that they gave us, right? So, for instance, I remember as a kid, I used to live within my boundaries as a child, right? I was not allowed to go to the next compound. Now, that was how I was raised. Not because my parents didn't like me, like us being free, but they just wanted to ensure that we lived within the boundaries that they set for us. Now, I'm sure a lot of you out there can also relate. Now, if you take a look at the parents of today, it doesn't seem to be like that anymore, right? A lot of parents seem to be more flexible in raising their children. Is it a good thing or is it a bad thing?
My name is Harry Agboje once again, and it's my pleasure to have you join us on this episode of the show. Now, like you already know, I'm not alone. I've got an amazing person in the house with me, and together we're going to be taking a look at this topic. Now, he is an educationist and also, you know, a social analyst. He's really passionate about lots of things that are happening around us, and he loves to share his wealth of wisdom and experience on such matters. It's good to have you, Abu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harry. And as usual, it is good to be on the show today again. It is always a pleasure talking about issues that concerns us in society, especially issues like this, where if we keep quiet, things will get deteriorated and it will get out of hand.
True.
So there is no bad things try because good men decide to keep quiet.
Absolutely.
So we must say something.
Definitely, we must say something, and that's basically why we're here. I mean, we really can't help not to say something, all right? Now, we're going to be taking a look at this issue as we begin to look at it one after the other, right?
Okay.
Let's look at it from this angle. Parenting is serious business, right? And I don't think a lot of parents realize that, a lot of parents of this generation, because there seems to be this trend of people just giving birth without recourse to the responsibility of taking care of those children. So let's start from there. Why would anybody want to, you know, start having kids without, you know, considering what it will take and what it will cost, you know, to take care of those children?
Yeah, procreation is one biological gift that God and nature has given to humans. Okay. So anybody can, any adult who has gotten to a certain stage can procreate, except he or she has a medical condition.
Okay.
But procreation is not a yardstick to be called a parent. So we have so many fathers and mothers who are not parents. Being a parent means you are ready for the job after birth. Birthing a child is your God-given talent or God-given gift.
The natural ability.
That natural ability. But the idea of training this child, parenting, is a full-time job. I say full-time job because it's one thing that people just overlook, and because of that they think because they are fathers they could be called parents. No. We have so many fathers but few parents. So it's because of these few parents that we have in society that you see there is a growing lack of discipline in terms of parenting and all that. So I think the few parents that we have, if you see their children outside, you can distinguish them from those that have fathers and just mothers. So I think we should be seeing this thing from the idea of who are parents, to be precise.
Okay.
A parent is that person who is a father or a mother and has indulged herself into the act of bringing up this child. You know, children, the mind of a child is like a tabula rasa. Whatever you imprint on that mind is what goes a long way to determine what the child will become in life or how the child will behave and all that. But we really have people imprinting these things on the mind of the child. That is the question.
I think that's $1 million question, because this is one question I believe a lot of parents do not ask themselves before they begin to procreate. Like you've rightly established, there's a clear difference between procreation
there is.
and parenting. And I think that's what we need to begin to establish. What exactly is it with parents of nowadays? You know, just like I said in opening, you know, when we were growing up, it was a different ball game, right?
Yeah.
We were raised with a very high level of discipline. So much so that parents of this generation will probably see that as you being too hard on your child.
Okay.
Now, what's the place of discipline in parenting? Let's begin.
Yeah, there are different factors that I think I will tie to this lack of parental discipline. Number one, the infiltration of Western culture into our traditional belief and norms. Secondly, we also have this idea of laziness on the part of some people who call themselves, I use the word who call themselves parents, laziness on their part. And thirdly, there is this idea of the growing new normal, where people advocate that children should be treated with, like adults, they should be treated with kids and gloves and all that, so that you not hurt them, and so after all they are human beings. So, but let me start with this infiltration of Western culture into our traditional culture. Now you see, the white men asked us at the time to marry a fellow man, a woman marry a fellow woman. Many of us did not dispute it. Some African countries are already doing that. They also asked us to wear the suit, the sleeve, the waistcoat, the tie and all that, despite our hot weather. And many of us did not also dispute that fact. And we are doing it. But very recently, they are also asking us to treat a child as an adult. And so many parents have started, many fathers and mothers have started treating their child, their children, as adults. That's the problem. They want to train them in the Western way. They want their children to see themselves as adults. They are rushing them through that childhood. They don't want them to enjoy that childhood. They don't want them to see themselves as children. That state of innocence is no longer there. A child that just here, you call that child that you want to reason with the child like an adult. What's
his reasoning capacity in the first place?
My brother, what is the rationale behind you sitting a child down to say, let's discuss? You are just 4 now. And who told you that a 4 years old is thinking like an adult already? It's not. I know many will say this is a computer age and jetted. Leave that computer age and jetted. Children are children. And most of how were we brought up? We were told that if you misbehave, I will flog you. I have so many parents in my area. My father was not just my father. Yes, he was my biological father, but I have so many fathers. Before my father even come back from his workplace, someone else have disciplined you if you misbehave and all that. Do we still have such in our society? No. You see, everybody wants to say my family.
So you're saying that in those days there was a communal mindset?
A communal mindset. All parents were parents, and all children were children to all parents. Now, these days, you see families saying, you don't touch my child, I know how to discipline my child, you leave this child for me to discipline and all that. So that's why we're getting children that are going haywire. Some of them are even going gaga. You know, some of the hairstyle that a 10-year, 11-year-old will put on, you begin to wonder, is this one coming from a home? You see some young girls out there, 11, 10, some of the things they will wear, like, does this one even have fathers and mothers at home? So the issue now is we are drinking too much from this cup of Western wine. I think we should come back home. We should come back to this African tradition. We are Africans. And in Africa, there is discipline intrinsically buried in our totemic mindset. It is in our subconscious. That discipline should be resurrected. That parents should see themselves as not just parents, but as role models, as disciplinarians. Correct these children when need be. Don't reason with a child. It gets to a certain stage, you reason with him, not at this stage. It is some of those things that you imprint on him when he was still a child that will model him into a very good adult. A good child definitely will become a good adult.
Absolutely.
Now, when you lead them, you think they can think of themselves. What you fail to tell them, their friends out there will tell them. And that is what we should avoid. So that idea of Western culture, I think we should come back home. Beside that, sir, this idea of laziness on the part of parents. They think now that you already have a child. So if you can provide for this child, you are performing the work of a parent already. The provision we are talking about here is not just finance. Many of them talk is just finance. He's attending a very good school, I can provide. If he wants to buy anything, I can give him more. No. Emotionally, psychologically, this child needs you. Morally, you should be there for him. Who are his friends? Do you even know his friends? What are his routine? How does this child carry out his daily activity? You should be your child's best friend. You should have a round table talk most times with him. You should be able to tell him, if you try that, I will flog a lot of you and he will not try it. Don't let him see himself like an adult already. You hardly even see children these days bathing outside. And someone said it's civilization. I think they know too much.
Okay.
Their parents make them know too much.
So they've gone past the phase of innocence.
You see that state of innocence? It has been killed. Every child now, the parents have been able to inculcate in them that they are no longer children, but they are now what? Adults. And there is no way a child can behave like an adult. He will be an adult in a wrong form. So let these children grow. Correct them. Discipline them. Be a disciplinarian. You don't rub men with a child of 5.
Okay. Now, you've actually said a lot. Now, talking about the infiltration of Western culture, just recently I saw a video on Facebook of this American comedian, a veteran comedian, Steve Harvey. He was actually interviewing a kid, a 5-6-year-old girl. So he was asking her why she liked her brother, why she loved her brother. And she was saying, well, she loves her brother because, her big brother, of course, because he's always there to protect her and to comfort her when, her parents whooped her. And then, of course, the crowd, reacted in laughter and all of that. Now, I went through the comments as usual, and I saw a lot of persons asking questions, and a lot of people, complaining that it was totally out of place for the parents to, whoop her or to discipline her. And, of course, it became a debate as usual. Now, that pretty much reminds me of something. The fact that this is also becoming a major issue in this part of the world, whether or not to discipline a child. Because some people see the use of corporal punishment as a sign of hatred for the child. That how can you use corporal punishment for a child that you love? So they see it as you doing too much. They believe you shouldn't use corporal punishment on your child, that there are other ways. Just like you said, some of them believe you can reason with your child. But how do you reason with a child whose mind is not even matured enough to look at things from that perspective? I think what we have is actually a problem, because people want to mistake smartness, intellectual exposure to maturity.
Yeah.
And I think that's a problem. I would like you to speak in that regard.
You see, words get their meaning from their context.
Okay.
What they call maltreatment in a particular context, in another context might be called discipline.
Discipline.
So when that people say you are hitting that child too hard, you're beating this child and all that. But I think in the right context, when it comes to my child or any other child or any other child around me, it should use that right word, discipline. We were once children, sir. They did not kill us.
Of course not.
We are what we are today because of how our parents had to straighten our life. At least our parents are not beasts. They know what they are doing. You don't expect a mother who gave birth to a child to kill that child with her own ends, except she's maniacally derailed and all that.
Yeah.
When children are being disciplined with love, you can discipline a child with love. There is no need you bringing in ideas of you are abusing the child rights and all that. He is a child, for God's sake. The reason why you are saying I am abusing his right because you want to protect that child. The reason why I even discipline that child is to protect the child also. Now, this is what the government are fighting against, is that you should not assault a child. Discipline will get to an extent, becomes an assault.
So that's where we need to draw the line now. At what point does discipline become an assault?
When you begin to inflict serious pains,
bodily harm
on this child, it is not an assault.
Okay.
When you are not correcting the child with love, it becomes an assault. When you are doing it with hatred, it becomes an assault. When you forget the fact that this person is still a child, it becomes an assault. But when you are doing it in the circumstances of these things I'm saying, like he's a child, I want to correct him with love, he's my child, and all that, that is discipline. And we should not rule out discipline because some persons are misusing it. I know I am not in line with so many parents or guardians who have decided to inflate pains on children because you want them to listen. No, that is beyond discipline.
Okay.
That is now an assault. That is now an hatred. That is now a corporal punishment. And if I ask my child to kneel down there, for example, or get a cane and give my child 2 or 3 strokes of the cane for doing something wrong, next time he will not try it. But if you now give a punishment that is more than that child to that child, then it becomes an assault.
An assault, okay.
You're asking a child, for example, you get pepper, rub on the child's body, or give the person some scars, marks, and all that. No, that is wicked and that is evil. But you're asking the child to kneel down there or get a cane, flog this child 5-3 or more, as the case may be, and after all this, call the child, next time, don't try it. I am your father, I love you, and that's why I'm doing this. I hope you will not try it next time. Such a child will not try it. But you're not letting the child know the reason why you have flogged him or disciplined him and all that. It is hatred.
Hatred.
So we should draw the line between discipline and hatred. So I am not advocating for that idea of that battering, that corporal punishment.
Yeah.
I am saying we should not rule out the fact that these children are still children. And children have a mindset that is as clean as a tabula rasa. So we have to imprint something that they will take up into becoming a very good adult.
I guess that's why the Holy Book says that you should train up your child in the way he should go, that when he is old, he will not depart from it. All right, guys, it's still the Guys Hangout Show on Independent Television. Just in case you're just joining us, we're talking about the decline in discipline, parental discipline. What has gone wrong? What exactly is the problem? Why is it that, kids are no longer as disciplined as before? Why is it that kids nowadays can just do whatever they want without, their parents or a parental figure, putting them in check? Now, Abu, just a moment ago, you were talking about the difference between correcting in love and correcting, in hatred, right?
Yeah.
Now, it's no longer uncommon to see children just walking past an adult without greeting. And that was actually one of the things that we were taught as, children. And that was exactly one of those values that we grew up with. Yeah. Which is why we cannot see someone who's older than us now
and not greet.
Don't you think that's also a function of this lack of discipline?
The dysfunctionality of the society, that's one of the factor, one of the things we got from the dysfunctionality in the society. Why did I say so? I just told you not quite long that all parents were parents to all children. An elder can call you back and say, so you don't know how to greet. Where are you from? You say, I'm sorry, sir. Good morning, sir. Or in my dialect, you greet according to your family lineage, and you must do that. That's how we grow up. But these days, many parents have restricted themselves from doing that. Before someone else will come somewhere and say, don't talk to my child, it's my child, I know how to train my child and all that. So that communal nature is no longer there. And you can see, that is just a microcosm of the larger one. You can see, apart from this idea of greeting, you could see children, they hardly even get up from the seat for an elder to sit, if that's the only seat.
That's another dimension to it.
Now, you see some of them, they are very disrespectful. They have begun to euphemize what we call disrespect. You see some of them will say savage reply. What you might want to call obscenity,
I think that's one of the effects of
stupidity, social media. Yeah. You see some of them will say, there's a new one now, we listen, we don't judge.
That's not how we go.
They are indirectly promoting children to go haywire.
Go wild.
They are promoting this idea of you can always do whatever you want to do. And they are promoting immorality.
And the question we should even be asking is, what do we call judge in this context? Judging is discipline.
Discipline we're talking about. It is a discipline they want to eradicate.
When a child does something wrong, you're supposed to discipline that child. So you say, but to children of this generation,
you listen, you don't judge. And when you say, you listen, you don't judge. Besides that, sir, you see, when these children were growing up, they were given this orientation that I am your father, I am your mother, I am the only person, I should be the only person that has a moral right to discipline you. And that's bad. Let these children know that all parents in this vicinity are your parents.
Even adults.
Even adults. They have the right to discipline you in my absence. When I was growing up, something happened. I went home to tell my father that a teacher has flogged me in school. He said, okay, the next morning we'll go. He followed me to school. And when we got there, he took the cane himself and flogged me again right in front of the teacher. These were adults in unity. Adults having a meeting over me that I don't even know about. Their primary aim then was, this child must not go wayward. Now that I am an adult, I used to think like, okay, could it be the reason why my dad have to flog me again? You know, that sends a message. The message was, you are safe in his hands and don't misbehave because I'm your father. I will flog you again. But these days, we've seen parents that will follow their children to school and start constituting nuisance. Some of them will not even ask. You'll be telling your child right from the home that your teacher will die today. You are giving that child an impression that he or she can disrespect
an elder and
get away with it. I'm your mother, I will always fight for you. You are creating a small problem that will blossom into a bigger one in society tomorrow. A child you couldn't discipline today will end up in prison. And they'll start crying. Discipline your child. Teach these children societal value. The values, one of the values that will hold tenaciously to in Africa is respect. They should be respectful. Leave this idea of we are in a civilized world, this is a computer age. And in America, you don't touch a child like that, they'll call the police on trust Nigeria police. Okay. They'll be very quick to tell you, no, it's not like that. You must respect your parents and all that. So that is one of the factors. Okay. Though there are other factors. There are factors that we have this single motherhood and fatherhood. Yeah. It's also a contributing factor.
Broken homes.
A broken home. Now, if a child is coming from a broken home, that parental care, love will not be there. Of course, it's not easy for one person to train up a child.
Okay.
You need a father figure, you need a mother figure, and this person is not there. Definitely, it will affect the child's psychology, and that will metamorphose into an adult that will be antisocial,
okay,
or that will be maladjusted in society.
All right.
So that is another angle.
Okay, once again, it's the Guys Hangout Show, and tonight we're taking a look at the issue of the lack of parental discipline. What has gone wrong? What is the difference between the way it used to be and the way it is now? Now, Abu, in closing, I just wanted to give a word of advice to parents out there who are not living up to expectation in terms of disciplining their child. Those who think, you know, letting their child get away with everything they do is a sign of love. What's your advice for them? In less than, you know,
they shouldn't be just a father or a mother.
Okay.
They should be parents. And parenting is not an easy job.
Okay.
If you are capable of giving birth to a child, you should be able to take good care of that child. Don't be scared. Don't be scared to discipline your child.
Don't be scared to discipline your child. I guess that's the parting word for tonight. I want to say a big thank you to you, Abu, for taking out
thank you, my brother.
You know, time to be with us on the show today. And of course, to every one of you out there who have you know, created time to be with us. I hope you've taken something away from tonight's discourse. Of course, the most important thing to take away from this is parenting is serious business. All right. So the moment you decide to become a parent, just have it in mind that the future of that child lies in your hands. If that child is going to grow up to become a responsible person, it's totally up to you. And of course, it's up to the adults that child is surrounded by. So another thing that, you know, Abu said in the course of his analysis is that, you know, parenting doesn't just end with you as a parent. You should also give the adults around your child the responsibility of raising your child, just like it was, you know, in the olden days. Don't have this mindset that you are the only one who has the responsibility of taking care of that child. My name is Harry Igboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do ensure you do the right thing and stay out of trouble. Do have yourself a lovely night rest.
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Bengato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises, otherwise known as aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you as you watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool-down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go. This direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. Of course, this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright. And before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright? But I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo. Alright, please. Woo. Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah, that was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout in reps and you set. Alright, so that was the first set, and we're not wasting time waiting for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Right, let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, when you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not all the way this. But there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take a water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm Miguel for Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, the other leg, what can you do this? 3, 2, 1. Please, when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, but just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done this set and the rest. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go to left to right, brother. 3, 2, 1, let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, we'll also go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool down. This is the cool down. Alright guys, just suspend the breath, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes for the hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's the last thing. Yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. Do this. Just sit inside of it. Alright? Please do not stand on it. Keep that that means this. And hold stand just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though, but this is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle is just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. You have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-up this morning, what's called push-ups. We'll do push-ups this morning. And of course, we do have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get your lady out there. Watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed range and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of them. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in the pyramid shape. And that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually, and it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid-open, and finally we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid-open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, and 10. Alright, that's okay, big open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies crossing their legs? I mean, why they cross legs for ladies? Now you understand that the guys have more defined muscles, and of course to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the what's called the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the legs. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. Alright, for the last very set of these exercises, the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the side of the chest. Do you understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did 1. I did 2 and called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. But today, thank you guys. Yeah, we're awesome. But today, we're done with this. Thanks very much for watching. Please, be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah.
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Gato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises and aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you as you watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go. This direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. And of course this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright, and before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright, well, I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo. Alright, please. Woo. Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout, the reps, and the set. Alright, so that was the first set. And we're not wasting time waiting for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, when you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not all the way this. But there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take water break. We will join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm Leader of Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, the other leg, what can you do this? 3, 2, 1. Please, when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, we'll just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done this set and the rest. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go to left, to right, brother. 3, 2, 1, let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, well, also, let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool-down. This is the cool-down. Alright guys, just sustain the breath, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes for the hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's lastly, yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. Do this. Just sit inside of it. Alright? Please don't stand on it. Keep a dash, that means this. And hold stand just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though, but this is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, it's just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. You have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-ups this morning, what's called push-ups. We're doing push-ups this morning. And of course, you have our ladies, there are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get your lady out there. Watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed range and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in pyramid shape. And that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually, and it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid-open, and finally we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid-open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, that's for the big open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are ladies cross their legs? Why they cross legs for ladies? Now you understand that the guys have more defined muscles, and of course to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the legs. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. Alright, for the last very set of these exercises, the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the side of the chest. Do you understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did 1, I did 2 and called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. But today, thank you guys, yeah, we're awesome. But today, we're done with this. Thanks very much for watching. Please, be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah.
Hi, we expect that our vast viewership may have need for varying fitness concern, and in respect to these, we have made provisions for personal training sessions available for everyone, for we are poised to giving you a satisfactory one-on-one training. So, hire our service today and get a visible but lasting result. I am your host, Higato Destiny. You can call me the Man of Steel.
ITV, certainly the best.